Channel. Munich Security Conference 2026, English 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 Channel.
Good morning, my friends. Day 2 of the 62nd Munich Security Conference. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, since we last gathered here a year ago, far too many civilians have lost their lives in wars and bloody conflicts around the world, most recently in places like Iran, and of course in Ukraine, continuing in Ukraine, but also in Gaza, in Sudan, in Myanmar, and elsewhere around the world. Before we begin our discussions here this morning, I'd therefore like to ask all of you to rise for a moment of silence in the memory of the Paris civilians. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is an important day 2 of our meeting. Today we will be discussing, among other things, of course, the continued discussion on how to end the Russian war in and on Ukraine. We'll be discussing the conflicts in the Middle East, the war in Sudan, situations in Belarus, in Venezuela, and in other places. We will address transnational challenges, and we will start this morning with the United States, followed by the Chinese perspective, and then we'll open up to the European Union and beyond. It is my particular honor and pleasure now to welcome the speaker who will represent the United States of America. Welcome, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We gather here today as members of a historic alliance, an alliance that saved and changed the world. You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany. The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction. Even as World War II still burned fresh in the memory of Americans and Europeans alike, we found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe. One with the potential for a new kind of destruction, more apocalyptic and final than anything before in the history of mankind. The time of that first gathering, Soviet communism was on the march. Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance. At that time, victory was far from certain. But we were driven by a common purpose. We were unified not just by what we were fighting against. We were unified by what we were fighting for. And together, Europe and America prevailed. And a continent was rebuilt. Our people prospered. In time, the East and West blocs were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole. That infamous wall that had cleaved this nation into two came down, and with it, an evil empire. And the East and West became one again. But the euphoria of this triumph led us to a dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce alone would now replace nationhood, that the rules-based global order, an overused term, would now replace the national interest. and that we would now live in a world without borders where everyone became a citizen of the world. This was a foolish idea that ignored both human nature and it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly. In this delusion, we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even as some nations protected their economies and subsidized their companies to systematically undercut ours, shuttering our plants, resulting in large parts of our societies being deindustrialized, shipping millions of working and middle-class jobs overseas, and handing control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals. We increasingly outsourced our sovereignty to international institutions while many nations invested in massive welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate cult, we have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors exploit oil and coal and natural gas and anything else, not just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these mistakes together.
Et aujourd'hui, ensemble, nous devons apprendre à nos populations à confronter ces faits et avancer ensemble pour reconstruire. Sous le président Trump, les États-Unis d'Amérique ont commencé à assumer la tâche de la restauration conduite par la vision d'un avenir fier, souverain, vital pour nos civilisations. Et nous sommes prêts, si nécessaire, à le faire seuls. Notre préférence et bien entendu notre espoir, c'est de le faire ensemble avec vous, nos amis ici en Europe. Pour les États-Unis et pour l'Europe, nous sommes unis.
But the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive. Because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours. Because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security, which this conference is largely about, is not merely a series of technical questions. How much we spend on defense or where, how we deploy it, these are important questions. They are. But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is what exactly are we defending? Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life. And that is what we are defending. A great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history, confident of its future, and aims to always be the master of its own economic and political destiny. It was here, in Europe, where the ideas that planted the seeds of liberty that changed the world were born. It was here, in Europe, which gave the world the rule of law, the universities, and the scientific revolution. It was this continent that produced the genius of Mozart and Beethoven, of Dante and Shakespeare, of Michelangelo and Da Vinci, of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And this is the place where the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel and the towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne, they testify not just to the greatness of our past or to a faith in God that inspired these marvels. They foreshadow the wonders that await us in our future. But only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future. Deindustrialization was not inevitable. It was a conscious policy choice, a decades-long economic undertaking that stripped our nations of their wealth, of their productive capacity, and of their independence. And the loss of our supply chain sovereignty was not a function of a prosperous and healthy system of global trade. It was foolish. It was a foolish but voluntary transformation of our economy that left us dependent on others for our needs and dangerously vulnerable to crisis. Mass migration isn't some fringe concern of little consequence. It was and continues to be a crisis which is transforming and destabilizing societies all across the West. Together, we can reindustrialize our economies and rebuild our capacity to defend our people. But the work of this new alliance should not be focused just on military cooperation and reclaiming the industries of the past. It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interests in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity, and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence, industrial automation and flex manufacturing, creating a Western supply chain for critical minerals not vulnerable to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort to compete for market share in the economies of the global South. Together, we can not only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in the areas that will define the 21st century. But we must also gain control of our national borders. Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia. It is not hate. It is a fundamental act of national sovereignty. And the failure to do so is not just an abdication of one of our most basic duties owed to our people. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interests of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored, and we don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we built. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt. For example, the United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain the nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran. That required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers. And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice. In a perfect world, all of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But we do not live in a perfect world, and we cannot continue to allow those who blatantly and openly threaten our citizens and endanger our global stability to shield themselves behind abstractions of international law which they themselves routinely violate. This is the path that President Trump and the United States has embarked upon. It is the path we ask you here in Europe to join us on. It is a path we have walked together before and hope to walk together again. For 5 centuries, before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then, as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency. An alliance is the alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future. And the only fear we have is the fear of the shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. An alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations. An alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced, constrained, or subordinated to systems beyond its control. One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of its national life. And one that does not maintain the polite pretense that our way of life is just one among many, and that asks for permission before it acts. And above all, an alliance based on the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together. What we have inherited together is something that is unique and distinctive and irreplaceable, because this, after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond. Acting together in this way, we will not just help recover a sane foreign policy, it will restore to us a clearer sense of ourselves. It will restore a place in the world. And in so doing, it will rebuke and deter the forces of civilizational erasure that today menace both America and Europe alike. So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish. Because for us Americans, our home may be in the Western Hemisphere, but we will always be a child of Europe. Our story began with an Italian explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover a new world brought Christianity to the Americas and became the legend that defined the imagination of our pioneer nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language we speak, but the whole of our political and legal system. Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster that gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse. And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer. Our expansion into the interior followed the footsteps of French fur traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley. Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous with the American West. These were born in Spain. And our largest and most iconic city was named New Amsterdam before it was named New York. And you know that in the year that my country was founded, Lorenzo and Catalina Giraldi lived in Casal Monferrato in the Kingdom of Piedmont, Sardinia. And Jose and Manuela Reina lived in Sevilla, Spain. I don't know what, if anything, they knew about the 13 colonies which had gained their independence from the British Empire. But here's what I'm certain of. They could have never imagined that 250 years later, one of their direct descendants would be back here today on this continent as the chief diplomat of that infant nation. And yet here I am, reminded by my own story that both our histories and our fates will always be linked. Together, we rebuilt a shattered continent in the wake of 2 devastating world wars. When we found ourselves divided once again by the Iron Curtain, the Free West linked arms with the courageous dissidents struggling against tyranny in the East to defeat Soviet communism. We have fought against each other, then reconciled, then fought, then reconciled again. And we have bled and died side by side on battlefields from Kapyong to Kandahar. And I'm here today to leave it clear that America is charting the path for a new century of prosperity, and that once again, we want to do it together with you, our cherished allies and our oldest friends. We want to do it together with you, with a Europe that is proud of its heritage and of its history, with a Europe that has the spirit of creation and liberty that sent ships out into uncharted seas and birthed our civilization, with a Europe that has the means to defend itself and the will to survive. We should be proud of what we achieved together in the last century, but now we must confront and embrace the opportunities of a new one. Because yesterday is over. The future is inevitable. And our destiny together awaits. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not sure you heard the sigh of relief through this hall when we were just listening to what I would interpret as a message of reassurance, of partnership. You spoke of intertwined relations between the United States and Europe. Reminds me of statements made decades ago by your predecessors when the discussion was, is actually America a European power? Is America a power in Europe? Thank you for offering this message of reassurance about our partnership. This is actually not the first time that Marco Rubio is here at the Munich Security Conference. He's been here before, a couple of times, but it's the first time he has been, and he is the speaker as Secretary of State. So thank you again. We have only a couple of minutes now for just a few questions. And if I may, we collected questions from the audience. One of the sort of key issues here yesterday, today, is of course, continues to be the question of how to deal with the war in Ukraine. Many of us in the discussions of the last day, last 24 hours, have voiced their impression that the Russians, let me put it colloquially, the Russians are playing for time. They're not really interested in a meaningful settlement. There is no indication that they're willing to compromise on any of their maximalist objectives. Offer to us, if you could, your assessment of where we are and where you think we can go.
Well, I think where we are at this point is that the issues at play that have to be, here's the good news. The good news is that the issues that need to be confronted to end this war have been narrowed. That's the good news. The bad news is they've been narrowed to the hardest questions to answer, and work remains to be done in that front. I hear your point about, well, the answer is we don't know. We don't know if the Russians are serious about ending the war. They say they are, and under what terms they were willing to do it, and whether we can find terms that are acceptable to Ukraine upon that Russia will always agree to. But we're going to continue to test it. In the meantime, everything else continues to happen. The United States has imposed additional sanctions on Russia's oil. In our conversations with India, we've gotten their commitment to stop buying additional Russian oil. Europe has taken its set of steps moving forward. The Pearl program continues, in which American weaponry is being sold for the Ukrainian war effort. So all these things continue. Nothing has stopped in the interim. So there's no buying of time here in that regard. What we can't answer, but we're going to continue to test, is whether there is an outcome that Ukraine can live with and that Russia will accept. And I would say it's been elusive up to this point. We've made progress in the sense that for the first time, I think, in years, at least at the technical level, there were military officials from both sides that met together last week, and there'll be meetings again on Tuesday, although it may not be the same group of people. Look, we're going to continue to do everything we can to play this role of bringing this war to the end. I don't think anybody in this room would be against a negotiated settlement to this war so long as the conditions are just and sustainable. And that's what we aim to achieve, and we're going to continue to try to achieve it, even as all these other things continue to happen on the sanctions front and so forth.
Thank you very much. I'm sure if we had more time, there would be many questions on Ukraine. But let me conclude by asking a question about something entirely different. The next speaker here in just a couple of minutes will be the Foreign Minister of China. When you served in the Senate, sir, people considered you a kind of a China hawk.
So did they.
So did they.
Yeah.
We know that there will be, in about 2 months' time, a summit meeting between President Trump and President Xi Jinping. Give us your expectation. Are you optimistic? Can there be a quote-unquote deal with China? What do you expect?
Well, I would say this. The two largest economies in the world, two of the big powers on the planet, we have an obligation to communicate with them and talk, and so do many of you on a bilateral basis as well. I mean, it would be geopolitical malpractice to not be in conversations with China. I would say this, because we're two large countries with huge global interests, our national interests will often not align. Their national interest and ours were not aligned, and we owe it to the world to try to manage those as best we can, obviously avoiding conflict, both economic and worse. And so it's important for us to have communications with them in that regard. On areas in which our interests are aligned, I think we can work together to make positive impact on the world, and we seek opportunities to do that with them. But we have to have a relationship with China, and many of the countries represented here today are going to have a relationship with China, always understanding that nothing that we agree to could come at the expense of our national interest. And frankly, we expect China to act in their national interest, as we expect every nation state to act in their national interest. And the goal of diplomacy is to try to navigate those times in which our national interests come into conflict with one another, always hoping to do it peacefully. I think we also have a special obligation because whatever happens between the U.S. and China on trade has a global implication. So there are long-term challenges that we face that we're going to have to confront that are going to be irritants in our relationship with China. That's not just true for the United States, that's true for the broader West. But I do think we need to try to manage those the best we can to avoid, unnecessary friction if it's possible. But no one is under any illusions. There are some fundamental challenges between our countries and between the West and China that will continue for the foreseeable future for a variety of reasons. And it's some of the things we hope to work together with you on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We've run out of time. I'm sorry that I can't take questions from all those who wanted to ask questions. Mr. Secretary of State, thank you for this message of reassurance. I think this is much appreciated here in the hall. Let's offer a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue momentarily.
English, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, sound check. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen in the main conference hall, I kindly ask you to take your seats now. We'll continue with the program in just a minute, and for that we'll need you on your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now.
123，123，123，现在在英文频道，英文频道。
Please welcome to the stage the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
Thank you all. After the United States, in the first segment of this morning, we're now turning to the other side of the world. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome for the 8th time, he's been here 7 times before, I think that is probably a record among senior officials with the same function coming to us so often. A very warm welcome to you, Wang, Director of the Communist Party Central Committee's Foreign Affairs Commission and Minister of Foreign Affairs of China. You have the floor, sir.
尊敬的一星哥主席
Your Excellency, Chairman Wolfgang Ischinger, friends and colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to join you again at the Munich Security Conference for the conversation with China. Over the past year, the international landscape was marked by growing transformation and turbulence, and the law of the jungle and unilateralism went rampant. Humanity has come to a new crossroads for the cause of peace and development. At such a juncture, President Xi Jinping has put forward the Global Governance Initiative, or GGI, and called for following the 5 principles of sovereign equality, international rule of law, multilateralism, the people-centered approach, and real actions, with a view to jointly building a more just and equitable global governance system. This initiative aligns with the progressive trend of the times, represents the biggest common ground of the world's nations, and has thus received widespread response from the international community shortly after its announcement. It injects new impetus into the endeavor to build the community with a shared future for humanity and offers a compass for the giant ship of history to navigate through storms toward a brighter future. Know that humanity has weathered wind and rain to come this far. Pulling together should be the imperative choice. We should reform and improve global governance to set the ship of history on the right course. In reforming and improving global governance, the priority is to revitalize the UN system. The founding of the UN is an important outcome of the victory of the World Anti-Fascist War. It is a historic choice made by previous generations after painful reflection on past agonies, and it is the peace endeavor that nations have invested their greatest efforts in thus far. This edifice was jointly built by the people of the world, who have every responsibility to reinforce and renovate it, and no right to destroy it or tear it down. The UN is not perfect in its current form, but it remains the most universal and authoritative international and intergovernmental organization in the world. On the UN platform, every country, regardless of its size or wealth, has a voice and a sacred vote, as well as its due obligations and equal rights. Without the UN, the world would revert to the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, and many medium and small-sized countries would lose the multilateral foundation, critical to their survival and development. So what is imperative for us today is to recommit to the founding mission of the UN, revitalize its leading role, abide by the purposes of the UN Charter, and enhance the efficiency and efficacy of the UN system, so that the organization will be able to better adapt to the needs of the 21st century and unleash renewed vitality. In reforming and improving global governance, the key lies in the collaboration and cooperation of all countries. The reason why the international system is not functioning well enough lies not with the UN itself, but rather with certain countries seeking to magnify differences and disagreements, put itself above everyone else, stoke global confrontation, and even revive the Cold War mentality. So all these have eroded the foundation of trust, worsened the atmosphere for cooperation, and impeded the functioning of international institutions. To safeguard international collaboration and cooperation, it is important to seek common ground while shelving differences and pursue win cooperation. The world is a diverse place. It is only natural that countries differ in social systems, history, culture, interests, and demand. And it is precisely the differences that necessitate dialogue and cooperation. There is no reason why countries cannot respect each other and contribute to each other's success. Just like the way gentlemen engage with one another, there could be harmony without uniformity. A review of history shows, from the victory of the World Anti-Fascist War to overcoming the global financial crisis, from the global climate response to fighting terrorism, none of such progress would have been possible without countries coming together for sincere cooperation despite their differences. So let us bear in mind that unity brings strength, and only in unity can we find hope. In reforming and improving global governance, multilateralism should be always upheld. Power monopolization by a few countries is simply unpopular. We live in a multipolar world and need to practice true multilateralism. There needs to be greater democracy in international relations. Global affairs should be discussed by all, and the future of the world should be decided by all. We need to make sure that all countries abide by the same set of rules, i.e. the basic norms governing international relations underpinned by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. All countries should be equal in terms of rights, opportunities, and rules, and all countries, in particular small and medium-sized ones, should be able to find their places and play their roles in international relations. To practice multilateralism, major countries in particular should lead by example. They should take the lead in advancing cooperation instead of conflict or confrontation. They should take the lead in observing rules instead of applying double standards. They should take the lead in promoting equality instead of imposing their will onto others. They should take the lead in encouraging openness instead of resorting to self-serving unilateralism. The Global South is rising collectively. The global governance system should also stay up to date to give more prominence to their voices and representation. Time will prove that the more democratic international relations are, the more peaceful the world is, the stronger multilateralism gets, the more effective global governance becomes. In reforming and improving global governance, the pressing task is to stop conflict and promote peace. While looking into the future, we should not forget the present. Without peace, global governance will be out of the question. As we speak, there are still more than 60 conflicts dragging on unabated across the world, bringing traumatic suffering to the affected populations. The vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security proposed by President Xi Jinping has pointed the way for resolving the issues. We should promote talks for peace and oppose attempts to escalate the situation. We should resolve differences through mediation and overcome conflicts through dialogue. In Gaza, the realization of ceasefire and reconstruction will require unremitting efforts. To implement the two-state solution and restore justice to the Palestinian people is the unshakable responsibility of the international community. The situation in Iran has a direct impact on peace in the Middle East. Relevant parties should act with prudence and avoid creating new conflicts. On the Ukraine crisis, the door to dialogue is finally open. All parties concerned should seize the opportunity to reach a comprehensive, durable, and binding peace agreement, remove the root causes of the conflict, and bring about lasting peace and stability in Europe. On Venezuela, the red line of international rule of law must not be crossed, and the principle of state sovereignty must be upheld. Friends, this year, China kicks off the implementation of its 15th Five-Year Plan for economic and social development. All our endeavors are aimed to secure a better life for the Chinese people. We aspire for a stable external environment for our development, and we also hope to make the world a better place through our development. China will be a staunch force for peace, will commit to the path of peaceful development, and we encourage all countries to do the same. China will be a reliable force for stability. We will uphold international fairness and justice and explore a distinctly Chinese approach to resolving hotspot issues. China will be a progressive force in history. We will resolutely defend the outcomes of the progress of human civilization, advance the implementation of the 4 major global initiatives, and promote the building of a community with a shared future for humanity. Both China and Europe have time-honored civilizations and stand as indispensable poles in this multipolar world. The choices we make now are crucial to the future of the world. In the journey toward world multipolarity and economic globalization, China and Europe are partners, not rivals. As long as we keep that in mind, we will be able to make the right choices in the face of challenges. We will be able to prevent the world from slipping into division and keep moving human civilization forward. Let us work together to recalibrate the course of history and create a better world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech. We have time for a few questions which people from the audience have sent over to me. Let me start by the one question that's on everybody's mind here, the question related to the war in Ukraine. I hope this is going to be the last time that we need to discuss this question about how to end this war. Many of us hope that this will be the year when this war will actually be ended. The United States, Marco Rubio just spoke before you. The United States is actively engaged with Russian negotiators and Ukrainian negotiators to try to end this war. My question is a very simple one. What can China do? What can China contribute to convince Russia to finally end this war and to withdraw from Ukraine? Please.
China's position and stance is clear that all regional hotspot issues should be resolved through dialogue and consultation, and we need to find a political settlement. So this holds true for the Ukraine crisis, but China is not a party directly involved. We don't have the final say. What we are doing is to promote talks for peace. So that's why we sent our special representative on shuttle diplomacy, and through all possible channels, we have been sending our message that we want to see a cessation of hostilities at an early date and the resumption of dialogue. But finally, now we are seeing that the peace talks have begun, and I think now what are being discussed are the real issues. We welcome this because without dialogue, how can peace ever arrive? If we don't keep dialogue going, a peace deal, a treaty will not fall from the sky. So we hope that through our consistent efforts, we can reach a comprehensive, durable, and long-lasting and binding peace deal acceptable to all parties. So I think this is the common goal of the international community, including China. Europe should not watch this from the sidelines. Right here in Munich last year, at that time, the United States had started engagement with Russia, and Europe seemed to be left watching from the sidelines. And I said then that since the conflict broke out right here in Europe, Europe has every right to participate in the negotiation in due course. So I said that Europe should not be on the menu, but should be at the table. But now we are seeing that Europe has come up with the courage to talk with Russia. This is good, and we support this, but we think that we should not have dialogue for dialogue's sake. I think Europe should come up with your ideas and your plans on how to resolve this issue. And in this process, we need to foster a more balanced, effective, and sustainable security architecture for Europe. So by doing this, we are addressing the root causes of the crisis, and we can prevent it from reoccurring and to achieve sustainable and lasting peace. China will, in our own way, give our full support for the peace process. I thank you.
Thank you. Please allow me to push you just a little bit more on this question. I remember that when this war broke out, now 4 years ago, on this stage here, we were discussing the issue then, and you made a very important statement then, namely that China remained committed to the fundamental principles of the United Nations, including territorial integrity and sovereignty. Can you repeat, would you say again today that China remains committed to the idea of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine?
China is a major country, so I think it is incumbent on us to keep our policy stable and consistent. We should not have all the policy flip-flops. So China is such a major country. We mean what we say, and we do what we say in implementing our policies, and after it is implemented, we will see it through to the end. So the 4 things must be done, proposed by President Xi Jinping, is just this. First, the sovereignty and territorial integrity should be observed, and all the legitimate security concerns of all parties needs to be observed. This is what we say, and we will continue to mean what we say and do what we say. We will continue to be a force for peace in the world.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's turn to U.S.-China relations. The previous speaker was Marco Rubio, who talked a little bit about the same question also. There are obviously continuing contentious issues between the United States and China. Taiwan appears to be one of them, but not the only one. So my very simple question to you this morning is, since we know that there will be a summit between President Xi Jinping and President Trump in like 2 months in April, could you describe a little bit your expectations regarding that summit? Does China expect, as President Trump would probably call it, a deal with the United States, or what would you see as a positive outcome from a Chinese perspective?
How China and the United States get along bears on the fundamental trajectory of the international situation. So China, with a sense of responsibility to the world, to history, and to the people, we approach and handles our relations with the U.S. President Xi Jinping has summed up the lessons of China-U.S. relations of the past decades and proposed the 3 principles: mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and willing cooperation. So through dialogue and consultation, we seek to find the right way for the 2 major countries to get along well with each other on this planet. And we will continue on this path so that in the interest of our 2 peoples, and in line with the expectation of the international community. But whether we can achieve that goal ultimately depends on the United States. But we are encouraged that President Xi has shown respect for President Xi Jinping and for the Chinese people. He has stressed that the U.S. and China working together can get a lot of great things done, and the 2 presidents can make the fantastic relationship between the United States and China even better. But I'm not sure whether all people in the United States share this view. So some people, they are still trying everything possible to suppress and contain China. They are doing everything to attack and smear China. So I think there are two different prospects lying ahead for our bilateral relations. One is to the United States can understand China reasonably and objectively and have a positive and pragmatic policy toward China, and our two sides work together in the same direction, expand our interests that will lead us to cooperation. So that would really be the best outcome for both countries and the world. And the other prospect is seeking decoupling from China and severing supply chains and oppose China on everything in a purely emotional, knee-jerk way. So they are coupling together all these small, exclusive circles, and they are trying to split Taiwan from China and stepping on China's red lines, which would very much likely push China and the United States toward conflict. But China, on our part, wants to see the first prospect, and I believe you share the same way, but China is well prepared to address all kinds of risks. China believes that history always moves forward despite twists and turns. China is confident about the prospects of the China-US relations, and we believe that the vision and objectives put forward by President Xi Jinping will be realized, because this is the only right choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have just a couple of minutes left. Let's turn to China and the European Union, if I may. We Europeans have learned the hard way that strong dependencies are not a good idea. We were dependent to a very large degree on energy supplies from Russia. Today, some people are warning that Europe might get too dependent on China. So could you talk a little bit about China's strategy to convince Europeans that it's a good idea and not a bad idea to engage more strongly with China, and that China is going to be, from a European point of view, a credible long-term partner and not, as our papers have said in the past, in recent past, a systemic rival and maybe even a strategic adversary?
其实这个问题非常的简单。
I think this is a simple answer, and I think China and the EU are partners. We are not systemic rival or strategic competitor. We have been engaged with each other for half a century, and we've accumulated all these outcomes and deliverables. Aren't they enough to tell the true nature of China-EU relations? So now I think every year the trade volume for one day exceeds the trade volume for the first year after we established diplomatic relations. So why someday China suddenly became a rival of the EU? I think this is a very negative thinking, and this will do no good. We don't want to see the amplification of the so-called narrative of systemic rival, because this will be toxic for the future development of China-EU relations. But there are differences and divergences between our two sides. For example, our social systems, our values, and our development model. But that's because we have different history and culture, and based on this, our peoples have different choices about the way we develop. But that doesn't mean that we should become rivals or competitors. What's important is that we should respect each other, admire each other, and learn from each other, and grow together, and light up the world. This is the right choice. Chinese ancient philosophers said that all things can coexist on earth without harming each other, and always can go parallel with each other. So I think this was proposed over 2,000 years ago in China. So at that time, we had those wisdom, and I think now we can do better. And Confucius once said that For gentlemen, we can achieve harmony without uniformity. So we acknowledge that there are differences and divergences between us, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't reach better harmony. So this is what we should seek, and this is how gentlemen should get along with each other. So I think both sides can follow this way and can do like a gentleman does, especially in this current tumultuous international landscape. It is more important for China and the EU to practice multilateralism, to safeguard the authority of the United Nations, to say no to unilateral practices, and to safeguard free trade and oppose bloc confrontation. I sincerely invite all our European friends to join us in the implementation of the Global Governance Initiative proposed by President Xi Jinping and build a more just and equitable global order. This is what we should do together.
Thank you. Very last question. We've already run out of time, actually. Asia Pacific. When we look at reports about possible or actual renewed tensions in the Asia-Pacific region, can you present a message of reassurance about what China is prepared to do to avoid, to prevent renewed escalation, renewed concerns about tensions, possible military confrontations in your part of the world?
First, I don't think that the situation in Asia Pacific is getting increasingly tense. In today's world, Asia is probably the only region that maintains overall peace. Not long ago, border clashes broke out between Thailand and Cambodia, but that was brought to a halt with China playing our mediating role. China has become an important pillar for peace in Asia. And as one of the world's most important forces for peace today, we will continue to play a constructive role in safeguarding regional peace and stability. But of course, Asia is not without challenges. Here, I wish to say one thing, that is, we should be alert to a very dangerous development in Asia. Not long ago, the sitting Japanese Prime Minister said publicly that a Taiwan contingency amounts to a survival-threatening situation that could trigger the use of collective self-defense. So this is the first time in 80 years that a Japanese Prime Minister has uttered such words. It directly violates China's territorial sovereignty, and it directly challenges the fact that Taiwan has been returned to China. It completely violates Japan's commitment to China. Could China possibly accept this provocation? No way. No Chinese can accept it. Here, we are in Europe, in Germany. I like to make a comparison. After the Second World War, Germany conducted a thorough reckoning with Nazi crimes and passing laws to ban all the speech and actions promoting Nazi ideology. But Japan still pays homage to the Class A war criminals, and they are enshrined as so-called heroic spirits. So this means that Japan has lingering ambitions for invasion and colonialism of Taiwan, and the ghost of militarism are still haunting the country. The lessons are not far behind us. Back then, Japan also cited the so-called survival-threatening situation to launch its war of aggression against China, and also the Pearl Harbor. If Japan doesn't truly repent on its wrongdoing, history will only repeat itself. This is the lesson we should learn. So I think all the Conscious people should be alert and stay sharp. The Japanese people should not let the far-right extremists fool and drag them along. And every country that values peace should shout this loud and clear at Japan right now. If you go back down that old road, it will be a dead end. If you try gambling again, the loss will be faster and more devastating. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foreign Minister. Thank you very much. We have run out of time. Let's offer a round of applause. And please come again next year. That will be the 9th time of your appearance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue momentarily. Please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to take your seats now in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue momentarily and we need you to take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to continue with the program. We need you on your seats. Please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be here with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, an unflinching ally and friend. Dear Keir, we both know the backdrop of our discussion. the nature of transatlantic relations. We're now almost 4 years into the reckless aggression against Ukraine by Russia. We face the very distinct threat of outside forces trying to weaken our union from within. The return of overtly hostile competition and power relations. The European way of life, our democracies, the democratic foundations, and the trust of our citizens is being challenged in new ways on everything from territories to tariffs to tech regulations. Fundamentally, all of this points to a simple reality in today's fractured world. Europe must become more independent. There is no other choice. Independent in every dimension that affects our security and prosperity, defense and energy, economy and trade, raw materials and digital tech. Some may say the word independence runs counter to our transatlantic bond. The opposite is true, and we've just heard it from State Secretary Rubio. An independent Europe is a strong Europe, and a strong Europe makes for a stronger transatlantic alliance. Today is the time for action, and I want to focus on Europe's plan for independence. And to help frame this, I will borrow a line by Jerry Freigham, the US Assistant Secretary of Defense, spoken here in Munich in the 70s. I quote, "Unless a nation feels itself primarily responsible for its own security and well-being, it will leave the task to others and fail to marshal its resources and political will in its own defense." I chose this line from the 70s because it reflects some uncomfortable truth over many decades about how Europe's security was not always seen as our primary responsibility. But this has fundamentally changed. Also because the very same argument is true today. Europe needs to step up and has to take on its responsibility. Admittedly, it has taken some shock therapy, and some lines have been crossed that cannot be uncrossed anymore. But the what is needed, at least, we all agree on. And we are delivering. The numbers tell their own story. Defense spending in 2025 in Europe was up close to 80% since before the war in Ukraine. The European Union is mobilizing up to 800 billion euros. With our SAFE program, we are investing in the capabilities we need, from air and missile defense to drones and military mobility, you just name it. We have remained relentless and creative in the way we maintain our support for Ukraine. And this includes, most recently, our 90 billion euro loan that Ukraine has only to pay back if Russia pays reparations. By 2028, defense investment in Europe is even projected to exceed the amount the US spent on such equipment last year. This is a true European awakening. And this is only the start of what we need to do. We must grow a European backbone of strategic enablers in space, intelligence, and deep strike capabilities. No taboo can go unchallenged. I believe the time has come to bring Europe's mutual defense clause to life. Mutual defense is not an optional task for the European Union. It is an obligation within our own treaty, Article 42.7. And for good reason. It is our collective commitment to stand by each other in case of aggression. Or in simple terms, One for all and all for one. And this is Europe's meaning. But the commitment only carries weight if it is built on trust and capabilities. And this is why we must be collectively ready. We must make decisions faster. And this may mean relying on the result of qualified majority rather than unanimity. And we do not need to change the treaty for that. We need to use the one we have. And we have to be creative. Take the UK-led Joint Expeditionary Force, which is outside, but complementary to NATO. It brings together 10 European countries to deter and reassure in the high north of the Baltic region, with an operational command in Northwood, UK. Or take the coalition of the willing, led by you, Keir, and President Macron. Headquartered in Paris, this coalition is devising meaningful security guarantees for Ukraine. More than 30 countries, some not even in Europe, are involved. And these examples tell us that this can work. But what we need now to do is to formalize the ad hoc beginnings of new security collaborations. This starts by working, of course, with our closest partners, like the UK, or Norway, or Iceland, or Canada. The European Union now has a full range of defense and security partnerships with countries around the world. And we want to increase our offer to many of these vital partners. This means, in this actually volatile time, Europe, and in particular the UK, should come closer on security, on economy, on defending our democracies. 10 years from Brexit, our futures are as bound as ever, dear Keir. So it is in our common interest to be ambitious about our partnership, because the UK and the European Union, in fact, all of Europe, we are in this together, and we will always stick together. This is the common promise. And this brings me to my second priority, the need for a new European security strategy. I believe we must urgently recalibrate the way we use our entire policy toolbox: trade, finance, standards, data, critical infrastructure, tech platforms, and information. In essence, each and every one of our policies needs a clear security dimension in this new world order. We in Europe should be ready and willing to use our strength assertively and proactively to protect our security interests. We need a new doctrine for this, with a simple goal: to ensure that Europe can defend its own territory, economy, democracy, and way of life at all times. Because this is ultimately the true meaning of independence. Ladies and gentlemen, so how do we bring all of this to life? For the answer, I look to Ukraine. Ukraine has shown that strength and deterrence, and ultimately lives, depend on industrial capacity, producing, scaling, and sustaining the effort over time. And they say in Ukraine, you change or die. We must adopt this mantra too. We need to tear down the rigid wall between the civilian and defense sector. Europe is a powerhouse for car manufacturing, aerospace, and heavy machinery. We should not look at these industries as purely commercial, but as core to the defense and the defense value chain. We have inspiring European defense tech champions. We just need to incentivize them. This is especially true for the dual-use tech fields, AI, cyber, drones, space. Their journey to market must be rapid. This is another battlefield lesson from Ukraine. And that's why the EU's new Defense Innovation Office in Kyiv is merging European scale with Ukrainian speed and ingenuity. And with this approach, we can close our capability gaps quickly. Drones, for example, are the most obvious of these examples. They are inflicting around 80% of battlefield damages on both sides in Ukraine. So we are massively investing and speeding up innovation and production in this area. Or look at command and control. We know that we have too many different weapon systems, tanks, jets, ships. But new technologies, like AI and software, can help forge interoperability between member states, NATO, and the European Union. And this is what Europe is good at. We have all agreed to spend more. We need now to get the money out the door and turn this into real defense capabilities. Some ask whether we can afford this. But I say we cannot afford not to. And if we get it right, and we will turbocharge a new industrial deal that will not only keep us safe, but be an engine of growth, delivering prosperity for Europeans for decades to come. So yes, there is a lot at stake for Europe, but there is so much potential to seize too. Ladies and gentlemen, I have spoken a lot about equipment, investment, doctrine. But I would like to leave you with a last thought from Ewald von Kleist. It is from an address he gave standing outside the Reichstag, speaking to new recruits in 2010. He knew better than most that peace could never be taken for granted. And investing in security is never just about hardware. It goes far beyond. As he put it, peace and freedom, these two are interlinked. And it has to be the goal of security policy to protect them. End of quote. Peace and freedom. This is what Ukraine is fighting for today. We must honor their sacrifice with our quest for an independent Europe. And it will always remain Europe's response and purpose, our union's raison d'être. Thank you very much, and long live Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Sir Keir Starmer.
Ursula, thank you for that presentation. It's always a real pleasure to follow you on this stage as we work ever more closely together. Ladies and gentlemen, for many years, for most people in the United Kingdom, war has been remote, something that concerns us deeply, but which happens far away. But now we feel the solidity of peace, the very ground that we stand on, softening under our feet. It is the job of leaders to be ahead of these seismic shifts. Yet that is against the grain of history. Time and again, leaders have looked the other way, only rearming when disaster is upon them. This time must be different, because all of the warning signs are there.
Russia has proved its appetite for aggression, bringing terrible suffering to the Ukrainian people. Its hybrid threats extend across our continent, not just threatening our security, but tearing at our social contract, collaborating with populists who undermine our values, using disinformation to sow division, using cyber attacks and sabotage to disrupt our lives, and deepening the cost of living crisis. Now, it's true that Russia has made a huge strategic blunder in Ukraine, and that Russian casualties number well over 1 million. But even as the war goes on, Russia is rearming, reconstituting their armed forces, an industrial base. NATO has warned that Russia could be ready to use military force against the alliance by the end of this decade. In the event of a peace deal in Ukraine, which we're all working hard to achieve, Russia's rearmament would only accelerate. The wider danger for Europe would not end there. It would increase. So we must answer this threat in full. At the outset, it is important to be clear. We do not seek conflict. Our objective is lasting peace, a return to strategic stability and the rule of law. But in the face of these threats, there is only one viable option before us. Now, to break the convention of 1,000 speeches, we are not at a crossroads today. The road ahead is straight and it is clear. We must build our hard power because that is the currency of the age. We must be able to deter aggression. And yes, if necessary, we must be ready to fight, to do whatever it takes to protect our people, our values, and our way of life. And as Europe, we must stand on our own 2 feet. Now, that means being bolder. It means putting away petty politics and short-term concerns. It means acting together to build a stronger Europe and a more European NATO, underpinned by deeper links between the UK and the EU, across defence, industry, tech, politics, and the wider economy. Because these are the foundations on which our security and prosperity will rest. This is how we'll build a better future for our continent, true to the vibrant, free, and diverse societies that we represent, showing that people who look different to each other can live peacefully together, that this isn't against the tenor of our times. Rather, it's what makes us strong, as we're prepared to defend it with everything that we have. Now, we are not the Britain of the Brexit years anymore, because we know and that is because we know that in a dangerous world, we would not take control by turning inward. We would surrender it. And I won't let that happen. That's why I devote time as Prime Minister to Britain's leadership on the world stage. And that's why I'm here today. Because I am clear, there is no British security without Europe, and no European security without Britain. That is the lesson of history, and is today's reality as well. So together, we must rise to this moment. We must spend more, deliver more, and coordinate more. And crucially, we must do this with the United States. the US remains an indispensable ally. Its contribution to European security over 80 years is unparalleled, and so is our gratitude. At the same time, we recognise that things are changing. The US national security strategy spells out that Europe must take primary responsibility for its own defence. That is the new normal. Now, there have been a series of thoughtful interventions about what this means, including the argument that we're at a moment of rupture. Now, I would agree that the world has changed fundamentally and that we must find new ways to uphold our values and the rule of law. But in responding to that change, we must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. That could prove to be a moment of destruction. But instead, I believe we must make this a moment of creation. Instead of a moment of rupture, we must make it one of radical renewal. So, rather than pretending that we can simply replace all US capabilities, we should focus on diversifying and decreasing some dependencies. We should deliver generational investments that moves us from overdependence to interdependence. I'm talking about a vision of European security and greater European autonomy that does not herald US withdrawal, but answers the call for more burden sharing in full and remakes the ties that have served us so well. Because we know the value of what we have. The NATO alliance is a phenomenon in human history. It achieved something that leaders had been trying to do for centuries, from Westphalia to the Congress of Vienna to Versailles. After centuries of conflict, the founders of NATO finally united our continent in peace and security. Our militaries that once faced each other on the battlefield now stand side by side, pledged to each other's defence. It is the shield over our heads every single day. Now, while some on the extremes of our politics chip away at this alliance, we defend it. I am proud that my party fought for NATO's creation. What our then Foreign Secretary Ernie Bevan called a spiritual union of the West. And we've shown our fidelity to that ideal, asserting each other's sovereignty, as we did on Greenland, and crucially, coming to each other's aid under Article 5. We fought together in Afghanistan at terrible cost to many in my country and across many allied countries. And so I say to all NATO members, our commitment to Article 5 is as profound now as ever. And be in no doubt, if called on, the UK would come to your aid today. Now, Europe must not turn its back on this. Instead, we must move forward together to create a more European NATO. As I see it, Europe is a sleeping giant. Our economies dwarf Russia's more than 10 times over. We have huge defence capabilities. Yet, too often, this adds up to less than the sum of its parts. Fragmented industrial planning and procurement, have led to gaps in some areas and massive duplication in others. Europe has over 20 types of frigate and 10 types of fighter jet. We have over 10 types of main battle tank, whilst the US has one. It's wildly inefficient, and it harms our collective security. Now, the US security umbrella has allowed these bad habits to develop, but now we must break them. And we have shown that we can coordinate to great effect, as Ursula has just set out, supporting Ukraine in a way that Putin never really imagined, creating the coalition of the willing, which now covers almost all of Europe, as well as Canada and our friends in the Asia-Pacific. And going further in our support, with the UK announcing over £500 million this week for more air defence for the Ukrainian people. To meet the wider threat, it is clear that we are going to have to spend more faster. And we've shown our collective intent in this regard as well, with the historic agreement to increase spending to 5% on security and defence. And we're prepared to explore innovative solutions. So we're stepping up work with like-minded allies on options for a collective approach to defence financing to help accelerate this vital investment. And as we increase spending, we must use it to its full potential. We must come together to integrate our capabilities, spending and procurement, and build a joint European defence industry. I welcome the steps that have been taken so far, which could allow us to participate in the £90 billion euro loan to Ukraine. I hope we can work together like this going forward, because, look, the logic of defence is solidarity and collective effort, not market access. In a crisis, our citizens expect us to be ready, so we need to deliver a step change in collaboration. And I'm proud of the work we're already doing together, delivering cutting-edge drones with Ukraine, developing next-generation long-range missiles with Germany, Italy and France, working with our JEF allies to protect our northern flank, doubling our deployment of British commandos in the Arctic, taking control of NATO's Atlantic and Northern Command in Norfolk, Virginia, and transforming our Royal Navy by striking the biggest warship deal in British history with Norway. We're building a fleet of warships to hunt Russian submarines and protect undersea infrastructure. We want to replicate this level of collaboration with other allies across the High North and the Baltic. And I can announce today that the UK will deploy our carrier strike group to the North Atlantic and the High North this year, led by HMS Prince of Wales, operating alongside the US, Canada and other NATO allies, in a powerful show of our commitment to Euro-Atlantic security. That is also why we're enhancing our nuclear cooperation with France. For decades, the United Kingdom has been the only nuclear power in Europe to commit its deterrent to protect all NATO members. But now, any adversary must know that in a crisis, they could be confronted by our combined strength. It shows beyond doubt how vital it is that we work together. So we must also look at what more we can do with the EU. We must go beyond the historic steps that we took at last year's UK-EU summit to build the formidable productive power and innovative strength that we need. British companies already account for over a quarter of the continent's defence industrial base. They are job-creating, community-building machine, employing around 239,000 people across the United Kingdom, including in Wales, where this month we're launching the first of 5 regional defence growth deals. We want to bring our leadership in defence, tech and AI together with Europe to multiply our strengths and build a shared industrial base across our continent, which can turbocharge our defence production. And that requires leadership to drive greater coherence and coordination across Europe. That is what we're doing with Germany and France in the E3, working closely with EU partners, particularly Italy and Poland, as well as with Norway, Canada and Turkey. So my message today is the United Kingdom is ready. We see the imperative, we see the urgency. We want to work together to lead a generational shift in defence industrial cooperation. Now, this includes looking again at closer economic alignment. We are already aligned with the single market in some areas to drive down the prices of food and energy. We are trusted partners. And as the Chancellor of the Exchequer said this week, deeper economic integration is in all of our interests. So we must look at where we could move closer to the single market in other sectors as well, where that would work for both sides. The prize here is greater security, stronger growth for the United Kingdom and the EU, which will fuel increased defence spending, and the chance to place the UK at the centre of a wave of European industrial renewal. I understand the politics very well. It will mean trade-offs, but the status quo is not fit for purpose. And to me, there's no question where the national interest lies, and I will always fight for what's best for my country. I started today talking about avoiding the mistakes of the past, like delaying action or fragmenting our efforts. But there's something else. In the 1930s, leaders were too slow to level with the public about the fundamental shift in mindset that was required. So we must work harder today to build consent for the decisions we must take to keep us safe. Because if we don't, the peddlers of easy answers are ready on the extremes of left and right, and they will offer their solutions instead. It's striking that the different ends of the spectrum share so much. Soft on Russia, weak on NATO, if not outright opposed, and determined to sacrifice the relationship we need on the altar of their ideology. The future they offer is one of division and then capitulation. The lamps would go out across Europe once again. But we will not let that happen. If we believe in our values, in democracy, liberty and the rule of law, this is the moment to stand up and to fight for them. That is why we must work together and show that by taking responsibility for our own security, we will help our people look forward, not with fear, but with determination and with hope. Thank you very much.
Very very clearly spelled. Prime Minister, President, welcome. Thank you for those addresses. Clearly a call to arms, and we can discuss a little bit. But first I want to ask you, there were a couple of applause lines for Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He said, it's neither our wish or our goal to destroy the Transatlantic alliance. So I want to know whether you feel convinced by that, whether you feel that the feathers are being, unruffled after last year's broadside, which was exactly the opposite from the American Speaker, Vice President J.D. Vance.
So I was very much reassured by the speech of the Secretary of State. We know him. He's a good friend, a strong ally. Indeed, this was for me very reassuring to listen to him. We know that in the administration, some have a harsher tone on these topics, but the Secretary of State was very clear. He said, we want a strong Europe in the alliance. And this is what we are working for intensively in the European Union. We have to be an independent Europe, not a Europe that is leaning on someone, but a Europe that is going forward with friends and allies together, facing the challenges that are out there. And therefore, a strong Europe, I completely align with the Secretary of State where that is concerned, but we have to build it. We have to work for it, a strong and independent Europe, to be then a strong ally in NATO, because NATO is consistent then of our friends and allies indeed, but it was also your message. We want a strong Europe. And this is, I think, the message of today, which reflected and was echoed very much in the speech of the Secretary of State.
I thought the Secretary of State's speech was consistent with the argument that Ursula made in her remarks a moment ago and the argument I'm making. I think it's really clear, though, that we shouldn't get in the warm bath of complacency and think that, therefore, all we're really doing is reasserting the continuation of what we've had for the last 80 years. That would be a mistake, and it'd be a particular mistake for Europe, because my strong view is that Europe hasn't done enough in its own defence and security for many years. And the conflict in Ukraine has flushed that out, shown it to be the reality, and it falls to us as leaders to recognise that, to change and strengthen Europe, which is what I'm arguing for, what Ursula is arguing for, and not just say that, but follow it with actions. And Ursula's taken the lead on this in the work that she's done, particularly on the funding of the defence work that needs to be done, because we will only be able to preserve NATO in the way it is needed for the next 80 years if we change and strengthen the European dimension. That is something which a number of American presidents have said for some time, I believe to be true, and I think we've got to seize this movement to move forward, not to pull apart the transatlantic relationship, but to make sure it works in the circumstances and the times that we face.
Now, I know you want to embrace the United States. You talked about not overly depending, but not also rejecting the US. But you know that the Munich Security Conference doctrine, before this conference began, talked about an era of demolition politics, demolition men, the politics of destruction, etc., including referencing the President of the United States. A very key American, former Republican, he calls himself, analyst has said that America is, under Trump, is playing a role of a hostile and possibly predatory power as well. So Europe is caught between a predatory Russia and a potentially predatory United States. Have you internalized that? And is that where you are right now in terms of these fighting words that you've just delivered about pretty much total independence? Do you believe that you are between two predatory powers?
There are more threats. First of all, I would never align Russia with the United States, completely different theaters. But
these were not my words, these were an analyst.
Yeah, okay. So I would not at all confer with this analyst that there's any equidistance between Russia and the United States, very clearly. But of course, the European Union is challenged with superpowers that are outreaching much more than they used to. and many other threats. And Russia is a real threat to us, without any question. So this is the reason why we have to strengthen our own defense posture, why we have to look into the possibilities that we have, for example, with the Article 42.7, while we have to develop our defense industrial base. So independence is action also to be stronger. This also is on the economic side, very clearly diversifying with like-minded partners. The trade agreement we did with India, the trade agreement we have with Mercosur, so the Latin American countries, Mexico. All this is within a strategy to be more independent, more stronger. And independent means to stand up, develop your own strength, be clear with your own weaknesses. Don't look at others to compensate for your own weaknesses. No, be strong, stand up and develop your own strength, and be open to the world and connect with like-minded partners. And of course, a friend and like-minded partner always has been and is the UK on our continent.
So, Prime Minister, you laid out how Britain has come to the defence and to the joint military action with its allies for a long, long time. But the current Secretary-General of NATO, after Trump's Davos speech, actually after Prime Minister Carney's speech, which talked about a rupture, he said, if you all are thinking that you can do what you have to do without the United States, then dream on. It's not going to happen. So how long do you think it'll take to get to this posture that you both say you need to get to?
Well, the first thing I'd say is that we're not looking at a future that tears us apart from the Euro-Atlantic alliance that we have. NATO has been the single most effective and successful military alliance the world has ever known, and we should never move away from it. I often and always base my thinking on what is the reality on the ground. And the reality on the ground, so far as the UK is concerned, is we are working with the US on defence, security and intelligence 24/7, every single day. So that is the reality of what is happening. And that is as tight now as it's ever been. And I see no sign of that weakening, nor should it, because that's in the interests of the United Kingdom and the interests of Europe and globally. And that goes into defence, security, intelligence, obviously nuclear capability as well. And therefore, I'm often urged back in my own parliament that we should walk away from what we've got. And I reject that. But I think simply sitting where we are isn't good enough, and therefore the change does need to come. That needs Europe to be stronger, to be working more closely together, and that's why I said what I said about the UK-EU relationship. We're 10 years on from Brexit. We are not the Britain of the Brexit years. We're a Britain that wants to work with the EU even more closely in light of the challenge that we face here 10 years on. That will take time. We are working together. We had a very good UK-EU summit last year. We will have another one this year where we can make further steps forward. But this is of some urgency because I think that on defence and security, until the Ukraine conflict, we didn't really wake up to the reality that we're facing.
And I actually do obviously want to dig into Ukraine because you raised it very clearly towards the beginning of your speech. But you also said, and I want to get to the bottom of this, that some red lines have been crossed and they cannot be uncrossed. You were talking about the United States in your speech, I think. What red lines are you talking about? Because there is a massive deficit of trust between many people in the alliance and certainly leaders who are now having to do what you're doing, workarounds, de-risking, decoupling, whatever you might want to call it, independence. What red lines have been crossed that cannot be uncrossed?
So, for example, I want to be very clear, our digital sovereignty is our digital sovereignty. Very clear on that one. And we have a long tradition in freedom of speech. Actually, the Enlightenment started on our continent. And we are very clear with digital sovereignty also that what is forbidden offline is forbidden online. And we will not flinch what that is concerned. We will be very steadfast to pursue this very clear demand for us. But if I may also look at the quote of the Secretary General of NATO, dream on. I would like to tell him, my dear friend, no, my dear friend, there's not only status quo goes on, or division and disruption. There is a lot in between. And status quo is not satisfactory, neither for us, nor for the United States. So there is much more in between. And an independent Europe just means let's develop our strength without constantly leaning on someone else, and then being strong, moving forward and facing the challenges the world is offering to us. This is what I want to tell my friend Mark Rutte.
Prime Minister, in terms of, President von der Leyen talked about the digital space. That is a red line that cannot be, messed around with. What about the violating international borders space? Do you believe the US threat to Greenland is over? That was a red line for you. It all seemed to stiffen all of your collective spines and you got kind of moving on it. Do you think the threat is over?
Well, I think that, firstly, I'm very pleased that that is now in a process of dialogue, which is where it should have been. The security in the Arctic is really important for all of us, and we need to do more. That's why I announced what I announced about the Carrier Strike Group. I thought that those weeks of Greenland were quite instructive because we had, certainly from the British point of view, the usual mix of common sense, pragmatism, but sticking to our values and principles. And across Europe, we stuck to those values and principles about sovereignty and why sovereignty matters. And it was a period in which there was intense collaboration and discussion amongst European leaders as to how we would approach the issue. And I was very pleased that we did it in the way that we did, as I say, a mix, as ever, with the Brits of pragmatism and common sense, but with saying these are the lines, these are our principles, these are our values, and that requires us to be absolutely clear about the question of sovereignty. And now it is in a process of discussion and dialogue focused, in my view, where it should be, which is on security in the Arctic, which is a pressing issue and an issue where we all need to do more.
About Ukraine, because, again, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, barely mentioned it except for an elusive peace, he said those words. Now, President Trump has said in his latest comments that Ukraine, President Zelenskyy needs to get onto it because Russia wants a deal, these are his words, and President Zelenskyy needs to get onto it right now, otherwise he's going to miss a great opportunity. Secretary Rubio did not go to your meeting, your leaders' meeting with President Zelenskyy last night. Where do you think this all stands? Where do the negotiations stand? Is it Zelenskyy who needs to be pressured?
So I think it's extremely important that we do not buy in the Russian narrative. And this has been out too much there. I mean, if we look at the strategic goals and the military goals of Putin, it's a huge failure. He wanted to Russify Ukraine. Ukraine has become European. He wanted to stop NATO. NATO has gotten bigger with Sweden and Finland. He wanted to occupy Ukraine within days or weeks. Well, now we are unfortunately in the 4th year of the war. And I think it is so important that we, on our side, tell the truth, what is going on in Russia, with a war economy, with skyrocketing interest rates and inflation, completely isolated. And now this is a war of attrition. And in this war of attrition, it is of utmost importance that we push forward the negotiations and put pressure on Putin that he finally comes to the negotiation table. And therefore it was so valuable that we have developed together the security guarantees, the prosperity paper, and are discussing the 20-point plan, because it is of utmost importance that Ukraine, the European Union and the United States are on one side of the page, that we are very clear what our standpoint is. This has very much matured, and now it's a matter of putting pressure on Putin that he comes. He avoids, of course, the negotiation table because he does not want to sit down to have peace, which is absolutely abhorrent. So therefore, the pressure we put on him, and the economy is at the limit, is the one way really to make progress in getting to the negotiation table to peace talks.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's very important. In 10 days is the 4-year anniversary of the beginning of the conflict. And it is therefore important to remind ourselves who the aggressor is. The aggressor is Russia. And the quickest way for this conflict to end is for Russia to stop its aggression. And therefore, we're not dealing with two equal parties. There's an aggressor, which is Russia, and there is Ukraine, which has been subject to attack and killing and bombing and taken a huge, or paid a huge price. I agree with Ursula that actually, if you look at the situation on the ground, it was a huge strategic error for Putin. He thought he would take Ukraine in a matter of weeks. And here we are 4 years later, and he has by no means achieved his end, and he has had the opposite effect. The NATO summit last year was the biggest and the strongest, with the greatest resolve for many, many years. So NATO is stronger. Russia's lost, as I mentioned a moment ago, 1 million lives to this conflict. In January this year, I think I'm right in saying 30,000 died on the front line. That is why we're all working for a just and lasting peace. But it will only be just and lasting if the security guarantees, because we've had a cessation of hostilities before, but without anything sitting behind it. And one thing we know about Putin, if nothing sits behind it, he'll go again, which is why we set up the coalition, the Willing, to work on security guarantees. I'm really pleased we're working with the US on that. Actually, another example, whatever words are used by different individuals in different parts of the globe, the practical reality is we're working with the Americans on the security guarantees, and we're more advanced now than we were 3 months ago. And I'm really pleased that we're in a better position.
So I need to ask you a political question, because a lot of people at home are interested. You've just spoken about the amount of money that needs to be spent on the Ukraine defense, on Britain, on Europe. That takes politics and convincing. I want to ask you, do you think you narrowly just miss being toppled? Do you think that what's happening in the politics at home is distracting you and perhaps making you vulnerable to a Brexit follow, the Reform Party, or even maybe the Conservatives, who might not want to pursue the kind of politics that you want to pursue?
No, I reject that. I ended the week much stronger than I started it, and that's a very good place to be. And my party and my government is completely united on the question of Ukraine and defence and security, and the need for stronger relations with Europe on defence, on security, and on economy as well. And so I think that there is real strength in the position I've now set out. I think the whole of the government is united behind that. I think actually it unites across the House of Commons. Not everybody, I accept. Reform have a different agenda. They're pro-Putin. We know where they stand. Imagine if they were in government in the United Kingdom. The coalition of the willing could not exist with UK participation in it. We would not be seen as a leader on the European or international stage. We would be seen as a country that people couldn't do business with. So it's not universal across our parliament, but there's a very strong feeling amongst right-minded politicians that we stick together on Ukraine. When I was in opposition, we supported the then government, a Conservative government, on Ukraine because it was the right thing to do for the values that we uphold. And I'm pleased to say that the Conservative opposition, as it now is, supports the government when it comes to Ukraine, because, again, we share the values that underpin it. So for all of the divisions that you never to get in politics, there are some real clarity and some real certainty on these key issues.
Prime Minister Starmer, President von der Leyen, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the conference hall will continue at 11:45 with the session Coalition of the Able, Securing Long-Term Support for Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back in the main conference hall at 11:45. Until then, enjoy your coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, the main program will continue at 11:45 in the main conference hall. That means we have about 18 minutes left for your coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you at 11:45 in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue in the main conference hall in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to start making your way into the main conference hall, where we will begin at 11:45 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue shortly with a program in the main conference hall. Please make your way into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue shortly in the main conference hall of the program. Please make your way to the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes left for your coffees. Please start making your way back into the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final call. Please make your way back into the main conference hall now. We'll continue with the program momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, coffee break is over. Please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. We'll continue with the program in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. We'll soon be closing the doors. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall.
so much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Dear friends, thank you for your attention to Ukrainian people, and for supporting our independence and our Ukrainians. And I want to especially thank those who stand with us, not only in words or not only in emotions, not only in the hope for more security, but in real action, in real work, in concrete help, like Germany, like Mark, like Ursula, Antonio, Roberta, and all our friends from the United States and all our European friends. Thank you so much for all your support. Thank you. And if you are a European leader and you meet Mark Rutte, you will definitely hear the word pearl. And not just once, and very serious things, really. He starts and ends every conversation with a call to support pearl. And he's right to do so. Thank you, Mark. Pearl is a program that allows us to buy Patriot missiles in the United States and other weapons that protect Ukrainians from Russian attacks, of course. Most of the air defense missiles that can stop Russian ballistic missiles come to us thanks to Pearl. And Pearl exists because of Europe, it's true. Europe is paying for our ability to stop ballistic attacks. Thanks everyone who helps us. Thank you. And honestly, one of the worst things a leader can hear in wartime is a report from the Air Force commander saying the air defense units are empty. Empty, and they used the air missiles to stop Russian strikes, and there was no resupply, and intelligence says a new massive attack may come in a day or two. Sometimes we manage to deliver new missiles for our Patriots or NASAMS just before an attack, and sometimes at the very last moment. And I want to especially thank Germany, Norway, Netherlands for their strong leadership in Europe in giving us air defense systems. Thank you very much. These systems save our lives. And thanks to every European leader who invests in Pearl and in other joint defense programs. And I'm proud of our soldiers who repel Russian attacks, and of our logistic teams who have kept this system working for 4 years. And I'm proud of our nation. And it is the courage and resilience of Ukrainians that make the difference. And our people deserve gratitude. They deserve respect. Thank you so much. 4 years of full-scale war. Today I want to show you what that really means. And I want you to ask yourselves, are you ready not only for the challenges that Russian aggression brings, the challenges of modern war, but also for the constant effort to convince the world to fight for support, to defend your country's interests every single day, as Ukraine must do. The world is built on interests, and you have to work tirelessly to align interests and help partners see what this brings. And when you see what is coming, we will be able to convince those in power to act preventively, to stop the evil before it destroys everything. Right now you can see a visualization of one of Russia's attacks. Many of you were already here in Munich when this strike took place. Russia launched 24 ballistic missiles, 1 air-launched guided missile, and 200, can you imagine, 219 attack drones against our cities, Kyiv, Dnipro, Odessa. Just one attack, just one night. Our air defense used the missile that arrived from our partners just a few days earlier. They came on Sunday, it's true, and on Thursday night, the missiles were already protecting our skies. And that is just one night, but Russian attacks happen almost every night in Ukraine, and at least once a week, massive strikes. Still, Ukraine has endured 1,451 days of full-scale war, longer than anyone predicted. And I want you to understand the real scale of these attacks on Ukraine. As you can see, in just 1 month, this January, we had, you see it, we had to defend against 6,000 attack drones. Most of them were Shahid drones, and 150 plus Russian missiles of different types, and more than 5,000 glide bombs. And it's like these every month. Imagine this over your own city, shattered streets, destroyed homes, schools built underground, and this is daily life in Ukraine because of course, because of Russia, for 4 long years. Russia uses many ballistic missiles and carries out combined attacks. Most of the strikes target our power plants and other critical infrastructure, and there is not a single power plant left in Ukraine that has not been damaged by Russian attacks, not one. But we still generate electricity, thanks to our people. And we have kept our system running thanks to physical protection of the facilities and thanks to everyone who helps us with air defense. Just as important, Ukraine still has power because of our people, thousands of workers who serve millions. And when I see our energy workers, our repair crews, rescue teams, I see something that is often missing in politics. Through dedication, the ability to work at 100%, to act immediately in a real emergency, not in a month, not in a year or 2, but they save lives here, they save lives now, all these years. And many politicians could learn and must, I think, must learn from ordinary rescuers, from ordinary repair crews, from ordinary electricians to act, how to act immediately. During this war, thank you. During this war, weapons evolve faster than political decisions meant to stop them. When the Iranian regime first gave Russia the Shahid drones, they were simple weapons. They could be shut down easily. Now the Shahid is different. It has a jet engine. It can fly at different altitudes. It can be guided by an operator in real time. And it can use Starlink to reach its target. It can even carry other drones, acting as the, how we say, mother drone for FPVs. War reveals forms of evil we did not expect. And the longer a war continues, the more resources the aggressor receives. The more dangerous the consequences becomes, the more dangerous the evolution of weapons and of war itself, and the evolution of Putin. And I remember how the full-scale war was seen in the first year. And we were told that support would continue, but not at the scale and speed needed for Ukraine to win, it's true, or for Russia to lose. And what did that mean? It meant time. The idea was that America could manage the pace of the war and the risk of escalation to reach a point where Russia would no longer be able to attack and Ukraine would agree not to return its occupied territories. Bob Woodward wrote about this approach of the previous US administration in his book, War. And he described how US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said, "We own the clock." And Austin had told Jake Sullivan numerous times, we own the clock. And Woodward writes that Sullivan was constantly learning from him. And of course, we are grateful for all the supplies we received. But you saw how it was, how long we had to push, to be allowed to get stronger and stronger weapons. Months for HIMARS, months for tanks, years for aircraft. Everything took time. This did not make the situation easier for anyone, because in war, the war itself owns time. And it uses the time against people, of course. That is why not a single day, not a single opportunity to protect life can be wasted. Everyone who seeks security and peace must understand this. Every day matters. And I'm grateful to every American heart that was helping us no matter what. Thank you. Without you, Americans, Europeans, and everyone who stands with us, it would have been very, very difficult to hold on. Thank you very much. Right now, on the streets of Munich and other cities, people are calling for support for freedom in Iran. We saw it. And Ukraine does not share a border with Iran. And we have never had a conflict of interests with the Iranian regime. But the Iranian Shahed drones they sold to Russia are killing especially our people, Ukrainians, and destroying our infrastructure. The Iranian regime has already done and can still do more harm than many other regimes could do in the century. And yet this regime still exists. And it hopes to survive everything, even this crisis. Today, the people of Iran expect from the world what we in Ukraine needed on February 24th, when the Russian invasion began: unity, determination, and speed. Of course, speed. Speed in support. And regimes like the one in Iran must not be given time. When they have time, they only kill more. They must be stopped immediately. And this is exactly what should have happened with the Ayatollah after all the wars his regime unleashed and all the lives it took. And with Putin as well, after the war in Georgia, after Syria, after 2014 and the occupation of Crimea. But even in these conditions, when we cannot know how long this war will last, we do everything to keep life going. And today, Ukraine has more experience than anyone in the world in defending against all types of drones. Every night we face fewer than 100 Shahed drones. Some nights there are 400 or even 500 attack drones. And Ukrainians shut down almost 90. Can you imagine? 90% of them. But still not 100. And we are doing everything to increase that rate. Among other tools, we use different types of interceptors. And what you see now are real videos of those interceptors, by the way. Together with our partners, we are producing more and more of them each day. And we will reach the point where we produce enough to make Shahed drones meaningless for Russia. But the key words here are together with partners. And there is no country in Europe that could rely only on its own technology and money to defend itself. In a full-scale war, no one would stand alone. That is why, while we invest in interceptors and protection, Russia invests in breaking unity between all of us. Our unity with you, unity in Europe, unity in the Euro-Atlantic community. They want to break it. Why? Because our unity is the best interceptor against Russia's aggressive plans. The best one, and we still have it. And I want to thank you, each of you who keeps unity alive and makes it stronger. Our unity is what protects us. Hundreds of production sites are already operating in Ukraine and in partner countries. And we have the Danish model, thanks Mette, your team, your people, investing in weapons production in Ukraine. We have joint drone production here in Germany, and it officially started yesterday, thanks to everybody and to Friedrich. And we have the joint artillery initiative with Czechia. I see Peter, hi, thank you so much. And we are doing a lot together with the Nordic countries, with the UK and France, Netherlands, Italy and Poland and the United States, Canada and Turkey. There are important changes in Japan thanks to Prime Minister, government, and we all value that Japan stands with us in the coalition of the Wieldings. And there are strong decisions from Europe, including 90 billion euros for 2 years for us. Thank you so much. And this is a serious guarantee of Ukraine's financial stability. And thank you for every strong decision for all our joint work. But let's not close our eyes to the problem. And Russia still has accomplices, regimes like North Korea and companies across the globe, many of them from China, that bypass sanctions and provide components for Russian weapons, Russian missiles. On top of that, Putin still has guarantees of financial stability. A large part of those guarantees lies here in Europe, in European seas. I mean, Russian oil tankers still move freely along Europe's shores, in the Baltic Sea, in the North Sea, and in the Mediterranean. In total, Russia still uses more than 1,000 tankers. Each of them is, in fact, a floating wallet for the Kremlin. And I recently discussed this with President Macron, with President von der Leyen, and with other leaders, and thanked them for their willingness to fix this. We spoke about updating European legislation so that Russian tankers can not only be detained, but blocked. This is important, to block all these tankers, and they are all confiscated the way the United States acts against shadowless tankers near its own shores. And it works, really. Without all money, Putin would not have money for this war. Let's make it possible. And now I want to speak about the cost of war on the ground. What does 1 month of war mean for Putin? Just in December, our forces eliminated 35,000 occupying soldiers, killed and badly wounded. In January, there were fewer Russian assaults, and as a result, Russia's losses were about 30,000 killed and badly wounded. There is even a clear price Russia pays for every kilometer of occupied Ukrainian land. On the Donetsk front, it's one of the most intense areas, and everybody knows about it. The price Russia pays for 1 kilometer now is 156 soldiers. Putin is not concerned about this now, but there is a level at which he will start to care, I'm sure. Every month, Russia mobilizes about 40,000 people, a little bit more, 42, 43, sometimes. Not all of them reach the front line. So overall, the size of the Russian contingent in Ukraine is not growing this year. For our army, the mission is clear: to destroy more Russian occupiers, because they are occupiers. And the goal is specific, at least 50,000 per month. Even for Russia, that would be serious, I'm sure. And it would affect Putin's decisions, because we are speaking mainly about frontline troops, those leading the assaults and attacks. Mr. Ischinger said in an interview before this conference that as long as Ukraine is defending Europe, the danger is not so great. And if we speak plainly and maybe a bit cynically, that is more or less the situation today. But look at the price. Look at the price. Look at the pain Ukraine has gone through. Look at the suffering Ukraine has faced. It's Ukrainians who are holding the European front. Behind our people stand an independent Poland and the free Baltic states. There can be a sovereign Moldova and a Romania without dictatorship, and even one victor can think about how to grow his belly, not how to grow his army to stop Russian tanks from returning to the streets of Budapest. But none of our people choose to be such heroes. Ukraine did not choose this war. And it's wrong to assume that this is a permanent arrangement that others can stay safe behind Ukraine backs forever. Ukrainians are people, not terminators. Our people are dying too. That is why we are doing everything to stop this war and to guarantee security. But the problem is this: Putin is no longer interested in anything else. Putin does not live like ordinary people. He doesn't walk the streets. You will not see him in a cafe. His grandchildren do not go to the normal kindergartens in their hometown. He cannot imagine life without power or after power. Normal things do not interest him. Putin consults more with Tsar Peter and Empress Catherine about territorial gains than with any living person about real life. Can you imagine Putin without war? Be honest. Right now, his focus is on Ukraine, and no one in Ukraine believes he will ever let our people go. But he will not let other European nations go either, because he cannot let go of the very idea of war. He may see himself as a Tsar, but in reality, he is a slave to war. And if he lives another 10 years, we can understand it can be. War can return or expand. That is why we say there must be real security guarantees for Ukraine and for Europe, strong security guarantees. And we know clearly what those guarantees must include. And we have strong agreements ready to sign with the United States and with Europe. We think that the agreement on security guarantees should come before any agreement to end the war. Those guarantees answer the main question: how long there will be no war again? And we hope President Trump hears us. We hope the Congress hears us. We hope American people hear us. And we are grateful for all the real help. Thank you. We are doing everything, truly everything, to end this war, and this war can end and security can be guaranteed. Before the invasion began, we told the world, act now, please act preventively so the invasion does not happen. And I sent our commander-in-chief, at that time it was General Zelenskyy, to speak with the American side and to explain what Ukraine needed to defend itself. And I said, tell them we need javelins, stingers, and real weapons, something real to stop the Russian army, so they see we are not standing with bare hands. It was very important, but the most practical advice General Milley could give Ukraine at that time was simply dig trenches. And that is the answer my commander-in-chief brought back. Just imagine hundreds of thousands of Russian troops on your borders, massive military equipment, and all you hear is dig trenches. So if Russian troops enter Lithuania, God bless, no, just like example, if, or another country on NATO's eastern flank, what will the allies hear then? Will they hear that help is on the way? Hope so. Or will they hear dig trenches? Or something else? We must have the ability to give a strong response to that threat. And that is why we are talking about a joint European defense policy. That is why we need American backstop. That is why Europe needs Ukraine. The Ukrainian army is the strongest army in Europe. Thanks to our heroes. And it's simply, I think it's simply not smart to keep this army outside NATO. But at the very least, let that be your, friends, your decision, not Putin's decision, please. And today, among the things that unite Europe most strongly, there is also fear. Not fear that Ukraine might one day join NATO, but fear about whether NATO will even exist. But we support NATO and hope that NATO will be each day stronger and stronger. God bless. And right now, much of our cooperation with Europe and with other NATO partners and cooperation inside the alliance, including the historic decision to move toward 5% of GDP on defense, is a response to that fear. I think it's a correction of past mistakes, and it is an investment in the future, security, and it is a guarantee that NATO will not only exist, but will act if, God forbid, it's ever needed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, more and more often now many former officials from different countries say they warned about this war and that they said the invasion would happen. They remember what they said, and in most cases they greatly improved their own story, but none of them can say what they actually did, what they did to prevent the invasion. All these stories are about one thing, just one thing, shifting responsibility away from themselves. And what did Russia see in 2021? Putin sat as an equal with the President of the United States in Geneva. And he felt he could reshape Europe and the world at least. And there were no preventive sanctions against Russia, and there were no serious defense packages to show that we could stand up to Russia. Look now, our great guy, our athlete, Vladislav Geraskevich. And he was disqualified at the Olympics simply for the intention to wear a helmet showing the faces of athletes killed by Russia in this war. And he was disqualified for the intention. When in 2021 we clearly saw Putin's intent and asked for preventive sanctions to stop the invasion, we were told, first, there must be a crime, and only then can there be punishment. And Kamala Harris, I remember, said this, but with Russia, you cannot leave a single loophole. Russians can use to start a war. As they say in Russia, first get into the fight, and then we'll see what happens. That is how they do everything. That is how they start wars. And that is how they conduct negotiations, not to end the war, but to avoid ending it and just to buy time. As people now look back at the time before the Russian invasion, what will be said about this moment 4 years from now? And will some of today's powerful leaders look for ways to avoid responsibility and to justify themselves? There were different options before the invasion. There are options now. I think so. And when we say that Russia must not be rewarded for this war, we are saying the same thing we said before the invasion. Russia must not be given hope that it can get away with this crime. Everyone must respond already at the stage of intent, the intent to kill, the temptation to continue aggression. Please remember the moment when Russia began to take diplomacy most seriously during these 4 years. It was when our deep strikes against Russian oil refineries began to work and when everyone started talking about tomahawks. That shows exactly how to deal with Russia and what Russia actually hears. It hears strength. The stronger we are, the more realistic peace becomes. A lot of time now is spent on negotiations. We truly hope that the trilateral meetings next week will be serious, substantive, helpful for all of us. But honestly, sometimes it feels like the sides are talking about completely different things. The Russians often speak about some spirit of anchorage. And we can only guess what they really mean. The Americans often return to the topic of concessions. And too often those concessions are discussed in the context only of Ukraine, not Russia. Europe is practically not present at the table. It's a big mistake to my mind. And it is, I think we Ukrainians who are trying to bring Europe fully into the process so that Europe's interests and voice are taken into account. This is very important. And Ukraine keeps returning to one simple point. Peace can only be built on clear security guarantees. Where there is no clear security system, war always returns. Ukraine will do everything, truly everything, to make these negotiations successful. We have invested in this process and we are in constant contact with Steve Witkoff, with Jared Kushner and with everyone President Trump appoints. Today we are meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Ukraine wants the result of all these efforts to be real security and real peace. Real peace. Not what came out of Geneva in 2021, not what the Russians hope for from this so-called spirit of anchorage. And it seems Putin hopes to repeat Munich, and not Munich 2007, when they only spoke about dividing Europe, but Munich 1938, when previous Putin began dividing Europe in reality. It would be an illusion to believe that this war can now be reliably ended by dividing Ukraine, just as it was an illusion to believe that sacrificing Czechoslovakia would save Europe from a great war. And when people ask today what the price of a deal could be, our answer is simple. The main thing is that in 4 years, the civilized world is not forced to justify itself again, to shift the responsibility, and not forced again to look for someone else to blame. Dear friends, Ukraine is ready for a deal that brings real peace to us, to Ukraine, to Europe. And I'm confident that this war can be ended and ended with dignity. This is the most important for us, with dignity. And we have given our partners everything we believe such a deal must include. And we are ready to invest in common security, everything we have learned while defending ourselves during these years of this war. And we can clearly answer most of the security questions that were raised at the conference yesterday and that will be raised today. And right now, as we work together to protect lives in Ukraine, we are building a new system, a new security, a new response architecture, new approaches to protect lives in any European country when needed. Our wall of drones is your wall of drones. Our expertise in drones is a part of your security. Our ability to stop assaults and Russian sabotage can also be part of your defense. Europe needs a real common defense policy, just as it already has so much in common in the economy, in law and in social policy. Please pay attention to Ukraine. And if exactly that had happened earlier, this war would not have begun. Thank you. Slava Ukraini. Thank you. Thank you. Дякую. Дякую. Hi. Good to see you.
Just getting a chair, Senator. It's coming. Right behind you. Well, that was incredibly rousing stuff. We have spoken at this conference for the last 4 years. And I just wanted to point out before we start the conversation that your Nobel laureate and human rights activist has pointed out that in the year of the Trump administration, so-called peace negotiations, more people have been killed and injured on both sides than in any other previous year, and certainly more civilians, particularly, obviously, in Ukraine. So I guess I want to ask you, Mr. President, and of course you will be speaking in your brilliant English, right, as ever? Yes, 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 English, as always. Can I just ask you, what do you need right now? I'm really conscious of the time and owning time issue that you've talked about. But if you were to put out a wish list or a shopping list right now, is it mostly anti-aircraft and missiles to protect your skies? What do you need right now?
Thank you so much. I will use my brilliant
You
English.
will. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, thank you very much for this conversation. Let's look at priorities. All our challenges are, first, energy challenge. We need missiles for Patriot systems, first of all for Patriots. Also, we spoke yesterday with our Norway partners, Americans, and also with Germany, so we need also missiles for NASAMS and for IRIS-T systems. This is crucial. This is number one, what we need, missiles. And as quick as possible. I'm very thankful for possibility, Mark, for you, and thanks you, and not only Pearl, we're thankful for Rammstein. I think that it was positive. I will tell you successful when missiles will come to Ukraine. Yeah, so I hope that it will be successful. And it was very difficult, and Germany helped very much. And Minister Pistorius, I don't know where is he. I think he works. Yes, and on this plan, hope so, yeah, to bring more missiles to us. So this is about energy. We spoke yesterday with our Berlin's group, how we call it, because we had successful meeting yesterday with all the partners, and I think the idea before 24th to strengthen Ukraine as much as possible with energy supplies will be a plan of energy support, plan of missiles. This is important. Then it's Pearl. Mark is sitting here. Now, then I see Roberta, so we need membership in EU. you said wish list.
And then membership in NATO? I understand.
Yeah,
okay. All right, let me ask...
And we need security guarantees,
yes.
which been
voted
in
a second.
Yeah.
Secretary General, what can... Really, you only have one mic? What can President Zelenskyy and the Ukrainian people, and as he said, Europe, expect right now for the defense of that land and your land? What can they get right now?
Can I, before I answer the question, just share with you two things I saw myself last week in Kiev. I was with a small team of colleagues from NATO. First of all, you saw one of the pictures here of the impact of 5 missiles taking out one of these huge heating plants. And we do not always realize in this part of Europe that when it comes to Kiev and the big cities, they are heated centrally. So what the Russians did with 5 missiles, take out this heating plant, responsible for heating the homes of 250,000 people. That plant will be down at least for 2 months. That means that these people, and it was minus 25 degrees last week in Kiev during night and minus 15 degrees during day, that they are living in those conditions. When you speak with the people, they are telling me, hey, keep on supporting us. We will not give in. It only makes them almost stronger, despite the terrible difficulty they are facing. Then I was the next day in Chernihiv. And Chernihiv was occupied for 4 to 6 weeks, directly after February 22. And I spoke with people who were kept in the basement of a school, the size of the first 3 rows of this room, 150 people. There were only chairs they could sit on. 10 people died in that room. They were not able to bury them. This is the Russians. This is the lack of decency, of humanity. For 6 weeks, these people were kept there. I looked in the eyes of these 2 people who showed me around there. They told me, we are resilient. We will never give in, but tell this story to other people, what the Russians did here. And others of us have been in Bucha and other places around Kiev. This was in Chernihiv, about 2 hours drive from Kiev. And then I met Patron. And Patron is a doc. And the doc is responsible, and he is a sort of hero of Ukraine now, because he sniffs when people are taking rubble away and there is a risk of new explosions coming up. And he is excellent at this. And I agree with you. The untold story of this war is the heroes from the firefighters, from the ambulance services, from all these people. Of course, the soldiers. They're amazing. But sometimes we forget about the police and the firefighters and all the other civilian people who are helping to take out this rubble, etc. And this dog, I even looked the dog in the eye and he told me, we will never give in.
What did you tell the dog that you were going to give Ukraine now?
And here is the story. For Ukraine to stay strong in this fight, one, we have to realize the Russians are not winning this. As you said, they lost 65,000 people in December and in January. They are not winning this. They make very small gains in Donetsk and other places, so small that it's almost not relevant. But they lose all these people. If there is a dictator in Moscow willing to do that, we are really working with somebody who is willing to do that, to get so many of his own people killed in that war. We have to take that seriously. Because this is crazy behavior at every level. So what we need to do here in this room, in all our positions, the politicians and everybody who can influence this, is to make sure that these people who are staunch, who are defending themselves, who will never give up, that they have the offensive stuff they need, so that is all the missiles, etc., to hit whatever they need to hit in Russia, and of course the ammunition, but particularly also to take out the missiles coming into Ukraine. Because this is not hitting the front line. This is hitting the cities, the innocent civilians, the civilian infrastructure, only to create chaos and panic so that the soldiers on the front line are thinking of their families back in Kiev, thinking, oh, maybe we should go back to Kiev because my family is now living in terrible conditions. This is the only reason to do that. And we have that. The US is still supplying massive amounts of this stuff into Ukraine. This is the Pearl program paid for by Canada and European allies. That will cost this year $15 billion, 12 billion euros. It's crucial that that money is there. And then, of course, the Europeans and the Canadians doing all the bilateral stuff. And please use what SACEUR, the Supreme Allied Commander, has drawn up together with the Ukrainians, the list of stuff they need. Don't give bilateral stuff outside that list because it is nice. It gives you nice pictures and photographs in the newspapers. but we know exactly what they need. We have, thanks to Jens, this whole structure was set up under his Secretary Generalship, Wiesbaden, the command there, and it is working excellently. So please use that list, the comprehensive Ukraine requirement list, and then Pearl, which is all the stuff the US is supplying. We need to do this. Keep them strong in the fight. They will do it, but they need our support.
And the second part of that, the other side of that coin, is putting enough pain on Putin, as you have said and as others have said, to actually get serious about a serious negotiation.
And that's exactly what Rubio said today.
Right.
It is testing him. Is he serious, Putin, about all of this? And he is again sending this historian next week to the talks in Geneva, so he will again lecture the Ukrainians about how to rush from Sweden or whatever.
But in his speech, in his speech, he mentioned Ukraine only in passing, and the words were elusive peace. So we'll get to that in a minute. Roberta Metsola, for Europe, you saw a call to arms today from Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, from Prime Minister Starmer, really rebuilding Europe's military-industrial complex. What, though, can you do now? How come you haven't managed to get all those, the money of Russia that you could actually give to Ukraine, and most of the Europeans agree with it? Why can't you just get it done and put pressure on Putin, as President Zelenskyy says, and as it's patently clear that there is not enough pressure on Putin yet? He doesn't feel enough pain.
Well, on that we agree. Next week, I will sign a 90 billion euro loan to Ukraine, agreed in under 4 weeks, in an unprecedented speed. You might say it took us too long. We used to do things much slower before. But when push came to shove, we really put our money where our mouth is. And this is what we need to use as the strongest of message that when I first came to Ukraine, couple of weeks into the beginning of the war, Volodymyr, I told you that we would stand with you. And I preside over a parliament where the majorities are huge. And I want to say this because every second question, wherever we go, we're asked, but there's fatigue and people are looking away and you're losing your priorities on what you should do. My answer is, I was in the opening of the Winter Olympics 1 week ago, and the loudest cheer was for the Ukrainian delegation. And that is what shows spontaneously that the people of Europe are with you. What have we done since the 24th of February 2022? So we have the immense increase in GDP expenditure on defense. That's also thanks to your leadership, Mark. Secondly, we have adopted an unprecedented number of sanctions in terms of packages. We're waiting for the 20th package now. We are working and agreed with Volodymyr when he talked about the next step on what we should do on the shadow fleet. We have 2 new members in NATO, and this is particularly personal for me because one of my sons is serving in the military of one of them. And that is what would never have been done if it were not for Ukrainians fighting for the freedom that we took for granted, that we looked away, that we took too long to respond to. But I would say that today we are there, we will be there, we need to take it to the next step. On enlargement, I can answer you. I preside over a parliament massively in favor of that. This is a win-win. It's not about charity. We need Ukraine, and we need Ukraine to be part of the European family. And we can do much more, and we can do much, much, much more. And we are there for.
As President Zelenskyy pointed out, still Russian tankers are patrolling your waters with their
we have over 600
war
that
money.
have been detained, but we have to do much more.
Okay. Senator Wicker, senior senator, Republican senator. What more can the United States do? We've had a year of so-called negotiations in which every time we look around, it appears that President Trump puts more pressure on President Zelenskyy than on President Putin. There is a package of sanctions that's ready to go, I understand, both houses of Congress.
That's right.
So
that's
tell
right.
us
And that's the good news. And what we've just heard from Europe is very good news. What we need specifically is we need for the administration to unleash the Tomahawk missiles. And that's a message that will come from the Congress. It's the decision of the administration. But the very good news, in addition to the good news about messages of reassurance today, and the support that this room has shown, we will be able to vote in 2 weeks' time on sanctions. And what Ukraine really needs is for Russia to run out of oil. And if we pass meaningful, serious sanctions on the oil producers, on, say, the 8 refineries around the world that Russia depends on, that can bring a meaningful change in the negotiations. Some other good news. Public opinion in favor of Ukraine in the United States is growing. Public opinion among Republicans being polled is growing in the United States. And we're in a position with the sanctions bill, perhaps next week, for this to be a turning point.
Well, that is very interesting news for sure. President Zelenskyy, we were talking about security guarantees, all the things that you need in order to actually sign on to a peace process. I don't know what you make of President Trump's latest, in which I believe yesterday he said Zelenskyy is going to have to get moving. Russia wants to make a deal, and Zelenskyy is going to have to get moving. Otherwise, he's going to miss a great opportunity. He has to move. Are you, obviously, I mean, this is pressure. Are you feeling the pressure?
A little bit. I mean, that's. I understand signals of the president. Maybe it's preparing atmosphere before Switzerland meeting, trilateral meeting, and etc. So, not losing our dignity, we can move. We made a lot of compromises, speaking with Russians, beginning even with this. We have trilateral meetings. With all respect to the United States, they proposed us to have such meetings. I think it was a compromise from the side of Ukrainian people. The second point, we are ready to speak and continue. We are ready to speak about constant line. We are ready to speak about the stop on the contact line and then begin to talk. This is also a compromise because we are speaking about our territories, which are temporarily occupied, our people, which have been killed. So a lot of different compromises. Even when American side proposed a free economic zone, such propositions, what we said, look, it's our territory, it has to be our territory. And we can't just withdraw. There are 200,000 people, they are Ukrainians. It's our territory, we can't just run away. We didn't run away from the first day of this war. Why? We will do it today. But we are ready to speak about this free economic zone, maybe something, it can be something important for compromises to renovation of Ukraine and etc. But we are ready. They said, will you ready to do some steps? The question is what Russians are ready to do. We don't hear compromises from Russian side. We want to hear from them something. And I think this is important.
Before you carry on, can I just ask you about 2 press reports?
Our people under pressure, by the way, about the pressure. Our people, Ukrainians under pressure.
They're being killed. The FT reports that you are prepared to announce a plan for presidential elections and a referendum on a peace deal, that you're prepared to announce that even potentially by the end of this month. True or false?
Something new for me.
So you don't know?
It was new for me. Yes, I think I answered already on this question, but I can repeat. First of all, of course, nobody support elections during the war. It's something strange. I said it about so many times. Then I said, if American side will push this signal, I'm ready to show that we are ready for this. Okay, give us, I'm very honest, give us 2 months of ceasefire, we will go to elections. That's it. Give us ceasefire, give us security infrastructure. Maybe not 2 months, but we need a lot of days to prepare. Then give us possibility, our soldiers, to vote, how they can, defend our lives, our country, and at the same moment to vote. This is something difficult. Even not, this is strange, it's something very difficult, and I don't know who has such experience. We don't have it. And we can't compare. Sometimes I heard, sometimes I heard, yes, we had elections in the United States during Lincoln's time and etc. How we can compare it? We have missiles, our people under missiles. It's not just land war. A lot of missiles. We're under ballistic attacks. So give us ceasefire. President Trump can do it. Push Putin, make ceasefire, then our parliament will change the law and we will go to elections. If they need them, if Americans need elections in Ukraine, and if Russians need elections in Ukraine, we are open for this.
Secretary General,
But we can also give ceasefire for Russians if they will do elections in Russia.
Secretary General, even the Chinese...
This is why he is...
But that's his previous and his current strength, right? Communication. Can I ask you, even the Chinese foreign minister, as he was talking and addressing today, did the whole Russian trope about having to talk about the historical reasons and the preconditions and this and that for a ceasefire. What do you see as the vital security guarantees that need to be in place? And so far, Russia has said no to even an international monitoring force of Europeans. So what do you see is a realistic security guarantee?
Well, let's first of all, answering to the Wang Yi, to the Chinese thing, conclude together that there was absolutely no reason whatsoever for the Russians to invade Ukraine. Not in 2014 with Crimea, not a full-scale onslaught on Ukraine starting late February 2022. So this is absolutely not true. Then, when it comes to security guarantees, the first thing which is crucial is for NATO, that NATO came back together. The last couple of days, there has been a huge shift in mindset within NATO, where the Europeans are now taking more of a leadership role in NATO, where the Europeans take more responsibility for their own defense, and this is making us stronger because it anchors the United States stronger in the NATO alliance. It answers a request from them, and for Ukraine to stay strong, it is important that the 32 NATO allies are stronger together. So I really believe NATO is stronger now than it was ever since the fall of the Berlin Wall. And we are now ready also to help Ukraine, not as an alliance, we will do that individual allies, and this brings me to the security guarantees. We need security guarantees at 3 levels. Level 1 is the Ukrainian armed forces. They have to be so strong and so well trained, and of course they are already battle hardened, that they can first of all, of course, defend themselves. Then we need, and this is the leadership of Macron and Starmer within Europe, the coalition of the willing, many other countries participating in Europe, Canada, and also, by the way, more and more the US getting involved, but we'll come to that, but the coalition of the willing, nations in NATO, but also outside NATO, working together to make sure that they will contribute whatever is necessary to make sure that Putin will never ever to try again invade Ukraine after a peace deal or a long-term ceasefire. So no repeat of Budapest 94, no repeat of Minsk 2014-2015. And then the third element is the Americans. It was a crucial moment when the American President Trump said in August, I want to be part of that. I want to be participating. And then we articulated, the Ukrainians and the Americans and the coalition of the willing, what that will be. And this is exactly as the President said, as Volodymyr said. In January, we had a meeting in Paris, very successful, with the Americans, where I would say 95, 96, 97% of the security guarantees now done. So this is crucial, because that means that when that peace deal is there, we can make sure collectively, with the Ukrainian armed forces as the first line of defense, that the Russians will not attack again. But obviously, to do that, you need Putin to play ball. What I am seeing, what the Americans are doing consistently since February, under President Trump's leadership, Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, is they are testing the Russians to see whether they are serious to do this.
Yeah, but this has been going on for a year.
Hey,
how much testing?
We can have as much criticism as you want on the present American government, but I'm going to defend them there. Here.
No, it's a question.
I know.
It's a question,
No. But in the question, I hear some criticism. I know, and I don't mind.
How long do you test? This has been the deadliest year for Ukraine.
But here's the thing. If we agree that only the American president was able to break the deadlock with Putin. I think it was only him, because he is the leader of the mightiest nation on earth, a quarter of the world economy, the mightiest military on earth. He did that in February. He broke the deadlock. And no one expected this to end soon. It is an extremely difficult situation we are dealing with. And the most important issue here is not Zelenskyy or the Ukrainian team. They are willing to play ball. They want this to end as soon as possible. Nobody wants to prolong this. So it is the Russians who have to play ball. And this is exactly why the Lindsey Graham-Blumenthal law now, or whatever you call it in the US, law or...
the sanctions bill.
The sanctions bill you have now in the Senate is so important. What the president did himself, putting sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil, what he did with the secondary sanctions on India and China when it comes to oil delivery, so still oil buying from Russia. This is all important. This is putting pressure on the Russians. The Europeans doing that with their sanction packages. One problem. China is the main sanction circumventer in the world, and therefore the main contributor to Russia, to the war effort. Of course, together with North Korea and Iran and Belarus, but China is playing that role. We should not be naive.
Senator Wicker, as far as I gather, and you can confirm, that Secretary of State Marco Rubio did not choose to go to the special Berlin format meeting of all the President Zelenskyy, Mark Rutte, and the other leaders. What do you think that signals? And do you think, as Secretary General Rutte says, that the United States is absolutely committed to a fair and just peace and is willing to do the work for it? When I say the United States, I mean this administration.
I take the Secretary of State's statement on face value. I don't think it matters very much. But let me say this. Vladimir Putin has not yet negotiated in good faith. Never once. Vladimir Putin started this war. He's a war criminal. And as you've pointed out, he started committing more war crimes this year by attacking civilians. He will begin to negotiate in good faith only when he is hurting enough. And that's what these oil sanctions may do. That's what more serious, more decisive and skillful weaponry may do. Okay. But he will not negotiate in good faith and has not yet said one word about actually ending this war in a meaningful way that will be
and we are
lasting.
just about to head to the 5th anniversary, so it's an important and serious situation. President Metsola, you heard Secretary General Rutte talk about, and we've read in the press, about certain American commands in NATO being transferred to Europeans. Is Europe ready for that? Does Europe welcome that? Is that the beginning of a, I don't know how to call it anymore, a decoupling, a de-risking, a going your own way? I know you're shaking your head, and we'll get to you.
I don't see it like that. I think we're living in a time of new geopolitics, and everything that we're used to is over in all respects. I was particularly struck by what President Zelenskyy said in his speech, where he said that the one aim of President Putin is to cause division. There is nothing that keeps him going before his people more than a rhetoric that the US and the Europeans are split, that the European countries between them are not aligned. I will not fall into that trap. What I will say is that the European Union has, perhaps better late than never, after years of perhaps doing less, stood up to say that we need to do more. We need to spend more. We need to create more. We need to help Ukraine develop more. And if we manage that, then how NATO is run, I'll leave that to your capable hands, Mark. But from a European perspective, we would also be able to be ready for anything. And readiness is in itself a deterrence. If we are going to be really, let's say, forward-looking and self-confident, I think we also lost that in the last few years, that we are able to have enough tools to stand up and be counted, then the US cannot go alone, just like we could not go alone. And this is something that we need to be able to say if we want to send a message for Russia and Putin's administration. And the cynicism with which we are discussing elections in Ukraine. When did we have fair elections in Russia? When are we going to be able to say that if there are bombs falling on cities, you cannot force those people without electricity to go to vote? And this is a cynical plot that we're falling into, and we absolutely should not allow it to. So it is this moment where we have to pick it up.
I've been told 3 more minutes, so I want to ask you a question and then give you, President, the last word. Just quickly, after the Davos speech, after Prime Minister Carney talked about, a rupture and having to have a new arrangement, you said to your members, if you think that we can manage our own security without the United States, you're dreaming. Is that your position now, or do you think there does need to be some kind of moving away from...
What I'm seeing is a total unity of vision coming together in 2 steps. Step 1 was the summit in The Hague, where we agreed to spend 5% on defense, 3.5% on core defense. That for the first time in history will equalize what the Europeans are spending with what the Americans are spending. What I'm hearing from the Americans, everybody in America understands why NATO is important, not only for Europe or Canada, but also for the safety and collective security of the United States itself. They are completely committed to Article 5. There is one big expectation that the Europeans would step up, spend more, and that happened in The Hague. What then happened over the last couple of weeks, and I saw the culmination point of this with the defense ministers this week, with Bridge Colby, the main policy guy in the Pentagon, speaking there, the Undersecretary of War. What I saw there is a unity of vision, saying Europe will gradually take more responsibility for its own defense. Europe will take more of a leadership role within NATO, but completely with the US anchored in NATO, having a strong a conventional and, of course, nuclear presence in Europe going forward. But acknowledging collectively that the United States has more to take care of than Europe, also the Indo-Pacific, also their own hemisphere. And that's only logical, and we need that. And that's why I was speaking yesterday with the defense minister of Japan, the foreign minister of Japan. Good to see you. The foreign minister of Japan today. I was on the phone with the president of Korea this week. I will meet the Australians and the New Zealanders here because there is that strong connection and cooperation between NATO and Indo-Pacific. It's only right for the US to also pivot more there. But there will be going forward a strong presence here in Europe of the United States, both nuclear and conventional, but it's totally logic. This is one of the richest places in the world, Europe. We have huge economies that we take more care of our own defense, take more leadership there. And that's the reason why in NATO, and this started a couple of years ago, that now a discussion has been finalized where the joint force commands will over time be led by Europeans, and the component commands, so AirCom and MARCOM and LANDCOM, will be led by the Americans, and the Supreme Allied Commander being an American going forward. So this is crucial. NATO absolutely today stronger than ever since the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Last word to you, Mr. President. How do you think this year is going to go? Let's take the next 6 months.
Let's think about tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Really, and the day after tomorrow, how it will be. We will support peace dialogue if United States will stay, I hope, will stay in negotiation panels and dialogues. It's important for us. I hope that we will involve more and we will work on it, more European colleagues. Then I really hope that we will have support from the United States, from administration and Congress on security guarantees. We need their votings. I hope that we will have security guarantees very, very clear for, but first of all for our people, that our people will know what will be if Russia will come again. What answer will our strongest supporter, United States, strategic partner, will answer? What answer will European leaders will do if the aggression will be again? This is very important. Then we really want to work on EU membership. And I know that some European leaders are not happy with my rhetoric and messages. I'm sorry, but I will continue because we need we are very thankful, it's true. We are very thankful, but we can't save only by saying thank you, can't save our lives. That's why I'm very honest. For us, it's very important to have a date for our membership. Otherwise, after this war will end, I'm sure that it will end, Putin will do everything. Doesn't matter what he will negotiate. He will do everything by his hands or by hands of some, not big countries, but very ambitious leaders, he will do everything by using them to block our EU membership. That's why I want very much to have signing by Americans, Russians, Europeans and Ukrainians in this 20 points plan where the date is written. I think this is very important for our nation. And of course we will, all this month, first of all, we will strengthen our soldiers and we'll do our best for our civilians. What can I say? The unity is very important and the United States is important. They have only to make Ukraine stronger than Russia.
Okay.
Thank you.
On that note, Mr. President, Secretary General, President of the Parliament, Senator Rutte, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue momentarily in the main conference hall. Please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen in the main conference hall, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen in the main conference hall, we'll continue in just a minute. Please remain seated or take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now continue with the program in the main conference hall. Please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now continue with the program in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now continue with the program in the main conference hall. Please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with the program in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage the editor of the Financial Times, Ursula.
And we can welcome Indian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jaishankar, and German Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Vadeful. Yes, I've been practicing. Our topic this afternoon is navigating uncertainty in a world in disarray. These are pretty dramatic words that we have here. And I was wondering whether I might start by getting your reaction to this morning's speech by Secretary Rubio, and whether you think that it's added or reduced a little bit of uncertainty. Minister Vadeful.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Good morning, everybody. Yes, this was, I would really admit, this was the speech I expected from Secretary Rubio. I think both of us know him for a longer time. We know where he is. We know that he's a true partner. We know, especially with regard to the congressional delegation we can welcome here in Berlin, that we have really true partners in the United States of America. So I would really say we have, of course, a common ground. We have a big story made in history. He was looking back and saying, okay, we overcame the whole situation in the Cold War. The Iron Curtain fell. Germany was reunited, and this is also the root cause of all of that was that we had a strong position that the United States were with us, were with Germany, and this was, I would really say, the precondition for everything. And the most important sentence for me was, let's do it again. So he was looking forward. This is good. This can be, again, a success story. Both of us have to contribute to it. We have our positions. Sometimes we differ. But I would also say, if we talk about uncertainties, besides this, for Germany and for Europe, it's absolutely clear. We need new global partners. As I'm sitting here next to my friend Jaish, I would say India is one of the most important partners for Germany. We will come to it later on, I assume, but this is absolutely clear. Europe has really actively to seek for new global partners who share our values, firstly, and of course who share our interests. And as far as I see, there's really a readiness. There are a lot of countries interested in having kind of partnership with that, not a concrete alliance as NATO is, but also a partnership. So this is what we are striving for.
I want to come back to that point, but let me get your reaction first, Minister.
Well,
what you heard this morning.
Yes, to be fair, I was just coming in. I was just landing in at that time. I listened to parts of that speech.
That is a very diplomatic answer.
No, but it happens to be true. So it happens to be true. But no, but look, my sense of the parts I heard was that he was capturing both the change as well as a degree of continuity and a degree of reassurance. I mean, that was how I heard it, which was not change as something which was a very abrupt, a complete departure from everything, but really making the point that, look, a lot of things need to reflect the transformations which are underway, and that the US itself had changed and was going to approach a lot of issues and organizations and situations differently from the past. So I mean, to me, there was both sides of it, the continuity side and the change side. And frankly, in many ways, I think, as Johan said, it conforms to what I've heard from Secretary Rubio over the last year?
I think, given all the sessions that we've had so far at Munich, the theme is that we are going into some new world order. I wonder whether you could both define it a little bit for me, but also how do you navigate it, Minister van der Poel?
I would still say, and this was also, I would say, a very clear message from Secretary Rubio, that we have to beware and we have to stay and stick to our international rules-based order, which is, of course, in first line the United Nations. This is our board of peace, and we keep it like that. We have, of course, to reform it. We have to make it more effective, as Rubio said this morning, and of course, UN has to deliver. And not only to stand at the sidelines. And we are absolutely clear, we are supporting the UN80 process. We as G4 alliance, together with Brazil and Japan, are very much in favor of giving the United Nations a face of the 21st century, and not only reflecting what was after the Second World War. So this is still the framework we are working in. And of course, as I said before, besides these clear alliances we do have, we are a member of the European Union, we are a member of NATO, we are looking for global partners with whom we want to work more concretely, more effective, more closely together. And India is a very best example for that. And so that was a deeper reason that Germany was very, very active in bringing the free trade agreement to a success.
So this must be music to your ears, but then you've been hearing for many, many years that there has to be a reform of the UN, and particularly a reform of the UN Security Council. Do you think that that is a more viable or a more likely outcome?
I think it's a more urgent outcome, urgently needed outcome. But I'd like to kind of walk back a little bit to your question to Johan. You know, look, all said and done, we've had an order, we still have an order. It's messy, it's imperfect, it has a lot of room for betterment, but it's still there, you know. And we've seen that change happening. I mean, at one level, some parts of it have been very gradual and progressive, but the last 5 years, there have been a series of shocks which have accelerated that. I think COVID was a shock. The conflict in Ukraine was a shock. What's happening in the Middle East was a shock. So, even in Europe, some years ago, Brexit was a shock. Now the change in the stance of the United States, I think, as the most powerful country, and the rise of China and the impact that it's had on international systems and practices. I think all of this, it's like it's building, and suddenly the cumulative impact of that is hitting us all. So we are today, it's not, I know the last year has been a very dramatic year, but I would still argue it's not just last year. It's really been building over the last decade, particularly over the last 5 years. And we don't have an answer. I mean, what we are seeing is the impact of it on the international system. And now we are saying, okay, how does it take the shock? What will happen? It will take time. But to the extent I can give you a kind of an analytical concept to deal with it, I would say, its world is heading towards greater multipolarity, that there will be many more independent or autonomous centers of decision-making. Probably the most interesting for many of us is Europe, because we have seen in some ways a sort of a strategic reawakening of Europe in the last few years. So what Europe does with itself, how does Europe relate to others, is very important. So this, in that context for us, when we looked at all the big polls, I think the one which was most under-realized was our relationship with Europe. And within Europe, in fact, in many ways, our relationship with Germany. If I were to say what has changed in the recent past, we've had really two big back-to-back events in India. The visit of Chancellor Merz. I think it was his first visit to Asia. And then the India-Europe FTA, which President von der Leyen described as the mother of all deals. So I think the two of them actually are creating a new landscape between us. And we hope to take it forward. But I would just add one last point that, the relationships don't happen just by visits and agreements and headline news or even discussions here. They need a lot of comfort building. At different levels in the systems, people need to know each other, call each other, discuss with each other, throw ideas at each other. We need India and Europe and India and Germany to work to build that level of comfort, which I think is eminently feasible. And that's really what I see as the task before us.
Do you think that, if Minister Vadeful, do you think that 2-3 years ago, you would not have had such a deepening relationship with India? And to what extent is this relationship part of the way that you are thinking about China?
No, to be honest, 2 or 3 years ago, I wouldn't have expected that we would come to that very level of cooperation between us and between the European Union and India as well. As Jai correctly said, we're just building up a new center of sovereignty here in Europe. And of course, he referred to the shocks we had in the last years. And of course, the last one was only Greenland. Before that, of course, the Russian war of aggression and so on and so on. We all remember that. And the conclusion from our side was that really we have to bring Europe to a new level in the decision-making process, to come to a qualified majority voting, to be really able to act when it comes to foreign policy. And also with regard to our enlargement process, the Chancellor just yesterday answered to a question from the Western Balkans that we are very open to the enlargement process. We are not only looking to the Western Balkans, but perhaps also to other countries, not only in the east, but also perhaps in the north. So, and India, of course, was always, I would say, on our radar, but it was, we oversaw sometimes the opportunities which are laying ahead. But when we realized that, I think we made steps forward. And we know each other for some times, not only we personally, but also our governments. And this is a longer line, which also former governments in Germany took. And for that very reason, there was a common ground. And I would like to quote my friend Jai with a very important sentence, which makes perhaps clear. And he said, quote unquote, "Predictability today carries a huge premium in global politics." And this is so true. And I think perhaps it needed these shocks that we were aware that we know where India is and that you are predictable and that we trust you, and vice versa perhaps. And so this initiated what happened. And this, of course, makes a categorical difference to China. We are both democracies. We have freedom of speech. We have rule of law. And that, of course, means really a lot for us. And so India is a very different partner to us compared to China.
Mr. Jaishankar, when one of your themes has been strategic autonomy. Following the recent agreement with the US, the trade agreement, where you are now forced to wean Russia off of, wean India off of Russian oil. Does that not impact your strategic autonomy? Because that's how you were explaining it in the past.
No, look, I think, one, we are very much wedded to strategic autonomy because it's very much a part of our history and our evolution. And it's.
But can you exercise this strategic autonomy today as much as you want?
No, well, we do, and we've always done. I think it's something which is very deep, and it's something which cuts across the political spectrum as well. Where the energy issues are concerned, look, this is today a complex market. I think oil companies in India, as in Europe, as probably in other parts of the world, look at availability, look at costs, look at risks, and take the decisions that they feel is in the best interest. So I would say, and we have a position which on that. So I don't want to rehash the polemics of that. I think that phase has passed.
It's great that you clicked on us. You're listening and potentially watching this special edition of the Berlin Briefing podcast today from Munich, the Munich Security Conference, where, of course, we heard Marco Rubio speak. The US Secretary of State, Friedrich Merz, gave a pretty broad speech on where he sees Europe heading. And I'm particularly delighted that we have as a guest here today Jens Spahn. He's the chief whip, so to say, of the conservative CDU-CSU in the German parliament. So you're responsible for all those MPs who will now be asking questions about that particular speech. And Nina Hase joins me, DW's chief political correspondent, who also focuses on defense. So, Mr. Spahn, I would like to throw this to you first. How worried were you that we would have a Vance-like scenario who gave the European democracies a bit of a dressing down just a year ago? The Europeans had to recover from that. You're a man who's known as saying that Trump has a point fundamentally. How did you read this speech? Was it a Valentine's card?
Well, I would say the speech yesterday of the Chancellor and the speech today of Marco Rubio actually is a good chance for a reboot the transatlantic relationship. So it's not about Valentine, actually. It's about going to work and going deeper into it. The speech of the Chancellor yesterday was a kind of an echo to Davos, I would say. It's how Europe should react, that it is about partnership, not alignment in this transatlantic relation. And Marco Rubio today actually took it up. Of course, I mean, we know what the US administration is thinking and how they say it. I mean, nothing of this is new to us, is it? You just mentioned the speech of G.D. Vance last year, the speech of President Trump in Davos just 2 weeks ago. So actually, I would say that was a relatively calm speech, a speech actually that had several points, as you mentioned it. Too often the answer they give and the noise around the answer is somehow disturbing. But I advocate for seeing where they have a point and trying to work on this and build on this a partnership. For example, UN reforms that are needed. Both sides say they are needed. They say it in a different tone and a different approach, but then just put the noise aside and try to work on it.
Merz did say that the whole MAGA culture isn't ours. So this went beyond concrete cooperation and the demand to bolster own security capabilities. This was a more fundamental speech that Friedrich Merz held, and basically drawing a red line in the sand, what the Europeans are not. And admitting to those dependencies, which we've discussed many times. Now, we've caught up with you at many conservative events in the US as well. You are very well networked in the United States. How will that go down with the people you talk to a lot in the US?
Well, my experience is if you always try to get back to the objectives, I mean, then there is a good chance to do so. And at the same time, I mean, we need to make clear where we stand. And that is what the Chancellor did yesterday. That is what he did in Davos already, by the way. And for example, there are borders of what we can accept, limits of what we can accept. For example, I mean, 60 soldiers, German soldiers, died in Afghanistan. It was the US for the first and unique time pulling Article 5, and there was Trump in Davos saying, "What did you ever do for us?" And I was actually crying internally, Afghanistan.
And there was a recognition of Kandahar in the speech that we heard from Rubio.
Yes, and that is where we just say very clear that is not acceptable to us. And at the same time, we just do not escalate rhetorically, but try to get back on working on this relationship. Because one thing remains true, we need the US engaged in Europe for our security. We are both better off, both sides of the Atlantic are better off economically and in many, many other regards if we work together. And to make it very concrete, there will be no ceasefire and no peace in Ukraine without the US. So yes, we need to make clear where we stand in a calm way, and then go on in just finding common ground.
But when you just say we need the US to come to peace in Ukraine, of course the Europeans want a sustainable peace, so they don't just want a ceasefire where essentially the Ukrainians are saying we don't trust Russia, so they could come back any time. Marco Rubio didn't mention Ukraine. How worrying is that? In his speech, in this whole speech, not one word about Ukraine.
Well, it was kind of surprising. And at the same time, the US obviously are engaged these days in negotiations around the Ukraine and finding a ceasefire. And just go some months back when there was the 28 points plan of President Trump, that was worrying actually, because it was trying to find a solution just between Putin and Trump, more or less, over the heads of Europe and the Ukraine.
Over?
Well, we managed, Chancellor Merz managed to pull all Europeans together, leading them, together with Macron and Keir Starmer. And in the end, there was a 20 points plan that was very different to the 28 proposed by the president in the first. And so actually, yes, they made a difference. Europe made a difference, led by the Chancellor and others, for the Ukraine. Otherwise, they would not be at the table anymore.
And to be fair, he did get asked by Mr. Ischinger, the head of the Munich Security Conference on Ukraine, and he did use the words of a sustainable peace. And he did actually recognize, and I thought that was quite a surprising degree, that Vladimir Putin seems unwilling to really engage, and that really is the open question. And that, of course, is what Friedrich Merz talked at length about. But I'm also curious, you're taking home both speeches now to your parliamentarians, who I'm sure are going to be asking many questions. And how confident are you that all those points, and there's a strong call for reform in Germany and in Europe, in Friedrich Merz's speech, to get fit for the future. How well is that going to go down with your MPs?
It's going down very well, actually, as I said, to make clear our stance and where we stand, what we accept and can't accept, at the same time trying to find common ground to reboot. What was there, obviously, is not there like it was anymore. That is to be accepted, and at the same time try to build up something else instead. What is important is we need to strengthen the European pillar within the transatlantic relationship. And that is, by the way, what the US is asking for as well, but we should do it because of our own interest. And that is the NATO pillar. And there we already have started with the exemption of the debt brake in Germany, for example. Whatever it takes, we are spending on defense, tripling and quadrupling our defense spending, the new military service. So on NATO, the European pillar already is much stronger than it was 5 or 10 years before. Sometimes I say Putin was the wake-up call and Trump was the one who was getting us up. Because one thing is to awake and the other thing is getting up and out of bed. And we obviously needed both. And now the NATO pillar, the European pillar, is stronger. But then when it comes to economic growth, for example, the US economy has grown 50 times. What the German economy has grown in the last 6 years. 50 times. The gap is really widening, and so we need growth for defense when it comes to the whole of Europe, to the Iron Dome, space capabilities, nuclear deterrence. We really need to fill the gap between ambition and capability, and that is actually what I take home to Berlin and what we will work on with the MPs, Parliament, with the government in Germany and in Brussels, in Europe, that we need to fill that gap. Yes, there is ambition. There are a lot of speeches by the President of the Commission, by other European leaders, by President Macron, but now we need action.
But that brings me right back to the point, because you say we need action. Germany's pretty much bottom of the list when it comes to economic growth in Europe. So it should be growing. It's not. So there is a lot of pressure to actually come up with the goods that Friedrich Merz himself is demanding of his own government. You yourself have put proposals on the table, for instance, for inheritance tax. I mean, it all comes down to the willingness to actually reform in this coalition that is conservative-led with the Social Democrats. So what are you taking away from here? Do you believe that everybody in Berlin is suddenly going to pick up on this vibe of the Munich Security Conference and be much more willing for potentially really painful compromises? Because we did see Marco Rubio point out that the development of, despite being intertwined, we are destined to be together, we care deeply. He said the United States spent their money, their wealth, on arms, on being ready to fight in this world and defend their allies, whereas the Europeans spent it on social services and he spoke of complacency. I mean, we've heard these arguments before, but
for more than 20 years, actually, we have heard them.
But in a speech from a Trump administration that started with a love letter that we are destined to all be together, that is quite new. So how confident are you that this will translate into actual government action?
Well, we started 9 months ago with the new government and the Chancellor being elected in Parliament, and we have made a real policy change when it comes to foreign and security policies. I just mentioned the military service, the defense spending, the leading in Europe. We have made a policy change when it comes to irregular migration, bringing it down 60%. We want to go further, but within 9 months. Homeland security, strengthening our federal police, for example. And then there is now the question of growth. After 3 years of recession, it's really brutal to the people. We really can feel it. People feel the difference it makes to have no growth. We have started energy costs, taxes, but the main task for this year is labor costs, labor productivity, social security, pension, health, elderly care. We need to adapt to an aging society that will need difficult decisions, that's for sure. And then the question is again, if we actually bring back from all these conferences what we say here and actually what our ambition is to make that difference, to bring back growth, to make, only a growing economy is a good partner for anyone in the world, finds good trade deals and so on. We need to make that change, to make that reform in Berlin. And that is what I take back from here. I mean, 14 ministers of the German government have been attending here in Munich, including the finance minister, the minister of economic affairs, and many, many others. And so actually now it's about action back in Berlin. And I expect all of us in this coalition to now make that difference.
And can I just ask you, because you have all these conversations with people here, also European allies, are people aware in Europe that, yes, Germany has a lot of money at the moment available to spend on defense, but it is because Germany is taking on a lot of debt, and it's not sustainably financed, if you will, because the economic growth is lagging behind. So what kind of a feeling do you get when you talk to European allies who say, sorry, we can't because we've got too much debt, so we can't invest more in our own security and defense?
Well, first of all, most allies and partners in Europe somehow are happy to satisfy that we do what we do. Some would say finally, I would say at the right time, exemption from the debt brake and investments in infrastructure. But one thing is important. We are the only G7 state with a AAA rating right now. We are almost the only one within the Eurozone. We are the fiscal protective power of the Eurozone. If we make too much debt, more than we can afford, it's harming the whole Eurozone and the whole of Europe. So what we need to add, and that brings us back to reform, is growth. Without growth, it's not sustainable. And that is actually the story we not just need to tell, but that we need to show that with all the debt we are making now, and that is really a policy change for Germany, really. I was deputy finance minister 10 years ago, and we had the zero, black zero, no new debt. Really a policy change, but that needs to come with growth for the sake not just of Germany, but for the whole Eurozone. And that is what I keep on telling our European partners. Only making debt is not the solution. You know, on the European level now and again, several proposals from several governments, new and more debt, as if it was the solution to everything. Competitiveness is not made by new debt. You need structural reforms. That is why the meeting on Thursday in Belgium was so important of the European leaders to focus on competitiveness and the reports of Letta and Draghi. And that is why it is important for us in Germany to make our homework, finally, after 3 years of recession.
And Michela, we need to be transparent. There are only 3 seats here in this studio, and we do want to get another perspective from somebody else. So I'm just going to hand over my seat to you. Ian, thank you very much.
So people are coming and going. This gives an impression of the nature of the quick meetings we have.
Yeah.
Great to see you again,
Nice
Ian.
to see you too.
Ian Bremmer, of course, the director and founder of Eurasia Group. So great to catch up with you. You've been able to listen in just for a couple of minutes.
I have, yeah.
So
I didn't realize there were that many German ministers that were here in attendance. I mean, I guess proximity has its advantages. Right?
Have you worked your way through all of them?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm getting there one by one.
I was surprised too when I saw them all yesterday lining up, but it's a good sign, isn't it?
It is a good sign, yes.
They were all here.
Well, they're certainly all going to be aware, and also in delivering what you just mapped out, that there is this need for structural reform, which of course will be to a large degree your homework, frankly. But we didn't get to China, and I'd be interested in your thoughts on that. But I'm first of all, you just listened in for the last couple of minutes. So is there a question you would like to pose?
Look, I certainly appreciate that the Germans have homework to do, and that's one piece of the puzzle. But of course, the Americans also have to rebuild trust. I mean, Ukraine wasn't mentioned in Marco Rubio's speech and opening. The Europeans doing an awful lot. The Americans are not. We're not. He didn't mention Greenland. That's probably a good thing. But that episode is not forgotten. I'm hearing from a lot of European leaders that it's not just the Germans that have homework to do. What homework do you think the Americans have to do?
First of all, to understand how much harm the last weeks have done, indeed, to the public image of the US here in Europe. I mean, take, for example, Denmark. Denmark, I would say, was one, if not the most pro-transatlantic country in Europe. If you take all the polls before and now, it really has gone down, the approval rates of the US and the transatlantic relationship. For example, there have more than Danish soldiers died in Afghanistan related to the size of the population than US soldiers have. And of course, that really has harmed. And that is, it's not just, you know, it's like in a marriage. If you had such an argument in public, even with such harsh words, it takes some time to repair. It's not just the next day you do as nothing has happened. And if you ask me what the Americans need to do, first of all, they need to understand that their harm has been done to the relationship, and that all the noises that are made, not just in the last weeks, but actually over months now, of course, have their impact on the public opinion. You really can see the approval rates of the transatlantic relationships going down, and that's actually hurting me. I want it the other way, and to repair that, it takes time, and it definitely takes a different approach.
But more likely, of course, Donald Trump looked at the opinion polls in the United States, which were absolutely not in favor of doing anything on Greenland. And I do want to add that the White House posted today a set of Valentine's cards, one of which includes a picture of Greenland in a heart, saying it's time we define our situationship. So there are clearly...
Hey, that's better than putting an American flag on it. That's progress. That's what we saw. That's what Rubio was. I mean, it was the same policy as the U.S., but you know, from Vance, Rubio represents progress. From where the U.S. was on Greenland, I mean, it's not like Trump is ever going to apologize. He never does anything wrong, but he does occasionally move on from the things that he did that were problematic, and this is one of those cases, in my view.
Thanks for the card. There was no need for this card. This is not necessarily moving on.
Themselves.
Yes, but. Anyway, I just need to know how much longer we can have you in here. Okay, wonderful. It wasn't just Marco Rubio speaking today. We already discussed the Mad speech on Friday, but do feel free to reference back to that. We also heard from Wang, the Chinese foreign minister, and he, again in the Q&A, which is very often the most interesting bit, was pretty clear on the relationship with the United States, that of course one wants to have a dialogue, but the or else we are also prepared for anything else. I thought was very interesting. In parallel, we had a direct meeting between Merz and Rubio. Both readouts looked pretty much the same. One mentioned China, one more supply chains. I guess that's the same thing. But there was also a bit of a threat within that Chinese speech that the whole supply chains shouldn't be separated. So I'm just wondering how you read that and how you deduct homework for the Europeans, as in for instance, the chief whip of the Conservative Party, which is the party of the Chancellor here in Germany?
Well, I'm certainly very interested in Jens's view on this. I mean, my understanding is that the Europeans still today see that competitive threat to their economy and to core sectors like chemicals and automobiles, for example, aviation. I mean, this is the Chinese, it's not the United States. And so ultimately, concern, especially about the massive export surplus that China has in manufacturing, the only part of their economy that's really working well right now, like that's not going to go away anytime soon. And I mean, ultimately, there's a big problem that the Europeans have with the Trump administration. But the Europeans have a structural issue with China, right? As does the United States. Like they were integrated into a global economy on the presumption that the Chinese political and economic system would actually adapt to the West. That hasn't happened. They're much more powerful. They're much more capable. Their supply chains are much more integrated, as it were. But I mean, they're still state capitalists. They're still authoritarian. That's a real problem. I mean, they're two completely different systems, and it's hard to see how well the Europeans can coexist in a system of that strength that is so fundamentally misaligned in how it operates globally with the way the Europeans run their market. And again, I'm really interested in Jens on this.
Well, first of all, I do agree when it comes to dependencies that have grown in the last years. But nevertheless, first of all, in the last decades, both economies, the European, especially the German one, and the Chinese one, have benefited. Both sides have benefited from this economic relationship that is there. Right now, we have a much bigger leverage on China than we every now and then see ourselves in Europe. Why? China has overcapacities in many areas. You just mentioned some. The American market is more or less closed for many of these products. The domestic demand is in disarray. It's just not working. They still have real estate, all of this. So they really need to sell it to Europe. There's no other continent that actually could take it anyway. So we have a leverage by controlling entrance into our market, a leverage we don't use very well from my regard. We have started to use it when it comes to EVs, when it comes to steel and aluminium. As soon as we see subsidies or state activities that is an unfair competition, we can retaliate, and we do so. But we do it in a tailored way. You know, not tariffs on everything and not putting everything in question that is there on the table, but to do it in a tailored way and to answer. And then there is the principle of reciprocity. If we can't buy ports in China, why should you be able to buy ports in Europe? And to implement all of this in a more tailored way, because we do have a different situation than the US towards China, with much more economic integration that is there in place. We do diversify. Take Mercosur. I mean, the deal with India, trade deal with India. No one would have expected that 6 months ago, 12 months ago, to happen so fast. But still, yeah. we are getting Mercosur, India, Indonesia on its way, Australia. We're really on the way to make a difference and to diversify. It's de-risking, and then perhaps we can be, if we do it in a right way, we can be a pivot between the US and China. The ones actually, perhaps you can make more out of this situation than it's right now. Everyone seems to treat Europe somehow, and we react. And I think we need to go back into a kind of driver's seat, but to define our role in this. And we are not the US, we are not China. We find our own role in this. And that can be this kind of pivoting thing in the middle, not small but big, but still deciding where much of it goes. One important question regarding China needs to be asked, though, first of all, and that is what Wolfgang Ischinger said at the beginning of this conference. Do they use the leverage they have on Russia to end this war?
Absolutely not.
And the Chancellor will be traveling to Beijing in March. Others of us will go. And already in the past meetings, we always ask them that questions. You are actually putting burden on your relation with Europe by supporting Russia. And you have to calculate when the burden you put on your relationship with Europe is more costful than what you gain from your relation with Russia. And I think that question needs to be asked every day and every hour.
In fact, the Chinese Prime Minister did get that question, whether he's doing everything, and he basically said there's
That's
need
what
for
they always
dialogue.
say,
Yeah, he said what they always say, but I just want to make it transparent. He does keep getting that question, and it's always the same answer.
Look, I mean, there's no question that the Chinese are more engaged with the Russians and are treating the Russians more warmly than they are the Ukrainians, even though they, of course, have economic deals and interests in both. But then again, you could make that argument about President Trump. I mean, the reality is that Ukraine is getting far more pressure from Trump than the Russians are. Trump is talking much more about the economic opportunities that could emerge from a deal with the Russians than he is with the Ukrainians. And this puts the Europeans in a very, very difficult position. Again, I know that you don't want to say that publicly, and you certainly can't say it publicly in a direct meeting with Trump. But the unfortunate reality is that Trump wants a ceasefire, and he doesn't mind if that ceasefire is on the back of capitulation from the Ukrainians. That's very clear. And frankly, that aligns pretty well with China's perspective on Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, Japan, I want to put this in a question that you can actually answer. I'm sure you're capable of, but you have to be diplomatic about things. I do appreciate that as well. But in terms of, it all comes back to trust. If you take the Europeans should be in a situation of a pivot rather than squeezed in between. I find it really interesting because you were a minister under Angela Merkel, and Angela Merkel very much was concerned about getting that question about how Europe would decide either the US or China.
If we need to decide between the two, it's clear.
It's clear.
US.
Exactly. But this is a question she did not even want to really have to handle. I find it very interesting that you see a much more positive way out on this. But it comes down to this whole concept of the West that clearly was in Rubio's speech today, and that was a lot more differentiated in Friedrich Merz's speech on Friday, where he wants to make a much clearer differentiation between what the Europeans are. We believe in rights, not infringing on other people's rights. We do not believe in MAGA, that is crossing a line for us for the first time. That's a very big difference to the Davos speech. And the US, which is saying, look, we're historically intertwined. We cannot live without each other. So we are going to be the West. We have to make it work. I'm being oversimplistic. But do you still fully trust, or how much damage to the trust has been done? You spoke about that damage, looking at where we stand right now.
I still have much trust in the transatlantic relationship. Do I have trust in every second and every movement and every person? No, but in general, I do have a fundamental trust. And both, by the way, can be true. That there is this special relationship, and at the same time we are different. Europe is different from the US, historically, geographically, in many, many regards, and at the same time it's a special relationship of the Western normative world. And by the way, we are very different within Europe too. You know, we share common dreams, but we have different nightmares. The Finns and the Baltics see Russia very different to Portugal, perhaps, the sense of urgency. Or the sense of urgency of migration from North Africa is felt differently in Malta or in Ireland. So within Europe, we do have differences too, but we share common dreams, common ambitions, and we know we are better off together. And that counts for Europe. And that counts transatlantically. And so, yes, we are different, and I think we should accept that. And we see things differently, and at the same time, within this transatlantic partnership, there is more in common than there is with others. For example, with Mercosur, it counts for the South American countries, by the way, too. Culturally, they are much closer to us, to Europeans, obviously, than we are with almost every other part of the world. And so we should build on this. And when it comes to, he mentioned again, of course, migration. Defense, already said, the European pillar, but migration. I mean, we have an issue with irregular migration, and it is changing our societies. So that's what I mean when I say they have a point often. My answer would be different every now and then, but the point is there, and obviously we have stress in our societies because of this irregular migration. Obviously we have to balance climate action and remaining in his industrial state. That is really an issue for Germany these days. That is one of the questions we need to answer to bring back growth. Do we want to keep our industrial cores, automotive industry, chemical industry, all the energy-intensive industries, or not? And so I would say, if I take the topics, the objectives, and take away all the noise, and perhaps some of the answers, I would say we can find common ground.
Thank you very much. With that, Jens Spahn, I have to let you go. Unfortunately, yes. I apologize for overstretching this. Jens Spahn, the leader of the Conservative CDU-CSU group, it's an open secret that you're one of the leading figures within the Conservative camp to look out for. So you probably heard him here and saw him here first. So thank you again for your analysis. And
Ian, all the best. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks so much. Thank you very much. So Nina, so I'm going to bring you in today. Musical chairs.
It's very much an MSC episode, isn't it? Where you do speed dating. So yeah. So how did your speed dating go?
Well, so first of all, on the back of the last speed dating, so I mean the analogy, I loved his idea that we have, sort of common dreams but different nightmares. Mm-hmm. The U.S. and the Europeans have had a strong and special relationship that is unique. We're married. Right, but the relationship has become abusive, and that is problematic, right? And that's hard to get past, and that's true from the European perspective. From the American perspective, it's like, well, you're just not bringing very much to that relationship anymore.
Yeah, one owns the house.
Yeah, one owns the house.
But can I just say, Ian, because I don't know, I keep hearing those family comparisons, right? Yes. And I just think, have people made up their minds who is who? Because we heard the U.S. ambassador to NATO in the kickoff event. Yeah. Speak of the US as the parents who are looking at the Europeans with a lot of love. We love you deeply, but mum and dad really need you to get a job now. Yeah. This is what he said, right? Then Marco Rubio stands on the stage and says, well, basically, we are your children because, we all came from Europe and the Americans then...
Yeah, that's nice, but it's not the way it is.
Yeah, now you're saying, and this is, I think, the way that the Europeans would like to see it. The US and the Europeans are married, but there is a bit of a problem and they're having to figure out, is it a divorce yet, or are we just taking a break, or are we just seeing other people on the side? So, all these relationship comparisons, what is it?
Yeah, it's not a divorce, of course. But I mean, it is absolutely not a happy, loving relationship. And, first understanding that there is a problem in the relationship, that's been accomplished in the last year. I mean, I do think there's a level of honesty. Maybe it's brutality in its honesty, but it's honesty that neither country is comfortable with where the relationship presently stands. The Trump administration doesn't like the European Union. They don't like a lot of what the EU stands for. The Europeans certainly aren't comfortable with MAGA. And they don't like the way the Americans are behaving unilaterally and transactionally and throwing away a lot of what the Europeans think is valid. And unpredictably.
And they have own relationship problems.
Yes. Amongst themselves.
Clearly. And so, look, I think that understanding the problem is the first step to resolving it. But we haven't gone very far beyond understanding the problem. And I think that we can go farther than that, and we should. And I'm happy to give you some ideas around that, and we're having the conversation. I mean, I think the next step is to recognize a fundamental difference between those areas of the relationship where U.S. national interest has indeed changed in ways that are less aligned with Europe. And it's been coming for a long time. It's not about Trump. Trump is a symptom, but he's not the cause. Free
but also
trade.
What the U.S. stands for. I think one can't disregard that the internal struggle the U.S. is having with itself and its own values and its own democracy.
I understand that. But those things, I'm saying that America has been evolving for 20 plus years away from free trade. The Europeans really care about America's role as the architect of global free trade. That's gone. Obama found that out. Hillary found that out. Trump found that out. Biden found that out. Trump's finding that out again, right? So it's much more tariffs. I don't care who the next president is. You're going to see more subsidies, more industrial policy, more tariffs in the United States. That's a reality. It's structural. The Europeans have to adjust to it. It is a reality that the Americans are going to do less from a common burden-sharing defense perspective, and that is structural. That's been coming for a long time. Obama talked about it, didn't push very hard. They're pushing a lot more now. But it's been
and
coming.
they're getting the results.
And they're getting the results, absolutely.
But saying we're no longer providing weapons to Ukraine, we're only going to sell them to you. That is a fundamental and concrete change.
I want to make a difference between those areas where American interests have evolved over time, and they will continue to evolve, and they're different from what they were before.
And the Europeans could have been prepared for.
And should have been prepared for that.
Should have been prepared.
Then there is a second component, which the Europeans absolutely should not have been prepared for. And that is those areas where President Trump, specifically President Trump, is actually putting forward his personal interests as opposed to the interests of the United States as a whole. And his families. Yes, of course. But he sees those as personal interests. He's putting them forward as opposed to the interests of the country. Greenland is a good example of this. There was absolutely zero interest in Trump to negotiate the national interests of the U.S. with NATO, with Denmark, with Greenland, with any of the allies. It was purely about ego, a little bit of money. This has to be mine. That is absolutely not in the interest of the United States. It's truly not. It is just Trump. There's a big gap there. We've never seen that in history before. And on those issues, the Europeans need to be resolute. They should be surprised. But they also need to understand that those things will not persist beyond Trump. That unreliability and unpredictability you're talking about, that is specific to this guy. And when Trump is gone, and Trump is already getting constrained and pushed back on this kind of stuff, on Greenland, on Minneapolis and ICE, on saying he's going to nationalize the elections. And immediately the Republican heads of the Senate and the House come out publicly and say, no, you're not. That's not happened before. So when the Europeans that have this special relationship with the U.S. see that the president of the U.S. is acting in ways that are not actually aligned with the country, whoa, now that's a problem for everybody. That's not just a problem for Europe. That's a problem for the world. That's a problem for America. But it's not going to persist. And so I think that we have to, if you want to start figuring out not just what the problem is, but how you're going to respond to it, let us collectively understand that there are two different types of problems. One of which is long-term, structural, persistent, that we can respond to. The other is deeply urgent, but not permanent.
But both together are rocket fuel, and that's also what Friedrich Merz made that argument, to this so-called multipolar world, call it whatever you want, where the United States no longer has that singular role. Also, when you look in terms of military might in China catching up so fast. So that really is something that the United States could have at least dragged out.
Yes, but again, I would say that structurally, beyond Trump is an accelerant of this. So rocket fuel, okay. But the global economy is multipolar. I think it's multipolar today. The EU is a common market. It has that competence. It shows that it's capable of responding. When Greenland hit and the Europeans said we're going to hit you back with tariffs and the markets in the US react, the Americans back down. That's multipolarity. When Trump puts tariffs on China and escalates them and the Chinese respond with reciprocal tariffs and critical minerals licenses restrictions, the Americans back down. That's multipolarity. Now, when I look at security and I see that the Europeans don't have a ball game without the Americans selling weapons, when I look at security and I see that Trump is going to make a decision about decapitating or not the supreme leader of Iran, and he's going to do that with literally zero thought of how the Europeans might think about this. Literally zero thought. Let us not pretend that the security order is becoming multipolar. It is not. It's not even close.
And the question is, of course, because you say that these two are separate questions and that some of the things will go away once Trump is not there anymore. Are you sure of that? Because he does have a bit of time to rebuild the democratic institutions. Is that not a fear that the Europeans should also consider? I know that you're smiling.
I am not sure of that. I am reasonably confident. I would like to be sure of it. I'm not, especially as an American. I mean, the idea that the U.S. might be going through a process that eventually sees it look more like Hungary or more like Turkey, that's a horrible thing to say. There are fellow citizens of mine who really believe that. I don't. The U.S. election system is not run by Washington. It's run by states. It's very hard to change that. There are judges that are preventing Trump from doing things all the time that are illegal. The things he does make headlines. The reaction, the pushback, the failures don't. So you see all of this effort of erosion of values and the rest. Now, I will say, I was asked yesterday by a European head of state in a bilateral whether I thought the U.S. was going to have free and fair elections in November. And my response was, you think the Americans have had free and fair elections in the last 20 years? Like, are you kidding me? With billions of dollars being spent by special interests to ensure they get the policy outcomes that they want, you think those are free and fair elections? Why do you think Trump won? Trump won out of a sense of grievance that the U.S. election system is not run the way that Europeans run election system. That's important, right? So there are things that are broken.
Having been an election observer in the United States in the past, we could have a separate debate on how that system is built. There are historical reasons for it, but there is no perfect democratic system. It's true not every vote carries the same weight. It's true there was a disastrous Supreme Court ruling which basically allows you to spend as much money as you want.
Having them on Tuesdays doesn't help when people have to work.
In expert circles, that is a cardinal sin of US democracy, actually. Everything else you can make work, but if you can pour endless amounts of money into something, those who have the most have pretty good chances of being out on top. So, but let's just conclude this with a look into the future, because your core job is that crystal ball as well. So I'm going to get your thoughts, both of your thoughts. What is going to be the key issue we talk about in 1 year's time when we sit back down here and just assess what happened in the last year? What's going to be the core theme?
So I don't think there's going to be a core theme. I think there'll be a few things that will matter a lot. One that we can predict with a reasonable amount of confidence is that the significant losses that Trump will face in November in the midterm elections will make the U.S. political system look different and will create a sense of possibility, even if a lot of uncertainty, for the Europeans that we don't have right now. So that's one theme that will be significant. A second, and the Codel that reflects that, and the leaders that reflect that. Right now, you've got AOC and you've got Gavin Newsom, who are like, sort of rowdy oppositionists, but they don't have power. They don't have power. It'll feel different next year. A second thing that will matter a lot is, given a year of the Ukrainians not getting support from the United States, and the massive human challenge that puts on the much smaller Ukrainians, even as the Russians lose 30,000 soldiers a month, which is incredible to think about. What does that look like? Especially because I think it's quite plausible that Trump will end up, if he can't get a ceasefire, that he will do a deal with the Russians without a ceasefire. He'll pull back on sanctions, he'll do it unilaterally, and he'll make a lot of money. And that is, if that happens, if I'm right about that, that is going to be an utterly core theme of Munich next year. But then the third thing, which we haven't talked that much about in this Munich, but it's incredibly important, is how much NATO and security is being changed by what the companies are doing, by AI. And I mean, this is still so much of a geopolitical moment, but we're not spending the time on these new technologies that aren't really in the competence directly of what the governments are doing on a daily basis. They're regulating themselves. But increasingly, that's not just about labor. It's not just about information. It's about security. And as that ramps up, the fact that the Americans are exporting those models, like Jens is right, the Europeans do have economic competence, and it is multipolar there. The Europeans don't have a tech strategy, not even close. And the Americans may not have a strategy, but they have power.
They have tech.
They've got tech. That's the reality.
They're only looking for energy. That's all they need.
That's right. And so I suspect that is going to be a much bigger theme next year.
Okay. Although Europe has some tech as well when it comes to industrial AI, I do want to mention that as well. So, Nina, that neatly leads us to your final thought on what do you think, on what you're going to be watching out for.
I think you're absolutely spot on when it comes to the challenges of tech for European militaries. I mean, if you speak to defense people, when it comes to procurement, etc., especially in Europe, people have treated it as a sort of, this is what we do, but we don't really need it. So these are our procedures, and this is how we've done it. We develop a system, and then once it's finished, we put it in a box, and then we don't use it ever, but it runs out after 5 years. You get the idea. Now they're going to have to reinvent themselves. They're going to have to become American by mindset. Let's just put it out there, see if it works, learn from the Ukrainians who are having to use all these systems. And that is going to be a massive, massive challenge, especially when you look at how little money there is in Europe, really. I mean, we talked about Germany's defense spending essentially debt funded. The French are broke, and the British government is not even, part of the European Union, also wobbling. So, I mean, this is going to be a massive, massive challenge. Really, Europe coming together in defense.
Okay, well, plenty to look out for. Thank you so much, Nina Hase, DW Chief Political Correspondent, and Ian Bremmer, founder and leader of the Eurasia think tank group. It's fantastic to have your analysis, as always. We'll probably reconvene in a year's time, but the next Berlin briefing is coming
after
up.
The elections, the midterm elections.
The next Berlin briefing, of course, will be coming up from Berlin next week. If you have any thoughts, more questions, want more details, just send us a message, drop us a line. We're also going to be dropping some interviews below here so you get a good idea of what we've been up to. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Good. Excellent.
I enjoyed that. That was fun.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you very much.
It's always good to get some family analogies.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. We'll begin shortly with the main program. Ladies and gentlemen, final call. Please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage the Chief International Anchor at IMI Media Group, Hadley Gamble.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome once again to the Munich Security Conference. We're going to be talking today about the future of the Transatlantic Alliance. But before we get started, I'd like to invite His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Spain, to deliver a few remarks.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I've come to Munich to meet with friends and allies.
to listen to experts and to show Spain's commitment to the multilateral order and the security of Eastern European nations. We Spaniards are far away from Russia, but we know quite well that Putin is a real threat, that the world is becoming more unstable, and that we Europeans must strengthen our defense capabilities to protect, of course, our freedom and way of life, but also to provide security guarantees to our international partners. We are also aware of this, that since I became Prime Minister, Spain has tripled its defense spending and has doubled the number of soldiers deployed in NATO missions. We need, of course, to ensure our sovereignty, our territorial integrity, and our security. But I strongly believe that nuclear rearmament is not the right way of doing it. And I am hardly the first one thinking that. 70 years ago, our parents and grandparents came to the conclusion that nuclear deterrence was a far too costly and a risky way of avoiding conflict between nations. Too costly because it demanded colossal public investments, and too dangerous because on several occasions technical or human errors came close to triggering a full-scale nuclear war between the West and the former Soviet Union, a war which would have brought humanity to the brink of extinction. After a few decades, our predecessors realized that the risks posed by nuclear deterrence far outweighed its contributions to peace. They realized that the system that requires zero mistakes and constant correction to avoid total destruction is not a guarantee, it is a gamble. President Ronald Reagan stated, and I quote, "A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought," end of the quote. And John F. Kennedy said that, and I quote, "The weapons of war must be abolished before they abolish us," end of the quote. So this was not about left or right, it was about doing the right thing. This collective realization led to an international agreement to undertake a gradual, verifiable process of nuclear disarmament. Treaties were signed, and nuclear arsenals were dramatically reduced. But now the tide is turning. Nuclear powers have forgotten the lessons of the past, and they are expanding their nuclear arsenals once again. Together, they are spending more than $11 million every single hour on them. And experts estimate that the US alone will invest $946 billion in nukes over the next decade, enough to eradicate extreme global poverty. In my view, this is a mistake, a historical error that we cannot commit again, particularly not today, with artificial intelligence casting a shadow of uncertainty over the entire world. That is why I would like to humbly ask all these powerful nations, please stop nuclear rearmament. Sit down, negotiate, and sign a new START treaty to ensure continuity of the one that has just expired. As a non-nuclear country that has witnessed nuclear bombs accidentally being dropped on its territory back in 1966, I beg you, prevent the launch of a new arms race while it is possible. Humanity will be forever grateful if you do, and it will heavily judge you if you don't. We need to stop Putin. We need to strengthen our deterrence capabilities, but let us do it in a coordinated and targeted way that we can control. Let's build a true European army, not in 10 years, but now. Spain will join with all the resources that are needed. Let's strengthen our multilateral system, reforming and empowering those institutions that, despite their flaws, have succeeded in maintaining peace in the West for decades. And also, let's invest in the values of solidarity, empathy, and cooperation that have brought us this far. Because the rearmament that we most urgently need in the world is a moral one. Thank you.
I'd love to invite the rest of our panelists to join us. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those comments. I'd like to also welcome our other panelists to the stage. Finland's President, Alexander Stubb, the U.S. Senator from the great state of Delaware, Chris Coons, and Denmark's Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen. Great to see you. I just want to pick up on that point, Prime Minister, because you're talking about Vladimir Putin and you're talking about nuclear strength. You're also discussing how Europe can best defend itself. Walk me through this, because Spain is lagging behind in its NATO spending, and you have the fastest growing economy in the Eurozone. Walk us through that. How does that make sense?
Well, first of all, there are trade-offs that we disagree when it comes to this 5% of GDP in defense. Second, I do believe that we need also to focus on capabilities and contributions. And as I said earlier, of course, we have doubled not only the presence of Spanish soldiers in NATO missions, but also we have tripled the investments on defense expenditure when it comes to our GDP. But last but not least, I think that what we need to do in the coming years is to strengthen the European pillar of NATO, within NATO. And
how do you do that without spending?
No, we can do it. But what we have to do is to strengthen the European defense industry. And that means that paradoxically, if we agree with this idea of 5%, at the end of the day, we will become more dependent on the US defense industry. And that is why I think that we need to focus more on not only how much do we spend, but how much do we spend together and therefore better. So all in all, what I'm trying to say is that the challenge that we have within the European Union is how do we strengthen the European pillar within NATO.
President Stubb, are you buying that?
I'm buying a lot of defense equipment, that's for sure. No, I mean, the starting point is that we are, of course, a new member in the alliance and hopefully a security provider rather than a security consumer. And there's a reason why our path towards membership was so quick. We basically made ourselves NATO compatible ever since the beginning of the 1990s by purchasing, for instance, at the time, 64 F-18 fighter jets. And probably because we were not members of NATO, we kept our defense expenditure up. But I always stress that it's not always about the percentages, it's about the capabilities. And what we've tried to do in Finland is to set up basically the strongest Arctic force that we have within the alliance, which is trying to stave off a possible security threat coming from Russia. And in that sense, when NATO's defense expenditure goes up to 5%, when America asks us to take more responsibility for our own defense, as a Finn, I'm actually quite pleased with that.
Prime Minister, I was going to kick off with you, so I apologize. In your mind, when we're talking about security, when we're talking about defense, how likely is it that you're going to have to defend Greenland?
So nice to be on stage with you.
Thank you.
And nice to be with my allies and my friends and my partners. Well, let me put it this way. I mean, if one NATO country attacks another NATO country, then NATO ends.
It's game over.
Then it's game over. So I hope I answer your question by that. Coming back to the other question, I mean, what does it take to defend NATO? I think we have to look at, our circumstances. So it's quite clear we have an eastern flank. It will not be over. I mean, even if we succeed in having some kind of a peace deal, our problem is that Putin don't want peace with us. So he's going, I'm sorry, guys, he will continue. He will continue in Ukraine, or he will try to continue somewhere else. So we have an eastern flank, and it's going to be very expensive. We have a southern flank, because we have to count terrorism. And at some stage, we will see migration being used as a weapon, as we have seen from Belarus into Lithuania, or in Finland, or in Poland. We have a flank when it comes to new technologies, AI, space, quantum physics, and we have a northern flank when it comes to the high north and the Arctic region. And when you look at all these challenges, I mean, now we spend 3.5% of our GDP in Denmark on defense. I'm not sure it will be enough. Because my responsibility as a European leader is not only to protect my own country or the region where I belong, together with you, Alexander. It is my responsibility to protect the entire NATO. So I think 3.5, as we agreed on. Unfortunately, we agreed on 2035. It will be too late. So for me, the 3.5 is now, latest by 2030. And maybe it won't be enough.
You think you can convince your Spanish colleague?
I don't think I have to convince Pedro on anything. I agree with you, Pedro, that this is also a question about what kind of capabilities can we actually buy. We have a problem transatlantic with our industrial base. I mean, some of the capabilities that we have decided to invest in when it comes to the Arctic region cannot be delivered from US because the speed is simply not in production lines. We have exactly the same problem in Europe. They don't have in Ukraine. So in Ukraine, they are able to produce faster and better than the rest of us, even though they are at war. It's not only because they are really clever guys, they are, by the way, and not only because they received money from us and other partners, it's also because we work too slow. So let me just finish by saying, I mean, we know how it is to work with capability targets within NATO. Maybe next time when we have capability targets, we should get them into industrial targets immediately. So we know where the gaps are, we know where we need to invest more, and it has, to, of course, also to be in our European defense industry.
You were talking about flanks, northern flank, southern flank. What about the western flank? What is the threat in your mind to Greenland today? I know you're going to be speaking with Secretary of State Rubio. Has the crisis passed?
No, unfortunately not. I think the desire from the US president is exactly the same. He is very serious about this theme. And as you know, I disagree with him. And we disagree, of course, as a Kingdom of Denmark. And by the way, Europe disagree because we have received a lot of support and help. And I know some American friends do disagree as well. I do agree that we need to do more collectively when it comes to security in the Arctic region. And by the way, Arctic is a very big area. And if you look at the challenges on stage right now, it's more actually in another direction. But at some point, we will see some challenges around Greenland as well. But I mean, now we have Arctic Sentry. So while we are here in Munich, the day before, we decided within NATO to start Arctic Sentry. I think it's the right framework. And we have a lot of commitments from the Arctic states in NATO and other allies to be now permanent present in and around Greenland. And that's a very, very important step forward.
And just to be clear, can you put a price on Greenland? Because he's trying to.
Of course not. Can you put a price on a part of Spain or a part of US or a part of anywhere else in the world? I mean, we are in... This is some of the most basic democratic values and principles. We have to respect sovereign states. The Kingdom of Denmark is a sovereign state, of course. And we have to respect people's right for self-determination. And the Greenlandic people have been very clear. They don't want to become Americans. They want to stay as a Greenlandic people. And I, of course, support them in that.
Senator, you have the unenviable task of defending America's position at this point. In your mind, where do we go from here?
Forward. We've always had the challenge. Look, for decades, we've had the challenge of not committing enough resources to our collective defense. Today, we have an abundance of resources. As we've discussed, capabilities, coordination, and trust are now our core challenges. I'm the lead Democrat on defense appropriations. We appropriated $850 billion in the bill just signed by President Trump. We are committing resources. NATO has stepped forward and made bold commitments to Ukraine, to collective security, to investment in new systems. We've got the resources. Now we need to be smarter about it, and we need to find ways together to tackle the domains where some of us have strength and some of us have weaknesses. In order for us to be successful in this century, AI, quantum, space, telecommunications are critical, but so too is the High North, the Arctic. So too is figuring out how we manage a path forward that is not just rooted in a shared culture and history, but in shared values and principles. Because that is what ties us as well to Korea, to Japan, to Australia, to Singapore. Around the world, we are desirable as partners for trading and for security, not because of ethnicity or faith or language or historic civilization roots, but because of the restraint on executive power, the separation of powers in our democratic governments, and respect for principles like sovereignty and self-determination. You asked me to defend the American position. I will tell you only 17% of Americans want to in any way be involved in threatening Greenland. The vast majority of Americans saw this as a foolish gambit. NATO is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. We were able to appropriate significantly for NATO, for collective defense, for Ukraine. We should do more, and we will, because it remains popular with the American people. And last, I'll remind you, it was then Senator Rubio who introduced an amendment to our annual defense authorization law that prevents any one president from unilaterally withdrawing from NATO. And we have added amendments this year that require certain troop levels and requires certain consultation. The American people know that our security and our future lies with NATO and lies with this community of shared principles.
When I interviewed Vladimir Putin in 2021, he told me, among many other things, that he had already deployed hypersonic missiles on a submarine in the Arctic. President Stubb, how complicated is the situation today, and more specifically, how much danger are we in from Russia?
I mean, to start off with, you always have to look at a silver lining in extremely complicated situations. If the outcome of what happened in Davos and what we've seen with Greenland in the past few months is a stronger Arctic presence for NATO, stronger Arctic security, then I think we've done quite well. But just like Mette said, the Arctic is a huge area. There are basically 8 countries that have Arctic ownership. 7 of them are in NATO, including, of course, Canada and the United States, with the Nordics. The biggest security conglomerate that we have right now in the Arctic is Finland, Sweden, and Norway. So we're very focused on that. Just to give you an example, next week there's going to be an Arctic training with 25,000 NATO soldiers, 5,000 from the US in northern Norway and in northern Finland. And of course, we're not doing this just to showcase, but we are looking at different scenarios. And I think the importance of Norway, Finland, and Sweden up there, including, of course, Denmark, is that the biggest center of nuclear weapons from Russia are in the Koala Peninsula and in Murmansk. If you ask me the question, how big is the danger? Russia is not going to test the resolve of Article 5. There's a reason why we deter. There's a reason why a country like Finland has one of the largest militaries in NATO. On the eastern flank that has been talked about, there's Turkey, Ukraine, Poland, and Finland. I don't see a direct security threat coming from Russia right now, but I'm so in agreement with Mette that when the war is over in Ukraine, the threat is not going to reduce for the rest of Europe or for Central Asia or the Southern Caucasus, because the inherent DNA of Russia and Putin is imperialism and expansion.
Prime Minister Sanchez, you're hearing these comments from your NATO colleagues. In your mind, how do you defend your position when it comes to Russia, when it comes to not spending more?
No, actually, we are spending more, and we are sending troops to the eastern flank of Europe, and we are committed, of course, with security and the territorial integrity of the eastern part of Europe, and of course of Ukraine. And when it comes to the Greenland, of course, we express our support to the Kingdom of Denmark. No, I think at the end of the day, there is a debate of whether we are sticking to the rules of an international order based in rules, if we stick to the UN Charter principles or not. And I think that when it comes to values and principles, we need to defend those values and principles. And let's not forget that, of course, we have to think about the eastern flank. Of course, we have to think about the Arctic flank. But there's also a reality that you mentioned earlier, which is the southern flank. And for that, we need also to bridge understandings with other countries that belongs to other cultures and societies, that they need to understand from the Western world that we are engaged with them, that we don't accept double standards, that when it comes to territorial integrity, we defend that territorial integrity in Ukraine, but also in Gaza and in the West Bank. And the situation that, now the Palestinian people are facing in the West Bank is completely unacceptable. And I think that the leverage, the influence that the Western society and governments could play also in the southern flank is very, very important, also for the security and the geopolitical interests of the European Union, and of course, therefore, of the transatlantic relationship. So, all in all, we are committed. We are we have this solidarity with the eastern flank of Europe, but let's not forget that in the Madrid strategic concept, when we had the NATO summit, we also agreed upon this idea of 360-degree security approach. And I think that there's a lot of disagreement on that, and not a lot of unity when it comes to foresee a potential solution in the conflict of the Middle East.
Senator Coons, I want to ask you specifically to sort of weigh on in this. I did a panel yesterday on energy dominance and the future of Europe. 60% of LNG imports are coming from the United States. They were just in the Gulf countries, Mr. Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, talking to partners there, talking about increasing supplies. The last time I was in Russia, which was not too long ago, the Deputy Prime Minister, who is also the head of the energy file, for your information, said to me that the Americans were price gouging Europe when it comes to LNG. How do we defend that position? Because certainly Europeans are looking for other partners, because of course they don't want to be in hock to one player when it comes to their energy.
Sure. Look, I think Europe should be seeking energy options where it can, but not from Russia. What is continuing to fund and fuel, literally, Putin's murderous war machine is those countries that continue to buy Russian oil and gas, the single largest buyer being China. China, through the provision of dual-use material and through the provision of funding, is the principal driver of what is sustaining Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. I do think that the United States was able to provide robust LNG supplies now several years ago when the war began, was critical to Europe having an energy alternative. But at the end of the day, I think our future together is in developing the next generation of civil nuclear power, in finding pathways for energy security that do not also fuel aggression.
So no going back to Russian energy.
I'm not buying any Russian energy in the near future.
No, I mean, it just to make things clear, I don't think any of us, would I say, sensible Europeans would go back to Russian energy. What we did in Finland early on was to have a very diverse energy portfolio, including actually nuclear. And when Russian gas was cut off, it was 5 to 10% of our general grid, and most in industry. We were able to diversify, go immediately elsewhere. And I think the whole idea that energy binds us together and interdependence is now over. So we're looking at alternative solutions, I think, in Europe.
But when you think about this, you need, for heavy industry, you need a base load. And that's not going to come from wind or solar. In your mind, are we going to have to really do a rethink in Europe? And you're seeing that happening now a bit, but a rethink of those climate goals and realistically, pragmatically look at the energy.
Okay, I didn't think this was a climate panel, but we can go there as well. I think the starting point is that energy consumption is not going to reduce. And the second starting point is that the transition period from fossil fuels or clean energy is going to take time, and for that we will need innovation. I still firmly believe that climate change is real. I personally also believe that it is a threat, and I think that those countries that do the conversion through finance, regulation and innovation are going to be ahead of the curve, because we're going to suffocate on fossil fuels before too long.
Senator Coons, would you concede that Donald Trump's moves, at least in terms of the oil market, and pushing sanctions with India, pushing sanctions with those who are still consuming Russian oil, have had great effect in damaging President Putin's war machine?
It's taken too long to get there, but yes, when President Trump imposed sanctions on two of the largest Russian oil companies and has moved to impose additional sanctions, that's very welcome and broadly supported in Congress. It's the pressure on Putin that is needed to move the war of aggression against Ukraine towards a just and sustainable resolution. Regrettably, President Trump has dedicated as much time to pushing Ukraine to make concessions. I am very grateful that our European partners have stepped up to provide the resources, the weaponry, much of which bought from the United States. But we have to balance this equation and push Putin, raise the costs of this war for him, or he will not conclude. And we have to achieve through negotiation, and we had a meeting earlier today with President Zelenskyy, a just and sustainable peace, or Putin will simply start again. So we have to be clear-eyed about the costs and risks to all of our security of not succeeding in finally stopping Putin now through a just and sustainable peace.
In your mind, is the United States doing enough there? Because right now,
No.
I'm sure you all are aware, people are actually freezing in Ukraine because of the damage that President Putin has done to their energy infrastructure. I know the Europeans have made many commitments, but in terms of the United States, what more can we do?
One of the things that USAID was doing in Ukraine, well and at scale, was helping repair the energy grid, helping to regrow the agricultural economy for export, helping not just sustain but grow Ukraine's economy. When we step back from that, we step back from being a critical partner in Ukraine's viability and in its resiliency in the face of these just merciless attacks on civilian infrastructure. Think about it. The response by Putin to Trump rolling out the red carpet in Alaska was waves and waves of attacks to leave women, children, families in the dark and cold. His answer is clear. Our actions have to be clear as well. We need to do more to put pressure on Putin.
Prime Minister.
And I mean, it shows exactly what this is all about. I mean, if he wanted peace, he wouldn't do what he's doing these days. I mean, and can you imagine? I mean, it's like minus 25 degrees, and then you attack the energy system. I mean, it's so crazy that only Russians would do such a thing. But this is how Russia is, and it will not change. It will not change. And the only language they understand is if we are as tough as they are. And I think our problem in Ukraine is still that there are still red lines when it comes to the weapons they can use to win this war. And you cannot win a war with the one hand tied on your back. So, I mean, we need to give them weapons so they can strike into Russia. We have had this discussion for several years. We are still discussing it. I mean, for the last 3 years on this conference, I have said, why are we not providing them the air defense that they need? And everybody is doing like this. They still lack air defense. You cannot protect a country without air defense. We know exactly what we need to deliver, including, of course, membership of NATO, because if they were a NATO member now, if we had been able to take that decision in Vilnius, we would be in a completely different situation now. So we know what to do, but first of all, we have to recognize, we have to understand, we have to learn that Russia will not change, and they are not interested in peace, unfortunately.
Is making Ukraine a member of NATO, President Stubb, the answer?
Well, in the long run, yeah, one of them, I think. I mean, just two assessments. One is the situation and what to do, and I'm completely on the same page with Mette here. First, what's the situation? I mean, let's change the narrative of the war around, because there's still some people that say that Putin is winning this war, and I fundamentally disagree. Look, the strategic aims of Putin was to take over Ukraine, make it Russian. It became European. His strategic aim was to not allow NATO to enlarge. Well, got Finland and Sweden. And his strategic aim was to keep European defense expenditure down, and we're now at 5%. So it's a total strategic failure from Russia's part. Secondly, he's failing militarily. We look at the acquirement of territory. In the first year, in 2014, it was 12% because of the Green Men in the Crimean Peninsula and some in Luhansk and Donetsk. Since then, 8% of Ukrainian territory in 12 years. Last 2 years, 1% of Ukrainian territory. And what is the cost of this? In December, 35,000 Russian soldiers died. In January, 30,000 Russian soldiers died. That's 65,000 soldiers dead in 2 months. Compare that to Afghanistan, where the Soviet Union was for 10 years, and they had 18,000 dead. So it's been a military failure as well, and the Ukrainians are capable now of fighting back. But Mette is 100% right. We need to provide Ukraine with the continued necessary means to do that. Finally, it's been an economic failure for Putin. Reserves are out, growth is zero, inflation is double digits, and interest rates are 16%. So he doesn't want to end this war, not because he thinks he can advance, because he's not advancing. He doesn't want to end this war because the political and social cost of bringing the soldiers back is too high. And then we come to the question to what do we do? Number one, increase the economic pressure, sanctions, maritime services, shadow fleet, hit as hard as you possibly can. And secondly, keep on providing Ukraine with all the necessary means, including tomahawks. And then we will bring this home and Ukraine will win this war.
Prime Minister.
I agree with the points from you, Alexander, but I think, you know, talking about the number of losses, 35,000, if it would be in one of our countries, it would be a major disaster, and we would never be able to forgive ourselves. But it's Russia, and they don't count soldiers by the number of 35,000. I think we have to compare with Second World War and the numbers they lost there. So for them, 35,000, I mean, we cannot compare ourselves with the mindset in Moscow. And unfortunately, I mean...
Well, unfortunately, if you look at the newspapers, they're more concerned with the price of cucumbers.
Yeah, and probably identity more than anything else. And unfortunately for us, I mean, the help they get from Iran, the help they get from North Korea and from China. And it will help them to continue. So therefore, I agree with the points you make, because we need to push them back, and it can only be done by adding more pressure economically, of course, but also militarily, and maybe most important militarily.
Prime Minister.
So I think that within the European Union we understood quite well what were the reasons behind the invasion. Not only an attack to a third country, Ukraine, but also an attack against the European Union as a whole, as a political project. So that is why I think that it was clear for all governments within the European Union that we need to stick together, united, and of course defending Ukraine and its territorial integrity and freedom. But we need to do more. I think that we need to face the reality that within some years, in the near future, we will need to enlarge the European Union and to get Ukraine.
Many would say that's a problem, because that was what galvanized the situation in the first place.
No. I think that there's a, as I said earlier, I think we need to understand that this is not only a challenge against Ukraine, it's also a challenge against the European Union as a whole, as a political project, as a democratic and freedom space within, of course, our continent. So therefore, I think that we need to face that reality. We need to do also our internal structural reforms in order to be more efficient. We need also to increase our competitiveness when it comes to the European Union economy, and therefore to have enough resources in order to increase our deterrence capabilities. And let me add just one thing. There's also in politics like a qualitative, let's say, issues. The debate about Greenland and the territorial integrity, somehow for other countries, not in the Western societies or of course in Russia, but in the global South, in the so-called global South, perhaps, it has legitimized somehow what Putin is doing. So I think it is important from the European Union to stick together, to be united, and to say clearly to our friends in the US that territorial integrity is something that we must all respect without any doubt. And therefore, I think it was important to see that we are moving forward, that we are overcoming this situation, because somehow we gave reasons to Putin. And this is something that is weakening us when it comes to the Global South. And let me just conclude by saying that, of course, we need to do all this stuff when it comes to Russia and Putin. But we need also to engage in all these global public debates that we have on climate, on global health, on poverty and inequality. These are things that countries and societies from the Global South are asking Western societies and governments to face and respond effectively. And my concern is that we're not there. We're just looking at ourselves, of course, talking about Russia,
navel gazing,
not talking about other things.
Senator, I want to ask you this specifically. Earlier we heard from Lindsey Graham. He said that with an expletive, nobody cares about Greenland anymore. We're over it. Would you agree? Is the president over Greenland in your mind?
I don't speak for President Trump, but I'll say part of why I thought it was urgent for me to lead a large and bipartisan delegation from the House and the Senate to meet with the Prime Minister and other Danish ministers, Greenlandic leaders, several weeks ago was to send a strong signal that this does not reflect majority American opinion, to express gratitude. We laid a wreath of memory, a memorial wreath at Castellet at the monument to the 52 Danes who served alongside Americans and other NATO troops and gave their lives in sacrifice in Afghanistan and Iraq. I don't know what the president is thinking, but if this moment produces greater joint investment through NATO in Arctic security, produces an investment by American companies in the sustainable development of Greenland's resources on Greenland's terms and within the framework of the Kingdom of Denmark, that will be a positive thing. But, as I said at the outset, the things that NATO needs to thrive, resources, we have them, coordination of capabilities, we need them, trust. The thing we need to deliver is a restored trust. Because at the end of the day, Article 5 has only been invoked once in our defense. And the delegation that is here from Congress, it's very large. I encourage you to connect with any of us. The commitment to Article 5 and to our collective security as something that is our source of security and prosperity, not some charity to Europe. It is what has strengthened us, is very strong among the American people and the American Congress.
Is there a chance that the NATO alliance is stronger at the end of Donald Trump's second term than it was before?
I hope and pray so, and will work for it to be so. And as President Stubb said, Putin has failed strategically. NATO is bigger. NATO is better funded. NATO is more experienced. And I think NATO is going to be more clear-eyed. We are, yes, going through a difficult time here in terms of trust. But the exercise you were referencing, the work on the eastern flank, the southern flank, in the space above us in the high north, we are working more closely together than ever. And I think the clarity of the threat of Russia and the clarity of the challenge of AI, the PRC, and other challenges in the world should leave us stronger than ever on the other side of this period.
Yeah, we could probably, if we look now 3 years ahead of the Trump term, and I think we could set a goal to determine whether NATO is stronger or not. I think goal number one is the 5% mark, and I think a lot of countries are moving towards that at 3.5% plus 1.5. Number two, I think we should have a stronger Arctic security element, just like Chris said. And number three, I think we should strengthen the European pillar of NATO, because what America is asking us now is to take more responsibility for our defense. So if NATO right now is, say, 60-40, Let's see if we're at 50-50 or 40-60 in terms of us doing more of the conventional stuff. We're still dependent on the American nuclear umbrella. Then I think NATO will have strengthened. But I think the issue of trust is something that we need to work on, as we always do in relationships.
Trust in perhaps polite language. Earlier we heard from Secretary Rubio, and I quote, "We have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline." Now, if you take a step back and look at this from the economics, purely from the numbers, when we look at Europe's share of GDP over the last 20 years, it's significantly declined. In your mind, is Europe ready to get its act together? Because if you want, it's kind of pay to play. If you want to project a strong foreign policy, you have to be able to pay for it. You need strong economies.
You're asking a question from the second happiest country in the world and the happiest country in the world. You know,
who better to answer this?
So, are you third? No.
Well, they're very happy.
Yeah. No, I sometimes, sometimes when I hear the discourse, especially of economists who are looking at accrued GDP as the save-all measurements, I think us coming from Nordic countries, we value welfare societies, which are a combination of open market economies and then clear safety nets. And if I look at our Gini coefficient, if I look at all the measures of international data, which 5 countries are in top 10, whether it's justice, whether it's least corrupt, whether it's open, whether it's welfare, whether it's environment, whether it's open media, gender equality, they are the Nordics. So I don't buy the argument that we're doing bad. I'm actually bloody happy.
And Prime Minister Sanchez, with your continually growing economy, I guess you're pretty happy.
Well, not only that. I mean, we have sun, we have great, great weather in Spain.
Snow.
But just let me add one thing. I don't understand why some, personalities of the U.S. administration see the reality of the European Union project as a threat. Because I think that, this is a fact. I think it's one of the biggest accomplishments of the 20th century. And what we have decided within the European Union is to moving forward. And I think this is for the good of the global stability and the global peace. So therefore, I don't understand why we are seen as a threat.
I don't think you're seen as a threat by the administration. You're seen as a burden, which suggests to me you need better PR.
No, I think that there's some some look at the European Union and wishing to have a more fragmented European Union, while at least these 3 representatives of the European Union were looking and working for a strongest European Union, no? And therefore, we need also to deepen our single market. We need to open ourselves to other regions, such as, this free trade agreement that we reached with Mercosur, and therefore, we need to move in this direction. So this is a reality, and the U.S. need to accept this fact, this reality, that in the future, what they will have in Europe is a more integrate Europe and the European Union. So I think this is...
I'm seeing agreement from the President and Prime Minister. So do you think Donald Trump sees Europe as a threat? The European project?
Well, I think we need to... I mean, you know that I'm pro-European, pro-American, and by definition transatlanticist. So I really try to work at the transatlantic relationship. But I want to deal with the world as it is, not as I wish it would be. And I think we need to read the national security strategy of the US in November very carefully. And it has 2 strands. One is an ideological MAGA strand, where there is a thought that European integration is not necessarily a good thing. Accept that. And I think President Trump would agree with that. Secondly, there's a policy strand, which is America first, and then there's a pecking order. The Western Hemisphere comes first, second is in the Indo-Pacific, third is Europe, fourth is the Middle East, and 5 is Africa. So now we need to work on this plane, and I think we need to tie ourselves very closely with interests, with values, because ideology is shifting a little bit. So let's just work on this pragmatically.
Prime Minister.
You were asking, about NATO, and let's be honest, the only time in history where the majority of the Europeans and the Americans have been safe is when we had NATO. It's the only time in history. And of course, defense and deterrence and therefore capabilities and economy is a big part of that. But Article 5 is the most important thing. And there's only once in our history where we had to activate Article 5. That was because what happened in the US. The rest of the time, we have been able to provide freedom, democracy, prosperity, and wealth only because of wordings in Article 5. Because all our enemies knows that if they attack us, they will attack all of us. So spending is important. In our industrial base has to be scaled up, and we have to speed up. We have to spend much more. But maybe the most important thing, when that is secured by us as political leaders, that is our unity. And therefore, to question the transatlantic relationship, or to threaten allies, or to do anything that will undermine the idea of Article 5 will be a threat to all of us. So let's stick together. That's my short advice.
And Senator, just to wrap us up, I've been coming to this conference a long time. So have you. How encouraged are you by hearing these remarks?
Look, I think it's important for us to hear each other and to remember our history, our shared sacrifice, and the potential that lies in front of us. Our adversaries are collaborating and cooperating much more closely than before. Iran, North Korea, China are supporting Russia's war of aggression, learning from it, and preparing for future aggression, quite possibly. When President Truman signed the NATO treaty on behalf of the United States, he said people of courage and vision can still determine their own destiny. As I go back to the United States Congress, I will remind my colleagues of the sacrifice and investment by so many European and Canadian partners of ours in NATO to build better societies and to build a better future for all of us. And I'll remind them that if we follow your lead, we might be happier too.
Your Excellencies, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will continue shortly at 4 p.m. with the panel discussion, Holding the Line, Defending Europe and Supporting Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue here in the main conference hall at 4 p.m. That's in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the program in the main conference hall in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, at 4 p.m. we'll have Holding the Line, Defending Europe and Supporting Ukraine in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. We'll continue with the program shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. The program will continue shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final call. Please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue shortly in the main conference hall. Please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be closing the doors to the main conference hall. Please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the founder and chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, Katarzyna Pisarska.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be back here in Munich for an extremely timely debate, holding the line, defending Europe, and of course, securing Ukraine. We will have a fantastic lineup of speakers, but we will start with scene setting to our wonderful debate. I would like to invite Minister Boris Pistorius, the Federal Minister of Defense of Germany. Please, Minister, join us at the scene.
President Nauseda, Deputy Prime Minister Kaczka, Minister Sikorski, Senator Slotkin, Professor Psiaska, ladies and gentlemen, my mother was a passionate, freedom-loving politician who taught me a lot about our world. She was born in 1933, a year that marks a profound rupture in German and European history. She lived through the Second World War, the collapse of a murderous regime. She had to endure displacement and expulsion, experience the division of Germany and the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. Like so many in her generation, she learned firsthand how quickly the tides can turn, how fragile freedom and peace can be. This experience of fragility of the existing order shaped her life and the decisions she made as a politician. Today, international politics is teaching us a similar lesson. Nothing can be taken for granted. Freedom is under attack around the globe, and the international order is crumbling. Wars and crises are on a rise across the planet. America's focus is shifting. With it, a central building block of European security is under reconstruction. Is that a reason for pessimism? To be frank, having the United States provide for our security was never supposed to be the norm. It was always an exception. Naturally, exceptional arrangements never last forever. They are not meant to. What I take from the latest US defense strategy and the NATO defense ministers' meeting this week is a sense of realistic, pragmatic, and to be honest, sober optimism. The next chapter of our partnership depends on a clear and fair distribution of responsibilities. Europe must take the lead in providing robust conventional forces and take on greater responsibility for its own neighborhood, while the United States continues to contribute strategic and nuclear backing for the foreseeable future. The US has made this new burden sharing very clear, and Europe is acting. NATO is becoming more European so that it can remain transatlantic. The alliance needs to make sense for all members. Even the United States cannot act alone in today's world of emerging great powers. It needs allies. Having more than 30 of them, all united in one powerful alliance, is truly unique. It makes the United States stronger than any other of the great powers, and most importantly, stronger than its adversaries. But our alliance also needs to make sense for Europe. It depends on predictability. It depends on predictability of actions, and it depends on reliability of the American commitment. Questioning the territorial sovereignty and integrity of a NATO member state, excluding European allies from negotiations that are crucial to the security on the continent, all this damages our alliance and strengthens our adversaries, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also say a few words on Rubio's vision of the world's order. Secretary Rubio, yes, our international organizations have failed to solve many crises and conflicts. But the answer cannot be for a great power to go it alone. That might work in the short term. But in a world of more competing great powers, this will definitely not work in the long term. There's a much better way. Reforming and reinvigorating international organizations, just as Marco Rubio pointed out this morning too, so that they deliver what is crucial: peace and security. We can only do that together. Ladies and gentlemen, a strong and capable alliance is particularly crucial given the many interconnected threats and uncertainties we face. In Europe's southern neighborhood, we are confronted with a complex mix of fragile states and terrorism, as a recent resurgence of ISIS in Iraq has shown. It is easy but dangerous to overlook these simmering threats, considering the huge blow they can strike at both Europe's and America's security. In the East, we are faced with a highly armed and aggressive military power with the world's largest nuclear arsenal at its disposal. Russia is driven by raw power, revisionism, and egoism. Nowhere does this become more apparent than its brutal war of aggression in Ukraine. Moscow is not acting alone. It is pursuing the revisionist agenda by cooperating with China, Iran, North Korea. It is trying to use international fora such as BRICS and turn them into anti-Western blocs. Up north, Russia and China are getting ready to project military and economic power in the Arctic. In the event of an escalation in Europe, Russia would most likely use its northern fleet to open a second front, cut transatlantic supply chains, and threaten both sides of the Atlantic with nuclear submarines. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world of fragility, we cannot afford complacency. This is why Germany drastically increased its defense spending. To do so, we took a really huge step. We amended our constitution. This speaks volumes of how serious we are about our commitment to security and defense in and for Europe. We will reach our new defense spending target of 3.5% by 2029. We reformed our military service law. This will lead to a much stronger active forces and more resilient reserve. We are meeting NATO's targets on investment, procurement, and readiness. We have significantly scaled up investments in our defense industry, expanded production capacities, and streamlined our procurement processes. Germany today is guided by determination and strength. But one thing, ladies and gentlemen, never change. We will not act alone, but always in close coordination with our allies as a reliable partner. Division is weakness, especially when facing revisionist powers. We cannot allow internal or external powers to drive a wedge into our alliance. It is unity that gives us strength, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why Germany is working towards building unity at the heart of NATO and the heart of Europe. That is why we are deploying a full combat-ready brigade to Lithuania. That is why we are strengthening maritime security with Canada, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland in the North Atlantic. That is why we are now the largest supporter of Ukraine. And that is why our support for Ukraine will not waver, even as Putin's brutal war of aggression is entering its fifth year now. And when it comes to the future of Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen, 3 points are crucial in my view. First, we will keep looking for paths to a reliable peace, because Ukraine's future is fundamental, not just to European security, but to global security. We need a peace deal that safeguards both Ukraine's and our European interests. Second, the ball is in Putin's court. He is the one who is dragging out negotiations and is showing no willingness to compromise. He is shifting the cost of war to his own people. But he must not be mistaken. We will continue doing everything in our power to protect Ukraine as an independent, sovereign European nation. We will keep up the pressure politically, economically, and militarily. And third, we will have peace. And when, not if, this day comes, we will have to make this peace last. We will have to shield Ukraine from any potential future aggression by Russia. To accomplish this huge task, Ukraine needs substantial, reliable security guarantees. And it was, in fact, Marco Rubio who made an important point in 2014 before the US Senate. He reminded everyone that the 1994 Budapest Memorandum did ultimately not serve the purpose of providing for Ukraine's security. Quite the opposite. 20 years later, Russia invaded and annexed Crimea. Therefore, our lesson for today, ladies and gentlemen, must be we cannot afford another paper tiger like the Budapest Memorandum. To provide credible and reliable security guarantees, all of us, European and Americans, have to deliver. Europe and Germany stand ready to play their part. Ladies and gentlemen, when listening to today's and yesterday's speeches at this conference, I am once again reminded of my mother's biography. She lived through the radical destruction of the German democracy and the international order, because not enough people in Germany and elsewhere stood up to those who wanted to destroy and replace it with their barbarian ideology of war and suppression. But she also witnessed the emergence of a new, stable, free and rules-based order, thanks to the dedication of those who worked to establish it. This brought peace and freedom to large parts of Europe. There were times when we Europeans took this all for granted, and when we did too little to support the precious order, when we dwelled on our weakness, when we complained, when we criticized each other for inaction. And Radoslav, we all remember your famous words about German inactivity. The reality today is very different. Combined European armies outnumber any other army in the world. We are spending much more on defense than ever before. Our defense industry produces top-tier equipment. We are taking our future into our own hands in the areas of joint capability development and procurement financing. But, to be clear and honest, there's room for more, for much more. I want German and European security and defense policy to be more effective and more hard-edged. I want Europe to be more than a strong economic force. It must develop more military power. It must take over more responsibility for its own security. I want our actions to be better coordinated internationally, and I want them to be more visible. I want security to be not just a whole of government, but a whole of society matter. This is key to building real resilience in Europe. I want us to be able to pursue our own interests and to stay the course even when the going gets tough. With the debates over Greenland, we have proven that we are capable, ladies and gentlemen, of doing so. We have to reform and harden our international organizations so that they can better deliver. We have to do more to strengthen our institutions and conventions, with both our traditional and potential new partners and, if need be, just us Europeans. In a less reliable world, we need more reliable politics. Our strongest currency in this world is reliability. In times of fragility and transition, when few things can be taken for granted, I want Europe to be a reliable anchor for other nations, a continent supporting and shaping an international order as a basis for peace and freedom, and, equally important, providing for its own security. Let us show what we Europeans are capable of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Pistorius. And now I would like to invite our distinguished panel to join us here. First and foremost, the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda. Please, Mr. President, please join us here. Second, Mr. Taras Kachka, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for European and Transatlantic Integration. Next, the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Radosław Sikorski. And last but definitely not least, Elisa Stolkin, I'm so sorry, the Senator, U.S. Senator, member of the Senate Committee on Armed Services, the United States. Thank you, Senator, for joining us here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me maybe start for allowing to take the floor to our Ukrainian guests here. Prime Minister Kachka, if you could tell us what is the current situation in Ukraine and how has this hardest winter of all affected the civilian population?
Thank you for inviting and for this question. I think it's difficult to add to the description of situation that as it was done by President Zelenskyy, but I think that there is one thing that I would like from government to highlight, that the biggest target of Russia this winter is energy, and it's already 4th year they attack our energy, but this time it's like very tough, so that they use every type of missiles, ballistics, so there's the hypersonic, so that like drones and massive things. And what we see is that we are capable to to defend ourselves, but technologically, so that we have two tactics. First is, as it was on the screens during President's speech, is to repair our energy system. But you need to have a stocks of equipment in order to repair, so that's why we grab literally everything we can use in Europe, especially the equipment that is not used, obsolete, old-style equipment, to repair. And we will repair our energy till the moment that we will have stocks for equipment. And it is difficult to do because Russia is destroying, literally like attempts to destroy the energy system to the level that is not repairable. But we will not give up and we will continue to do so. Second big thing is that we are able to intercept, so that together with your support, with US equipment, European equipment, we can intercept almost everything, but also the question is the scale. So we need missiles to Patriots, to some TRST, to other equipment, and with enough stocks we will be able to intercept. So now we are not successful in this, so that's why our pledge is like help us more, because this quantity is Mette now, so this winter. So that's why this is the request. But what happens in Ukraine, so that the situation when you continue to make joke that out of free electricity, water or heat you can choose two is already optimism. A lot of people in Ukraine cannot choose nothing, so they have nothing, no water, no electricity, no heat in a very harsh winter. So why it is important for Russians? So Russia wants to use winter as a weapon. They have this memory of this because they defend them during Napoleon time. I don't know, so that, but now they are aggressor. They are trying to use winter as a weapon. We are not going to give up, and if we will survive this winter, this course will be done as well as their ballistic missiles if we have equipment. But now, so that life in Ukraine, especially in Kyiv, is that you have no choice. If you want to have a hot tea, you will wake up at 3 a.m. because you have electricity and you have your tea, and you try to maintain it till through the day. Or if you want to go to shower, so it's like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. When you have electricity, when you have water, you can do this. But we have whole districts where you have nothing at all. So like 5 kilometers from my apartment, so we have a district Troyeshina where a lot of people have no access because the power generation was destroyed to the level that they cannot help. And we really appreciate all the help with generators, with other resilience units and other helps, humanitarian help that is provided by citizens of Europe, governments of Europe, and I think that with your support we will survive. And just to complete on this, I think that this is the picture of humanitarian catastrophe. But the morale of society is still very high, so no one is saying that we are ready to give up. So no social polls, not private opinions, no one is saying so that's enough, we are not ready to fight against Russia, so that's time to do it. No, the situation is absolutely different, so that's why our position remains the same. We are ready to fight, we are ready to protect ourselves. Please help us with all necessary security guarantee, and let's fight for the stable and just peace as it is requested by our president. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that really informs us on the current situation. But to the president, when I listen to Prime Minister Kaczka, I feel anger. Because on the one side, you see resilient people fighting for their country, but then no nation should have to go through 4 years of this. And we see that the fourth winter is the worst winter so far, and nothing is changing. It seems like the situation for Ukrainians is becoming worse. Have we failed?
Yes, the Deputy Prime Minister described the situation quite well, and I can only imagine what is the situation in the flats of ordinary people where the temperature is, let's say, 2 or 3 degrees plus. We can only imagine living here in the European countries. For us, it was pretty clear from the very beginning. This is also about emotions, but emotions do not help. If emotions lead to the decisions, then emotions are constructive. So this was the reason why Lithuania was the first country to deliver the first weapons to Ukraine, even 2 weeks before the war broke out. I visited Kiev actually last day before the war started, together with former President of Poland, Andrzej Duda. And since then, I saw the big transformation of the thinking of European nations regarding the Ukraine. We started from the discussions, should we deliver the helmets, should we deliver life jackets or something else? And now where we are. We are in the situation where we are talking about the delivering of deep strike capabilities, missiles, air defense systems, ammunition. Yes, they are still in lack of these goods, and we try to do our best in order to support them consequently. But what is my thinking, and Russia is proving every day that Russia is not ready for the peace. And I don't think that they will be ready to peace negotiations. I don't know, maybe in 27, 28, but not in 26. Because all the actions show that they are just imitating the negotiations process and at the same time trying to break the morale of Ukrainian people. Yes, they are not successful by doing this. This is good side. But this is at the cost of suffering of Ukrainian nation, Ukrainian people, brave Ukrainian people. I really admire this nation. This nation is exceptional, being able to withstand this huge pressure of big country, big aggressor, 4 years in a row. But without our support, they will be not able to succeed. So what is needed right now? Our support, continuous support, our readiness and our unity with our transatlantic partner too. And we try to do it in European Union formats. I am the member of European Council. I am happy that we were able to take the decision regarding 90 billion euros as a military support to Ukraine. Not always we are successful. Sometimes we face some delays. We face differences in the opinions. But we are ready to provide these decisions, and we are ready to stay with Ukraine until the end of the war.
Thank you. Prime Minister Sikorski, I think we all agree here that we don't believe in Russia's intention to end this conflict anytime Where do you think we're going to be a year from now, sitting at this stage? Where would we want to be, and where are we going to be? And what can we do today to make sure that Ukraine will not be going for a fifth year of war and a fifth winter that might be even more devastating than this one?
I'll answer your question, but let me make 2 brief points first. First of all, I'd like to associate myself with what Minister Pistorius said, that it was natural for the United States to be in the lead in these negotiations when the United States was providing the bulk of the military assistance. And the United States was also brave and effective in deploying strategic intelligence to deprive the Russians of the casus belli in the days before the war and in the early days of the war. But I would like particularly our American guests to know, because it's not fully in the American infosphere, we are now paying for this war. The American outlay for the war for last year was close to 0. We are buying American weapons to be delivered to Ukraine. There is no package in the US Congress, and that there isn't even the prospect of a package. If we are paying, if this is affecting our security, not just Ukraine's, then we deserve the seat at the table, because the outcome of this war will affect us. Number 2, consider what these attacks on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities tell you about Putin's ideology. The whole invasion was justified on the pseudo-Tsarist and Soviet grounds of Ukrainians being really just misguided Russians. If we get united, they'll see the light. So they were a brotherly kind of peasant version of Russians. And Kiev was really a Russian city. So Putin is now bombing his brothers and bombing a Russian city. I think that shows you that this is in fact a colonial war. He is just bent on conquering Ukraine again. This is the 3rd attempt. In the 19th century, they banned the printing of Ukrainian books. In the 20th century, they caused an artificial famine in which 5 million people were murdered, and the entire culture-bearing Ukrainian class was obliterated in the 1930s, and this is the 3rd attempt. And now to your question. Putin says he wants peace, and in a sense, every dictator and every conqueror wants peace. If you give up and you capitulate, you'll have peace. But the question is, under what conditions? And Russia can tolerate Ukrainianness as a sort of provincial version, a Russian folklore. But Russia cannot tolerate Ukraine, or at least Putin cannot, as a nation with its own identity, history, interests, including security interests, and its own desire to integrate with other organizations than Russia's. And the question in this war is, who will crack first? And Ukrainians are showing that they're not cracking on the front line. Russian advances are tiny. And history teaches us that bombing populations doesn't work. The Luftwaffe didn't break the spirit of London. The Royal Air Force didn't break the will to fight of the people of Germany. In fact, they get stiffened. So the real question is, when will Putin run out of resources to carry out this war? And cracks are beginning to show in the Russian economy. We have given Ukraine 90 billion euros. That should be enough to sustain them for 2 years. If we gave them 10 or 20 billion more, they could actually get their defense industry up to full capacity, and then the fight would be more equal.
Thank you very much. We'll go back. We'll come back to the state of the Russian economy and the state of Russia in just a moment, but I wanted to hear from Minister Pistorius, actually, when Minister Sikorski says that we deserve a place at the negotiating table. How do we do that? And when are we going to be sitting at the negotiating table?
I have no idea, to be honest, because it's not up to us.
But we're paying the bill.
We are paying the bill, but we are not paying the bill to Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin refuses to negotiate with Europeans. And the Americans let that happen. That is our problem at the moment, at least from my perspective. Washington lets that happen. We can't push ourselves at the negotiation table when Putin is not willing to talk with us. And again, Washington lets that happen. So what we should do is to confirm our will every day that we will proceed supporting Ukraine. And this is what we really need to focus on, especially when I think about the last UDCGs and the last contributions. We need more, we need it faster, we need it more efficiently. And I mean, we just have been talking about air defense and the attacks on Kiev every night and killing people in their apartments because they die by cold. We need to get faster in scaling our production in the US and in Europe to be able to deliver and to provide more and faster what is needed so urgently when it comes to air defense. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the morale of the brave Ukrainian people might break finally.
Thank you. Senator, I know this is not probably a question to you, but we have to ask it. Why is Washington not letting the Europeans be at the negotiating table and listening to Vladimir Putin, who's saying a tough no?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer a rhetorical question, but I think, like, it's not hidden to anyone here at the Munich Security Conference that the United States is going through something. That we have, like, is anyone missing that?
Tell us more.
Is anyone missing that? So I think we're going through something at a fundamental level in our democracy. And because of that, we're going through something profound as it relates to foreign policy. It's the theme of this entire conference, or every side conversation at least.
Under destruction.
So, right. So I think and when it comes to Ukraine, given where we were a year ago, right? For those of you who were here and the vice president came and stood on this stage and gave a speech, I was sitting up there. Like the breath fell out of my lungs. A year later, we still have this good cop, bad cop. What do we want to do with Ukraine from the White House, right? Do we want to pull completely back, give it to the Europeans, not our problem? Or quite the opposite, do we feel like it's extremely important to bring this to some sort of resolution? You can talk to 3 different Americans and get 4 different opinions, okay? So I think that's why you don't have Europeans at the table. And we have a saying, I used to work at the Pentagon, that you don't talk about them without them. And if you want the Europeans to be part of the ultimate settlement, which we desperately do, which the president says he does, then of course the Europeans should be at the table. But the fundamentals of the conflict, where the Ukrainians have fought so bravely, changed the nature of tactical warfare, I think, with what they have done. We're all learning lessons from the Ukrainians. But let's not mistake that the fundamental question is, are we willing to exert more military or economic pain on Vladimir Putin? And because we're a mess back home in the United States, because we don't know the answer to that question, we're in this merry-go-round. And you're not on it with us. When you come on, it's not any more organized. We have to answer that fundamental question, and that's something we're deeply grappling with in the United States.
And while at it, I'll give the floor in a moment to Minister Sikorski, but we see, and we've been told many times during the last 2 days, that the American people continue to support Ukraine, that there's actually an increase in the pollings when it comes to support. Majority of Americans actually don't know that there's now 0 funding coming from the United States. But what would you, or what are you as the Senator of the United States doing to actually convince the majorities to push, for example, in the Senate, some of these aid packages, sanction packages?
Yeah. Well, I come from the state of Michigan. We happen to have a lot of Ukrainian Michiganders. So it's never far from people's minds, especially in certain communities. But I think while the American people may not follow the day-to-day in Ukraine, I'm going to be honest with you, right? They're worried about their kids, their, house, whether they're going to be able to live a middle-class life. We are struggling deeply with that in the United States. They do understand power, and they understand a bully. And they understand that sometimes, we all want the conflict in Ukraine to end. And sometimes in order for it to end, you have to exert more pressure, right? For a short time in order to bring it to a conclusion. But if you keep going around the merry-go-round, it just extends out the stress, the pain, the suffering, the killing. So they may not understand the day-to-day, but I think if there were leaders who were willing to articulate that in order to bring this to a conclusion, we must get in deeper in putting that pressure on a bully, they would understand that basic power conversation.
Do you see those leaders?
Do I what?
Do you see those leaders?
See them. I mean, again, I'll answer whatever rhetorical question you want, but I was almost indicted last week by my government. So we are going through something profound, and we will get through it. I believe to my core we will get through it, but we will have to hit rock bottom before we come back up, and we're going to have to fight for it. So no, I don't see a clear, straight line to getting those answers. But many of us feel very passionate. We are here because we feel very passionately that our interests with Europe are aligned, and that allowing Vladimir Putin to roll over Ukraine is not just horrible for Ukraine, it's horrible for Europe and horrible for us.
Minister Sikorski.
Europe should be at the table because the stakes are incredibly high. It's not that just the future of Ukraine, it's not just the security of the eastern flank, it is about the place of Europe in the future distribution of power in the world. In other words, who will be the third leg of global distribution? China, United States, and Russia, or the European Union? Don't ask me which I would prefer. And to my mind, President Trump is not wrong when he says that in this more brutal world, you need to show your cards. The United States would give itself more cards to pressure Putin into a deal by, for example, delivering tomahawks to Ukrainians. And the decision was apparently quite close a couple of months ago. Taurises would help too. But as Europe, what we should say is that if the US forces Ukraine into an unfair deal, we will continue with our commitment to Ukraine, and it is Ukraine that will decide when to make a deal. And then we will not be able to be ignored by Putin, because we will then become the main provider to Ukraine.
Very good point. Thank you very much, Minister. I'll bring back Minister Kaczka here to the discussion. Unfortunately, many leaders around the world, people believe that Russia is invincible. That for some reason, Russia wins every war at the end of the game because of its, willingness to take the long-haul perspective and sacrifice. What do you say as a Ukrainian to these people?
First, I think that with Minister Sikorski, I think we can say that Soviet Union collapsed in Afghanistan. Yes, so that's also an example that not every war was won. Yeah, and I think that my personal thing is I always highlight that Russia was able to win the war when Ukraine was part of Russian Empire. So with us, it is possible. Against us, it is impossible. So that's why I think that we all need to understand that we are at the table of negotiations, so that Europe, and why? Because what we are talking now, so that whether everyone believes that we have really systemic negotiations with Russia, even Secretary Rubio today said that he rather doubts about the position of Russia. We are at the moment when we are thinking finding a way how to force Russia to be at the table of negotiations. It is impossible without European pressure. It was impossible without US pressure in terms of sanctions, and we had a lot of tactical discuss. But it's also impossible without showing that we have really strong security guarantees. And these security guarantees should be designed, developed, and implemented as a first initial step before the negotiations, just to show Russia that they cannot win against us, but they definitely will lose if we are all together. And we have these security guarantees as a political, legal, but also practical commitment. Practical commitment in terms of training, in terms of establishing our cooperation, but also supplying weapons. So that's why what is happening now is a creation of this environment and this universe for negotiations, and we are all at the table. So despite the actual setting of the meetings in Geneva, for example, because we still need to create an environment when Russia literally negotiates and not pretend that it negotiates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yes.
Just on the point of fact, Mazepa was with Charles XII during the Great Northern War, and yet the Russians won at Poltava. But since then, it's been a better run. So the Russians lost the Crimean War, the Russians lost the Russo-Japanese War, the Russians were knocked out of World War I, the Russians lost at the Battle of Warsaw when they tried to conquer Europe, the Russians lost in Afghanistan, I saw it, and the Russians lost the Cold War. So no, the Russians don't always win, but there is good news. Every time after they've lost, and in fact only then, there are reforms.
Thank you, Minister. President, and this question actually goes to President Ursula, but also to both of the ministers. Of course, that Russia understands only strength, but it has tested us as European Union countries, as NATO countries, over the last 4 years, and specifically this year, to a huge extent. It's not only arson attacks, sabotage. We saw in Poland 20 over drones flying into our airspace. Do you think we're sending a signal to Russia that we're ready to retaliate for this kind of behavior? Because so far, our societies say we're not doing enough in this matter.
I will return to this question, but I would like to say that Russia lost one more war in 1990 as my country regained the independence, and we survived the events of January 13th, and other Baltic countries also regained their independence. I think Russia is not as successful as pretends to be, and now I think we have to look more carefully to the economy of Russia. What is happening there. And I think that they are in the situation of stagflation. And every economist will say that stagflation is a very dangerous situation where you have no tools how to repair the situation. If you increase the interest rates, you will contribute to diminishing and dropping of economic activity. If you will reduce interest rates, inflation will be even higher. So the living standard is going down, especially in the regions of Russian Federation. But you know, this is a country where you can just ignore the needs of the people because you don't have the election process. You have no democracy. We all in Western countries, we would lose the elections if the economy would be in such a bad shape, but not in Russia, at least for the time being. Now,
so where is the pain? Where
is the pain? Where's the pain? I think the pain, the line of the pain is not far away. But, of course, Russia is still on the way to this situation. Now, please remind me your question.
Hybrid warfare.
Hybrid war.
Arson.
Yes, you know, we are very good specialists in this regard because Lithuania has very long border with Belarus, close ally, close proxy with Russian Federation. And we have also 120 kilometers borderline with Kaliningrad region. So all the time, we are exposed to different kinds of hybrid attacks. No matter, in 2021, it was illegal migration, artificially created problem by Alexander Lukashenko, sending the people from Middle East, from North Africa to Minsk, then from Minsk to the border. And we could see the officials and employees of Alexander Lukashenko regime instructing them how to cross the border, how to destabilize the situation at the border. Then later, now we are suffering the flights of balloons, meteor balloons, actually for smuggling purpose, for cigarettes, but actually...
But are we responding effectively? Do you think the Russians are getting the signal that we're responding?
Solutions, and we count on the European Union flagship initiatives like Eastern Flank Watch. And I think the more successful we are, because this is really the threat to our society. Society is under threat. Society is asking politicians what to do. Do you have enough tools to respond to it? But I think those hybrid attacks contribute that we are looking for the solutions on European Union level. And this is a good point, that we are ready to respond, we are ready to take the solutions, and we are looking forward. I think we should understand that Belarus should be included in the sanctions list, sanctions which were imposed on the Russian Federation, because this country is destabilizing and destabilizing the situation at the border deliberately. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Intentionally.
Thank you. The same, very shortly, Minister Pistorius, Minister Sikorski, are we doing enough? Are we able to take our gloves off when it comes to responding? Germany also had drones over your airports, many other attacks in the cyberspace. You know, are we signaling Russia the way we should?
At least we started doing so. We're speeding up, we're ramping up, we're becoming better and better every day by developing new technologies, by procuring what is available. So we are better every day. And at the same time, I would fully agree with Mr. Nausėdas, Mr. President, that it is a European issue in the first place, because it is not a national, can't be a national issue for smaller or bigger countries in Europe. We all know that disinformation, fake news, and hybrid warfare does not stop at frontiers of some single small countries. And the third point I would like to raise is, it is a matter of mindset in our societies, how we react to that, how serious we take what's going on. And for my country, I can say I really have been seeing in the last years an incredible, at least 3 years ago or 5 years ago, an incredible change of mindset in terms of that. The society is getting more and more resilient, and at the same time, of course, hoping and praying for peace, but more and more resilient, and that is what we need, more resilient societies.
Thank you very much. I want to take 2 or 3 questions, but please, Minister, and then very shortly on this.
I think Putin makes a mistake by provoking us through hybrid activities, because it stiffens our resistance and allows us to have higher defense budgets. But what he does is incredibly active. You've had assassinations in Germany, in Britain. We've all had arsons. We've had attempted arsons on board airliners. We have cutting of cables and pipelines at sea. We've had the suppression of GPS signal. We've had an attempt to explode rail lines under a moving train on a high escarpment. People would have died were it not for the incompetence of the assailants. And we've had mass intrusions of Russian drones and cruise missiles into our airspace. This is all forcing us to take countermeasures. And there are further things that we could do. So I've closed down 3 Russian consulates. We've restricted the movement of Russian diplomats in Poland. We still have over 2,000 Russian diplomats. Our security services think up to 40% of them are spies. We should not be tolerating them. They should not benefit from the freedom of movement across the Schengen zone, which they are trying to destroy. And we've also spent almost €1 billion on building a big and beautiful fence on our border with Belarus, through which they were pushing migrants on purpose. So it's all costing us. It's all making us more resilient, but there are more things that we could do together.
Absolutely. Thank you, Taras, very briefly.
I would like to say that we are still not doing enough because the war is continuous and the threats are continuous, but the dynamic is extremely positive. I totally agree that even like previous conference and this conference, the mood is absolutely different. So we have very practical things. So that's why I think that we need to also pay attention to the dynamics, so that how fast we are changing, how fast we are moving. That's important now, because I think that there is already a consensus that we are moving proper direction, we are doing right things, but these dynamics, the tempo is the most important element, and here we see some risks, so that's because of Europe always like a little bit slower than everyone expects, but...
So let's take some questions. If we can take them together, I'm already seeing here 2 and 3. So let's start with the lady in the red, Lisa. The floor is yours.
Lisa Jasko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. A quick question to the President of Lithuania and also Minister Sikorsky. If Poland or Lithuania will be invaded, what specifically would you expect from NATO or non-NATO countries to defend you? Thank you.
And before you answer, we'll take 2 more questions from our Munich young leader here. Ellie, please introduce yourself and ask your question.
From the French Institute of International Relations. Minister Sikorsky, you reminded us that the EU or Europeans in general have been paying for this war over the last year. The EU has finally secured a 90 billion loan for Ukraine to be spent over the next 2 years, I believe. Now there seems to be a conversation among Europeans about how to spend these, whether
question,
on
please.
Ukrainian industry, European industry, or American defense industry. To the whole panel, thank you.
Thank you, and it's also to the whole panel, but I can't say no to Garry Kasparov. I'm sorry, I have a soft spot there. Garry, the floor is yours. And then we'll
Thank you, Katarina.
4th question.
Question to Minister Pistorius, just following your presentation. Germany is about to spend tens, maybe hundreds of billions of euros on defense, on military procurement. Are you going to prepare for the old war or for a new one? Are you going to spend on something that doesn't make any sense, but it's online? And of course, are you willing to go against massive business interests that will push the waste of the money, instead of going with Ukrainians and start providing new technology to fight effective war against Russians?
Thank you. And at the back there, please.
Thank you. I have a question to Senator Slotkin, Łukasz Pawłowski, Polish MFA. You said that US society is going through something and that it is going to hit the rock bottom before it comes back up. Would you care to define what the rock bottom is?
So let us start with Senator Slotkin, please.
Sure. I mean, look, I think I'm sitting in a room full of people who come from active democracies. Some of you have fought very hard for your democracies. We are in a struggle for our democracy. It's not the first time in our 250 years, but it is certainly the most real one of my lifetime. And I think what we're seeing happen right now is as things deteriorate, for instance, in Minneapolis, right? It is hitting something in the American consciousness, a sort of barometer for authoritarianism that they instinctively look at and don't like. Now, because of confusion over years on what media source to listen to, what political party you come from, people are very, they're very unsure about what they read. But when they see it with their own eyes, that is something fundamentally different. And that's why you just saw President Trump very quietly slink out of Minneapolis, because he understands it is just deeply unpopular, not just with Democrats, but with independents, Republicans, and people of all stripes. The more he overplays that authoritarianism, the more people can see it with their own eyes, the more they say, look, I voted for him because I wanted a better economy. I thought we would get it that way, but I didn't sign up for this. And I come from a state that just voted for Donald Trump, so I understand this. So I can't tell you the exact ways and the definition of rock bottom, but I will tell you I stand here as an American senator feeling very concerned about the 2026 elections in November. He is telling us what he wants to do. He is laying it out for us, and it is up to the Americans to believe him, right? That just like in 2020, he said, if I don't win, then it wasn't a free and fair election. He is repeating the playbook, now threatening to put uniformed federal agents around polling locations. I mean, he's telling us the playbook. So the question is, what are we going to do as Americans to defend our democracy that we helped invent? Okay? And that, to me, that process that's going on right now, which is playing out in front of all of you, it's not like we like coming here and talking to you about the difficulties in our own country. No one likes to do that. But it is playing out in front of you, and the question is, will the American people, and when will the American people feel like the issues of democracy are actually not someone else's issues, their kitchen table issues? They affect my everyday life, my safety, my family, my security, my livelihood. When that happens, you will see the American people push back in a profound way, as you've seen in places like Minneapolis. That is the process we are in right now. I can't define it for you, but it is happening before our eyes.
Thank you very much, Senator. We have 5 minutes left, so 1 minute per speaker. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your clarity.
1 minute per speaker. You can answer the question, or you can just engage in the debate we're having currently about the United States.
I'll ask the question from the Ukrainian parliamentarian about what I would expect to happen if Russian tanks crossed the border. Well, we joined NATO for common defense. So in the sense, there's an easy answer. If they cross the border, start killing NATO citizens, Polish citizens, we would expect the North Atlantic Council to meet and to activate the contingency plan. And after that, the plan is very easy. We win, they lose.
That's a good plan, Minister. Minister Pistorius. So how do we win, they lose?
Very brief to the question in terms of procurement. When we started, we had huge gaps of almost everything, and we need to fill them as soon as fast as possible. And at the same time, of course, we know that the war of the future is not just described. If anybody had told us 5 years ago that drones would play such a relevant and crucial role, nobody would have believed, or it could have imagined that. So therefore, we should do and will do everything which is necessary to anticipate what might happen. And that means more investment in innovation, more investment in new technologies, more cooperation with startups, and more cooperation between startups and the Bundeswehr, more clarity in the view to the future, what might be needed, and to learn from Ukraine. Joint ventures with Ukraine are crucial for us and really very critical. We learn every day from the experience of our Ukrainian friends on the battlefield, and this is what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to the President, and the last word will be to Ukraine. President, do you agree we win, they lose? That's the strategy?
Look, don't think that the brave people live only in Ukraine. The brave people live in Lithuania too. We were struggling for our freedom 50 years in a row, and we regained our independence. So in the case of invasion, first of all, we will make the life of aggressor as painful as possible. And then, of course, we will count on the support, first of all, of Article 5, NATO, and we are doing a lot in order to build this so-called wall of deterrence together with our friends, Germany, brigade, Mr. Pistorius mentioned brigade, deployment of German brigade. We have 2 American battalions on the rotational basis, and we are ready to establish Lithuanian National Division until 2030. We are ready. We will win. They will lose.
Thank you very much. And Taras.
I think that first and foremost, we need to bear in mind that everything we did successfully, we did together and with your support. So that's why we all are brave, and we already proved it. We are stronger than we are perceived, and we also prove it. We need not to think what will happen or when it happens, but we need to work now to deter with sanctions, with all the policies. So that's true. And on money, I think that we need to understand that the real cost of a year of war for us and for all of us is more than 100 billion of US dollars. So that's why 90 billion is like is not all the money that unfortunately we will need to spend on defense. And this is also one of the biggest questions of security guarantee on how to finance these defense things, but this is rather for all thinkers for many months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen. Holding the line, defending Europe and supporting Ukraine. Let's give a huge round of applause to our panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program of the conference hall will continue at 5:30 p.m. with the conversation Western Hemisfever, Security in the Americas. Ladies and gentlemen, half an hour of coffee break. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, the main program will continue in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall. We'll continue in 5 minutes.
out so that they're in the afternoon while they're peeled off for cocktail hour at Keir. So many of you know, the big U.S. Can you hear me better now? All right. Let's start over. Thank you for sticking it out and not leaving us for cocktail hour. That comes next. I'm Mary Louise Kelly. I host NPR's All Things Considered. I also host our national security podcast, Sources and Methods, and we have been spending a lot of time lately talking about Venezuela for obvious reasons. So far, in the second term, President Trump has been leaning hard, as you know, into the Western Hemisphere, into American dominance in the Western Hemisphere, asserting, to put it simply, that America can do more or less what it wants in its own backyard. We have all watched the threats on Greenland. We had tracked the attack on Venezuela. There are questions about who may be next, where this goes. And this is not a passing fancy for this White House. This is not a blip. It is enshrined in the U.S. National Security Strategy, which came out last fall. 3 months ago, it was released. And that strategy discusses how the U.S. will reassert and enforce American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere. So I want to invite the Western Hemisphere in the form of 4 of you. Come on up to stage. I'm going to invite the panel to come. There's a chair with each of your name on it. You'll find it. Welcome. We're going to talk through what it looks like to have the U.S. reasserting American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere and how closely your vision of your hemisphere aligns or doesn't with the very muscular policy that we are watching from the current occupant of the White House. Let me introduce, let's go down the line and just make sure that you know who you're hearing from. Diana Fernandez-Molero is a member of the Commission on Foreign Relations and Worship, Chamber of Deputies in the Parliament of Argentina. Welcome. Next to her, Ruben Gallego, United States Senator, a Democrat from Arizona. And among your committees, you're on the Committee for Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. Welcome. Nice to see you outside of Washington. Next to him, Paulo Rangel, who is Portugal's Minister of State and Foreign Affairs. Welcome to you. And right next to me, on my right, Arnaldo Andre Tinoco, who is Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship in beautiful Costa Rica. Welcome. Start with Venezuela. I'm going to put you on the spot. Show of hands. Do you support what the U.S. just did in Venezuela, the removal of Nicolas Maduro? Do you support it?
Sorry, I saw that ring at you. Sorry. I mean, that's a difficult question, but I would like to say that I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina. A lot of Venezuelans, exiles, live there. I mean, their children go with mine children. And I mean, we share a lot. We share the life with them. And that day, the January 6th, they were chanting in the streets. That was a relief for many of them. So that's a perspective, the human perspective that we should take into account, into consideration, because sometimes we talk about multilateral order and rule-based order, and maybe we are missing the people. We are missing the real life. These organizations help their life. Do they work for them? And I think that's something that we have to bear in mind. The democratic path was tried. It was exhausted, actually, and it didn't work. UN organization was, collecting all these criminal records that had the civil rights violations, but nothing happened. It was all diagnosis. Nothing happened. So we didn't have to think of that as a precedent, but as something that it's a red flag. I mean, it was extreme case. Venezuela, I mean, it was a humanitarian catastrophe. It's not a precedent. We need to use that to a red flag and to think about how the regular diplomatic things could work better, again, for the people, for the real people, and not just for the documents that we publish.
Thank you for putting human rights and real people on the table from the beginning of this conversation. Thank you. Senator, good idea, bad idea to attack Venezuela and
look,
take
bad
the
idea how it went down. And look, Maduro is a bad person. He's been doing bad things forever. Why was this a bad precedent? Let's not look at what happened in Venezuela. Let's look what happened just after Venezuela. So right after that happened, what did President Trump say? Colombia, a country that is rich in democracy, one of our closest alliances in the world. The president accused the president of Colombia of being involved with the drug trade, right? So essentially, ostensibly setting up the reason for why they went after Maduro, right? So the reason why we need to stick to a rules-based order, even though there are emotional pools, without a doubt, we're humans, right? Of course we're gonna feel that. And I have a lot of Venezuelan friends that had their opinions. I'm also Colombian, my mom's Colombian, and you know, Colombia is deeply affected by this too. But when you are allowing this type of escapism of the rules-based order, you create this adventurism for potential leaders like Donald Trump. And sometimes it will be in your favor, and then sometimes it will not. But then what happens when China decides that Taiwan now is suddenly, the president of Taiwan is suddenly a criminal? Would that be their justification for them to actually send in you know, their special forces to regime change? We wouldn't like that. So again, glad he's gone, but the violation of rules-based order is something that should really concern everyone that actually lives, dies, and prospers by the rules-based order.
Yeah. Foreign Minister Rangel, your thoughts on what just happened in Venezuela, and I guess you know, how it is playing in your country.
Well, I have to say that this is a very, very important matter for Portugal, because we have a Portuguese community of 500,000 people in Venezuela. Mm-hmm. So this has always a major impact in our public opinion and in a lot of families that have either Portuguese descendants or even Portuguese citizens. And it's a very active community. And so this represents 0.5% of our population, if you look at this. So our population in Portugal is 10 million, and you have 500,000 that are in Venezuela, not from this 10 million, of course, is added value. But so this is a very delicate issue for us. Then let me say, it is clear that we have to respect international law and the Charter of United Nations. So for a country like Portugal, this is very clear. But when then you have, but we know very well what was the Maduro's regime, what it means. We never recognized his election, and so this is also quite clear for us. But then when this happened, there is something that is different from other situations, because I would say, we can say the international law was broken. Mm-hmm. Very well. But now, how are you going to repair this? And nobody is defending that Maduro should come again to be president of Venezuela.
Chelsea Rodriguez has thoughts on that.
So this means that for us that have 500,000 people there that are either Portuguese nationals or belong to the Portuguese community, we are thinking about the future. So what is most important for us now is that we have a proper transition to democracy, and that Venezuela can have their own sovereignty reinstalled. So we are looking forward to the future arrangements that will allow to restore democracy in Venezuela and to restore Venezuela's sovereignty. To allow that, for instance, something that happened that was the highest or the biggest movement of refugees in almost all history, and especially in Americas, that happened with Chavez and especially with Maduro's regime, that we can bring these people again to Venezuela, that has all the conditions to be a very prosperous and rich country. So we are focusing more on the future than really on the situation that happened on the 3rd of January. So what I would like to say, it's clear that there was a break, or that the international law was broken, but the way to reintegrate, to restore international law, is not to bring again Maduro. So this means that probably it's not so white and black as people normally say.
It's
because otherwise you'd say, okay, to restore the integrity of international law, the former president should become president again. And nobody says that.
Mr. Foreign Minister, I want to give you the chance to answer this question. And I also wonder, and we will move on from Venezuela because there's a lot of other things to talk about, but does it plant any question in your mind? We're talking about international law. What about precedent? What about who's next? If you are sitting in Panama, are you looking over your shoulder?
Well, when talking about Venezuela, I agree that we have to bear in mind that 8 million Venezuelans left the country. Most of them passed through Costa Rica. Costa Rica is a small country between Panama and Nicaragua. We had back in the 2023, 2024, up to 520,000 migrants crossing from Panama to Nicaragua through Costa Rica. 70% of them were from Venezuela. We made a poll among our population after Maduro's extraction, and 84% of the Costa Ricans approved that measure.
84% of Costa Ricans approved of the U.S. action.
The U.S. action.
Okay.
It demonstrates that what my predecessors were saying, that it had popular support even in our countries.
So let's go big picture, because I'm wondering what this intense focus by the most powerful country in the world means for your countries. Do you see risks? Do you see opportunities? This is the Don Road Doctrine, as we are told by President Trump. He is calling it. Start with opportunity.
Well, one opportunity is that we're finally focusing on Latin America. You know, we've had a lot of administrations that have either been focused on Europe, on Middle East, on Asia, but there's never been like a strong focus on Latin America. And I don't necessarily want it to be this way, but hopefully the next administration or if there is a pivot, there is a true focus on trying to develop Latin America to help integrate more into a real Western hemisphere economy. There's a lot of great opportunities there. I don't believe this is the route to do it. By stick is not going to do it. It's actually, I think, create ill will. Right now, you have a lot of elections happening in Latin America that are moving towards the right, to electing governments that are actually pro-United States, and we like that. Countries that are also, leaders tend to be anti-China, we like that. But if we play a heavy hand, like we have, for the last 100 years in Latin America, you can have a total blowback.
Yeah.
And we don't want that to happen.
Did you want to jump in?
Yes, well, for a long time, the U.S. didn't neglect the Latin America and was absent, and this vacuum was filled by other actors, maybe actors that weren't so, market-friendly, nor believe in democracy either. So this is great news that the U.S. now is looking at Latin America. I think that is a huge opportunity because I'm not a specialist in security, but I'm an economist, and I always have this economy and institutional perspective. And when institutions fail, security also fails. So if we have institutions failing, we have less trade, we have less investment, more poverty, and this is a ground for a lot of this organized crime and I mean things that we don't like. And so I think that and also that is built in the whole hemisphere, affecting also the US. So I think that now we have a convergence of interests with the US, and that we can work together in order to cooperate and create these orders also. And Argentina is an example. What's going on in Argentina should be something to take into account. We signed a trade agreement and investment, but it's more than that. It's also security, it's also institutional capacity, it's also supply chains. And I think that this works for not only for Argentina, it works for the region. And I think that we should go with this cooperation, and it's better for the whole hemisphere.
Okay, so you're describing that it's positive. The U.S. is really paying attention to what's happening in Latin America and the broader hemisphere. There are downsides of the U.S. paying a lot of attention, and no one likes a bully. There have been many conversations I'm sure you all have been at this conference about Europe trying to figure out how do we stand up for our values, for what we as Europeans need. How do we rethink our relationship with the United States? Are those conversations happening in your countries?
There's a shift, of course, in points of interest between the previous administration and the current administration. For the current administration, we have identified three topics of interest: migration, organized crime and narco trafficking, and Chinese investment, mainly in security areas or critical infrastructure in our countries. In all of those, we do not have a problem with the U.S. Our policy, pre-existing the Trump administration, coincides with it. We are struggling against organized crime and narco trafficking. With the support of the U.S., we have installed scanners in all of our ports and are trying to sterilize our fruit exports from the contamination of drugs. On the front of migration, we have more Americans living in Costa Rica than Costa Ricans living in the U.S. The problem is inverse. And regarding Chinese investments, we took a position on the deployment of the 5G networks, according to which providers must come from countries that belong to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. China does not belong to the convention, and thereby Huawei has been excluded as a provider. So we qualified in all those points of interest, and the cooperation is running well in our case. You have to take into consideration in our specific case that 60% of the tourists we receive are from the U.S., 50% of our exports go to the U.S., and 70% of foreign direct investment comes from the U.S.
You're saying you need the U.S.
So our economy is practically fully integrated with the U.S. economy.
Foreign Minister Rangel, how are you thinking about this? Portugal, you have a foot in both these worlds. You're European, you're also in the Western Hemisphere. How are you hearing the conversations we're having at this conference about should any country be above the law, including the most powerful country in the world?
Well, let me say that Portugal is a founding member of NATO, is member of the European Union we joined the European Union 40 years ago, and we have the biggest maritime domain of Europe. And we are, as you said, in the far west of Europe, together with Iceland. So, for us, everything that is linked to Atlantic, and especially United States, is, I'd say, a decisive and fundamental act of our external policy. So this is quite clear. What I'd like to draw your attention to is that all this doctrine of the Western Hemisphere had an impact in Europe that today Europe was very reluctant to accept, but today everybody accepts, is that Europe has to be responsible for its own defense and has to invest adequately, properly, intensively in defense. Because the United States say we have to take care of the Pacific, we have to take care of American hemisphere or Western hemisphere, so you have to be responsible for your own defense. And this, that seems something that could be aggressive to Europe in a first perspective or first approach, today is seen by Europeans as a positive thing. There is a paradox in this approach that Europe is become more and more united because of this doctrine, because we have to take care of ourselves. So this would be a positive impact that I would like to stress, to underline, that probably was not foreseen when we speak about this doctrine and this geopolitical approach, but it will be the consequence of it. Europe will take care of its own defense, and so it will take a new step in its own unity and integration. And this is a positive remark that I'd like to do.
It's not analogous, though. The European Union and Europe in general had years and years and years of intercontinental wars. South America hasn't actually had a massive war against each other since 1935. It was Bolivia versus Paraguay, right? It has, decades and decades now of, democracies passing from party to party, right? So our relationship with Latin America does not have to be one of a defensive posture. We have aligned interests, obviously, in terms of keeping China out in critical infrastructure, Huawei, a good example. Other critical infrastructure in terms of access to sky. I was talking about the telescopes down in Argentina. But because we don't have to necessarily have that intense defensive posture and relationship that we had with Europe, we need to actually look at our relationship with the Western Hemisphere from a different prism. And that prism is economic collaboration. And, the best thing that can happen to the United States is that we need to have another entity, another region that is just as powerful as the European Union to help us really counterbalance the market that China gets to command. And going into the future, if we don't have a prosperous Latin America and a prosperous European Union and a prosperous United States, we're not going to be able to meet the demands of China. This is our opportunity to do that. And it pains me talking to the capital in the United States, our Wall Street guys, our private equity guys. They're more comfortable building in Chengdu, China, than they are in Cali, Colombia, right? Yeah. 4 hour difference between 16 hours difference, all right? But in terms of what is in our best national interest as a country, our capital should be flowing where our interests are, and it's not. It's going to a country that is trying to rise against us.
Let's just stay with China for a second and how the rest of the world fits into this. And I'll direct this at our panelists from Argentina and Costa Rica, if I may. Is there room for both a very engaged, muscular U.S. policy in the Western Hemisphere and for China? Because I don't see any sign of a rush to distance from China. China's business footprint is everywhere. Chinese cars are everywhere, if you go to Brazil, for example.
Well, yes, of course. I think there's a space for both. And countries relate to other countries, I think, in base of three pillars. The one is geopolitics and your neighbors. I mean, you have to have a good relationship with your neighbors and also with global powers. That's basics. And that's sort of stable. It doesn't change with time. Then you have the institutional and the values, no? So which countries it relates to has to do with values and which countries do you want to have institutional anchors. And this is with Western democracies. And it doesn't change over time either, no? So, and then you have a third dimension that is trade and investment. Well, that changed more frequently. As an example, China 20 years ago wasn't a relevant actor for Latin America or Argentina, and now it is. So in these three levels, we need to engage. And we need to engage in order to have the benefits for Argentina and the Argentinians as well. And I think that we can set a clear line, like a pragmatic engagement with clear lines. And you say, okay, critical infrastructure, well, with rules, with clear rules, transparency. And so I think there are space for both, and also for the European Union. I mean, this new engagement of the US in Latin America led Europeans to make it easier to sign the agreement with Mercosur, European Union. And this is, good for Argentina, good for Europe, and good for also Western democracies, because we are doing this with values, and we are, the rule-based order that we lost, maybe we can recover with these kind of agreements.
Yeah. Do you want to weigh in, Mr. Foreign Minister?
Well, every country relates to all other countries as it deserves. As I explained to you, our economic interdependence is big with the U.S. China is not the main trading partner of my country, contrary to many others that have China as the main trading partner. So we will continue to relate, of course, with China in all other cooperation fields where there is no sense of sensitivity regarding the sectors.
I'm going to open it to the floor for questions in just a minute, but I have one more. This is a jump ball for any of you who care to weigh in. I hate asking the question, what happens next? Because the only honest answer is no one knows. No one can predict the future. But what happens next? Are we all going to be back at this conference on this stage doing a big panel on Cuba? Because that's what happened next.
Unfortunately, if Marco Rubio has his way, yes. There is a big political power that is based in South Florida of Cuban expats that have a decades-long obsession of regime change in Cuba. I hope again that that's not what we end up doing. I think again that would be a big blow to the rules-based order, and even some of the actions that are happening right now are distasteful. I think what happens next is if the next president hopefully has an actual focus on Latin America. Prior to 9/11, George Bush Jr. was supposed to have this big pivot to Latin America, and then we ended up getting distracted by the Middle East, and then COVID, and everything else like that.
And I really hope to Asia, which we've currently moved on.
Exactly. So now, let's hope that focus is there. And Latin America itself and the Western Hemisphere itself is moving in that direction. We had a lot of issues with migration. That is going to end up taking care of itself, not just because of our security. Border security, things of that nature. The birth rate of Latin America now is 1.8%. It's below replacement rate. And for example, when my family immigrated from Mexico on the Mexican side, on the Mexican side of my family, the birth rate of Mexico at that point was 7 kids per kid. So that's why, especially all the men were leaving to go find work. So what's going to happen in Latin America as time goes on? And their population is decreasing, they're going to have sufficient jobs for everybody. There's going to be less migration. That's a really good opportunity for us to build on that. We have a great opportunity to bring stability to the region, combine our market power, invest in a region that's going to invest in us and stay with us. And we haven't learned the lessons from COVID, where we were desperately lost. We had so many products that were dependent on that cross-Pacific trade that we were searching. I was a member of Congress. I was literally calling up anywhere so I could find stuff because it was all from Asia. And we had this big conversation. We need to reshore, and we need to look south to reshore, and all of a sudden it just went away. We need to refocus on that again.
Okay, a lot to chew on there, but I want to let y'all get into the conversation. I'm going to award the first question to one of the Munich young leaders in the audience. If we can get a microphone, please, to Gonzalo Bañas Villar, who is anchor and head of the international news desk at Todo Noticias.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to move to the following subject. Fortunately, in the Americas, we don't face a threat of a military direct confrontation between our countries. But what we do have is a really big problem with corruption and organized crime. In this context of where a lot of countries are moving to the right, how can we work together to develop stronger institutions, dialogue, or cooperation to fight against corruption and organized crime? Thank you.
Working together to build.
Well, at least for us, us rescinding some of our anti-corruption laws was a horrible mistake. And when the administration went in and did that, it sent signals out there to what we're willing to accept as a country. Number two, the fact that we can also now, there used to be a law on the books that if you're an American company, you cannot engage in bribery to get contracts. That's now off the books. So we're setting very bad standards. On the other hand, there are ways for us to work together, especially in terms of knowledge, technology transfers, access to technology. With the rise of AI and the digitization of the economy as well as just of everything, it's going to be easier actually to find corruption. And I think it's going to be great for specifically the press to actually be the first anchor in that to expose it. But then you actually have to have institutions that are actually going to do something about that. For me, it's scary that we're actually setting a really horrible example. We have an administration that's one of the most corrupt administrations since the 1870s, where their sons and daughters are issuing crypto-backed money from different countries and foreign entities. So we're not the best example right now, but historically speaking, there are ways for us to work together. And technology plus institutions to do there, plus the laws, I think are going to be the key to that going forward. And we have the lawyers, the judges that can go down there and be helpful in getting our knowledge out to our friends in Latin America.
Yeah, I would like to add something because I think that Argentina right now is an example. In terms of what we are doing, in terms of reforms, we are doing a lot of deregulation because when you have a lot of regulation, there's always a space also for corruption. And we used to have that in Argentina before. You need, for instance, specific permits to import or export, and then, of course, you have something that there is going to be bad. No? So, I mean, removing all these discretionary things, it's good. It's a good move, I think, and also signing all these treaties that we are now signing. I mean, a few days ago, we ratified the Mercosur-European Agreement in Congress, in the lower chamber. We are the first country to do that, and I'm so proud of that. In terms of that, I would like to say something. The other day, a Brazilian colleague told me, oh, the Argentinian guy, now the promoters of free trade. So that was sort of something different that is happening with Argentina. And I think that these new agreements, rule of law, we are also entering OECD. I think these are things that help for corruption, I mean, to avoid corruption, and to also give back agency to people in Argentina and freedom for the people. I think it's very important.
The question that keeps coming through my mind, I hear comments about the rule of law. And democracy and why that matters. And I'm struggling to square it with what we're witnessing with, for example, the US blowing up boats in the Caribbean. No one argues that no one would argue that cutting narco trafficking is a bad thing. However, there was no due process. It was a contradiction and in violation of international law. Do you wrestle with that?
Well, I don't, because I think the boat strikes are illegal. I think it is murder, what we're doing. We don't murder people in the United States. We don't execute people in the United States for drug dealing, but somehow we think it's okay because it's, some poor people doing it off the coast of Venezuela or Colombia. So I don't have there's no struggle with me. It is illegal what we're doing, and it's wrong that members of this administration somehow lie to themselves and say that it's somehow justifiable.
I mean, I imagine if Secretary Rubio were on the stage, he would defend this as that perfect wasn't on the table, that the U.S. should be fighting drug trafficking in the interest of helping Americans.
There's lots of ways. There's lots of ways to do that. There's lots of ways to do that. You have the Coast Guard. You could interdict. By doing this type of public execution, I mean, you really are setting it up for some other country to use the same excuse for whatever that means to them. I mean, right now, if you look in China, China and the Philippines are fighting over boats in the middle of the sea over there. They're going to come up with an excuse too to just start droning Filipino boats, right? If you guys look off the coast of South America, you have all the Chinese fishing boats right there. Once at some point, Ecuador, Peru is going to get mad about all the overfishing, and they're going to end up hitting each other. They're going to use the justification of what we just did in Venezuela to do that.
Questions? I see one here, and then we'll move over here. The gentleman with the red tie.
Hi there. I think it's turned on.
Is that blue tie?
Thank you. David Smolansky from Venezuela. I would like to add something very important that happened on January 3rd operation. It was the proof that how Cuba has been involved in my country for 27 years. 32 Cuban agents were killed on that operation. And since 1999 until 2025, probably Venezuela gave more money to Cuba than the Soviet Union. Only in oil is estimated that 63 billion were given in oil in exchange for such a sophisticated repressive apparatus. So my question is, when you have a dictatorship in the case of Cuba with 67 years, the case of Venezuela, 27 years, people have tried everything, dialogues, negotiations, protests, elections. I've been there. I've been living in exile for 9 years. I was mayor and I was illegally removed. I worked with Maria Corina Machado. Cubans have tried also protests. There has been embargo. Obama tried to open relations with Cuba. So what options have the international system, the international community, when everything that has been tried doesn't work? And that is why I think 84% of people in Costa Rica or 95% of Venezuelans support what happened on January 3rd. So
Except
what options? What options?
In the United States.
What options? No, but it's for everyone, for Senator. Sorry, it's for everyone. So the question is not for you. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, and this is literally a question. It's not rhetoric. Is what options have the international community and multilateralism when a nation, the people try everything?
You're saying what option was?
What option? And nothing is working. Thanks.
And look, I guarantee you what you're saying is correct. 84%, there's that. It wasn't popular in the United States, by the way, the attack. Number two, it was our soldiers that were put their lives at risk for, but I didn't want them. Like, we've been doing too much of this. We've been, I lost too many friends in Iraq. We've lost too many friends in Afghanistan. And I'm sorry that Cuba was involved in Venezuela, and we've seen that happening. But that is the interest of the Venezuelans. It doesn't mean that we need to go and send our men and women to die for it. Everything, and by the way, I was actually very supportive of a lot of actions against Venezuela, in terms of sanctions, in terms of political sanctions, giving asylum, still giving asylum to Venezuelans, everything else like that. So we should look at a wide range of things. But if we start allowing the rule of law to be dictated how big your gun is, that gun is eventually going to be turned on us. And it'll be right now it's popular because it's Venezuela. What happens when it's Mexico? Are you going to be saying that when it's Mexico? There was just Colombia. I mean, now what's going to happen when it happens in Colombia? Everyone's going to start to change their tune. And the reason it started because we allowed the first originalism to happen, where we just said, hey, it was okay because we didn't like that guy.
But he's saying that they tried everything. So it's so,
So then why don't you guys do it?
Well, because, we are trying to fight with ourselves.
Why does the United States have to be the actual military force then instead, if it's so popular?
If we do not take that into account, we cannot reshape these institutions that are failing the people. So we need really to take into consideration that, because, they try everything, and we know that, and they report all the violations, everything. They won the elections. The election was stolen. So, and what about the multilateral order? They failed them. So we need to, to regain trust in multilateralism, we need to change that, because if we think, oh, no, it's okay, we don't have to do anything, then these things happen. And I want a rule-based order, because we are probably going to be bullied, not going to be, we're smaller. So I think that we need that, but we need a system that works for the people. For him, it's not working for him.
That's no disagreement with that. I think not just in Venezuela, but we've entirely failed in the checks and balances to try to keep us out of war. But the fallback to that isn't in the eventually war then either.
Thank you. Great question. Thanks for sparking that. Right here.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Ricardo Della Coleta. I'm a journalist for Folha de São Paulo, a Brazilian newspaper. Senator Gallego, it seems to be a bipartisan objective to reduce China's influence in South America. There is a disagreement on how to reach that. I wanted to hear from you, what would be a credible and effective strategy for the United States to reach that objective taking into consideration that when we speak about China and speaking about South America, because I know more of the reality, we don't speak only about trade. It's the major or second biggest trading partner of pretty much every country in the region. It invests heavily in infrastructure. It has ownership of strategic assets like rare earths. It just concluded a huge port in Peru. And one of the critics you might hear from different officials in South America is when negotiations are on the table with the Americans, the US just does not offer the same amount of investments and money that China puts on the table. So what would be your vision, your strategy that maybe in a future administration there would be a bigger cooperation and countries in South America would be willing to cooperate with the US and push China away because they think it's in their best interest?
Look, if we want to play at the poker table, we have to bring the stakes. And we don't. But this is why I think the next president should have, on plan as fast as possible, the Marshall Plan for Latin America. So that way we don't have to compete against China. We are there to actually, help build that port. We also need to reorient our capital markets again. We may be the first country in the history of the world that actually ends up arming and financing our opponent, right? New York is going to be, the New York Wall Street money is going to end up causing potentially American dominance to wane because of their greed and how much they've invested in China. When you have perfect alignment with countries that are aligned with the United States, we have cultural connections that we could be doing in Latin America. So on the trade front, yes, increase trade, increase collaboration, investment. We don't invest as much as we can in terms of the cultural side of things too, right? We should have a lot more worker visas coming in from Latin America, legal worker visas, student visas, every type of visa that will actually connect us and binds us, not just at the the lowest level of workers, but even to the policymakers, the journalists, everything else like that. It's what we did in the post-World War II world, and we know that that's a winning strategy. For some reason, we just look at Latin America and say, well, it worked in Europe, but I guess we can't do it here. I think that's what we have to do. We should do what we know works. And if we do that, you're going to have a hemisphere that's going to be rich, prosperous, aligned with the United States, and it's going to be, more importantly, we're going to be all aligned in against potentially a rising China.
Got it. Mr. Farmas.
Yes, only to say...
charm puts a lonely arm round my lonely shoulder. Why do I grow colder than the Arctic Sea? What's wrong with me? Where are all the thrills? You know, the song kind. I get all the chills, but the wrong kind. And when I've been kissed, I don't faint or swoon. Why don't bells start ringing? Why am I immune? I'm afraid I've never been in love, and now I fear I'll never be. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? And when I've been kissed, I don't faint or swoon. Why don't bells start ringing? Why am I immune? I'm afraid I've never been in love, and now I fear I'll never be. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me?
Radio Swiss Jazz.
When you're smiling, when you're smiling, the whole world, it smiles with you. When you're laughing, babe, when you're laughing, well, the sun comes shining through. But when you're crying, you know you bring on the rain. Stop that.
I think we're good to go here. I don't see a clock, so I'm going to start going because it gives me extra time. There's so many people here. I feel like there's a huge amount of interest in this topic. Oh, there's the clock. See, they got me. There's a huge amount of interest in this topic, so I really want to get started. We are very fortunate tonight to have two people who are going to sort of set the scene for us about security in the Arctic, and they're two people who know it best. We'll start with the Prime Minister, Fredriksson, who will give us a little bit of sense of Arctic security. Madam?
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. It's not the typical venue to see, to see so many people on Arctic security as today, but we are glad to see the interest. Well, let's focus on the substance when it comes to security in the Arctic region. It is, of course, extremely important. We are very satisfied that NATO is now into working with security in the Arctic region in a more structured way. We have, by the way, asked for this for several years, but as you know, there's been this idea about low tension. It sounds very nice on a paper, but it doesn't reflect reality and the world that we are living in, unfortunately. So what we have suggested NATO is to be permanent present in the Arctic region, also in and around Greenland. Now we have Arctic Sentry as a framework. We have to put substance into it. The good thing about Arctic Sentry is that it's a flexible way of working, so it can be changed, it can be moved, it can be on a high level, it can be on a lower level, so it can, reply to the challenges that we see. If we come, when I look at NATO, I see we have, of course, an eastern flank. We have everybody knows about that. By the way, nowadays, today, that's the most important one. It's where most of our capabilities should be used for. We have a southern flank, counterterrorism, and probably one day we will see that somebody tries, Russia, of course, to use migrants from the southern part of NATO, as we have seen in Belarus and in Finland. We have a new flank when it comes to AI, space, quantum physics, but we also have a northern flank. It's not where we have the most challenges today, and the Arctic region is enormous, and we have more issues in other parts of the Arctic region than we have around Greenland. Also important to say, but the world is changing, and so is the weather because of climate change. So at some point, we really have to be aware about what Russia and China will do around Greenland, but we are not there yet. But it's good to be, before things happen. So for us, Arctic Sentry is a very, very good thing. Let me just finalize this by saying we have to have the Arctic region reflected in our capability targets. Allow me to be a bit technical, but the capability targets we are seeing in NATO today does not reflect the high north and the Arctic region. And if we can change this, my suggestion would be to have industrial targets afterwards, because many of the capabilities we need in the Arctic region haven't been produced yet. Some of them has to be produced in the US, and the production lines are not really replying to the needs we have. The same goes for Europe. So I hope this answers some of your questions. If you are interested in the more political part of this, I'll come back to that.
We will definitely get to the political side of it. We also want to just take a moment. The Prime Minister mentioned Greenland as being obviously a big part of Arctic security. Mr. Prime Minister, can you walk us through, give us a little sense of the view from Greenland?
Yeah, of course. First of all, I will be a bit more political, I think, in my start, because Greenland has been a center of attention for quite a long time now. And this topic has been filling the media. And from a Greenlandic perspective, we have been living in our region in peace and in low tension for many years. But we have also recognized in Greenland that I don't think there is any low tension areas in the world anymore, and we need to be a part of building up capabilities and taking our share in surveillance and in security in our region. And that's why I'm perfectly aligned, and we work really close together in terms of security in our area. And we are also very happy to have the NATO Arctic Sentry in Greenland. I think it's a step in a really good direction. But I will also mention, as Mette mentioned, that talks about the Russian and Chinese ships around our region in Greenland. It's not now, but we are not naive, and we see the longer perspective when our routes in the northwest and the northeast they melt. There might be more traffic, but what we are aligned on, and the most important thing is that we will do more, and we are willing to lift our responsibility in Greenland to make that happen with our allies in the NATO alliance. And it's very important for me to say that the Arctic Sentry and the NATO alliance, it's something that we are truly committed on as Greenlanders. Transatlantic cooperation and international rule of law and so on, that's deeply in our values. But thank you for being able to attend this panel.
Thank you very much. So thank you both for setting the scene here. I want to start with one of our hosts here, Minister Pistorius. Both the prime ministers mentioned Arctic Sentry. You just came from a NATO meeting where this is now the new NATO mission that's just started this week in Greenland. Despite the fact we've been hearing quite a bit about it, it's not really clear what it is. Is it a rotation? Is it a long-term presence? How many troops are involved? You dispatched some, I think about a dozen German troops to Greenland several weeks ago to do an assessment. What did they tell you, and what is Arctic Sentry?
Mette answered that question already when she said Arctic Sentry is a framework. It's something we can put in and take out what is needed and what is not needed any longer. So what we start with is some Eurofighters from Germany, air fueling, and P-8 Poseidon in the weeks to come. So we put in everything we can do, like other NATO allies too. And we watch the situation, we are seeing what's going on, and we can react in the way which is appropriate. This is Arctic Sentry, and the framework is so decisive from my perspective, since everybody, I think, in this room too, believes we never were busy with the Arctic before. That's not true. I mean, we have been knowing all the time that the Arctic is relevant. I've been in Norway, in the northern, very high north of Norway 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, and having another view on the globe from the very north is totally different than looking at it from Berlin or from wherever, from Washington, for example. So it is another perspective, and it shows very impressively how the distances changes and the hemispheres of influence of the powers of the world, like Russia, like China, like the United States, and of course the European countries in the high north. So it is about to prepare for, to prove that we have understood years ago already of the relevance of the Arctic. And to be honest, the discussion of Greenland, of course, had an impact on that. Mm-hmm. But to be clear, it's the same point is, it never was about, from the Washington perspective, about security when it came to Greenland. It was about other issues to remain diplomatic. So therefore, it's very important to do that, because it shows, okay, you are concerned when it comes to the security of Greenland. We are concerned about the security of the Arctic, including Greenland, and therefore we take part in everything what happens there, of course, always in the framework of NATO and not just alone.
You've both mentioned Russia and China as possible threats in the Arctic. I think that's what we usually hear about when they talk about the potential threat. So I want to unpack each of those. Foreign Minister Anand, can you take Russia? What is the threat that Russia poses now in the Arctic, and how is that evolving, if it's not maybe a direct threat right now?
So after the illegal and unjustifiable further invasion of Ukraine in 2022, we have seen Russian infrastructure move further and further north towards the Arctic Circle. The geopolitical environment is shifting rapidly, and that is one way in which it is doing so. From Canada's perspective, we have the second largest country in the world. 40% of our land mass interfaces with the Arctic. 70% of Canada's coastline interfaces with the Arctic. So this is a very real and important shift in the geopolitical environment that we must acknowledge, in addition to climate change, which is melting the polar ice caps and making transition through the Northwest Passage, for example, much different than it has been in previous decades. The fact of the matter is that Canada, while we are appreciative and support Arctic Sentry, we are also taking the bull by the horns and ensuring that we are now ramping up our investments and infrastructure in the Arctic. And this isn't a decision we took today or even yesterday. In the past years, we have been launching procurements for over-the-horizon radar, for Arctic icebreakers, in addition to the ones we already have, for NORAD modernization. And here, I will say that we are very closely partnered with the United States in terms of continental defense. So when we think about the Arctic, we have to ensure that it's not just NATO that we are focused on. NORAD, and in particular the role that Canada and the United States play in aerial surveillance over the Canadian Arctic, is extremely relevant and important. These two systems of collaboration are complementary. And the fact of the matter is that we need to all acknowledge the changing global threat environment and the importance of supporting each other, collaborating with each other in terms of our capabilities in the Arctic and our diplomacy in the Arctic. And the final point I'll make is we have an Arctic foreign policy, and we've had one for years. We opened a consulate in Nuuk, Greenland. Thank you for hosting us, because we believe in expanding our presence in the Arctic, and we want to do that in collaboration, especially for purposes of Indigenous peoples and Inuit, the original owners of the land. We will also open a consulate in Anchorage this year for the very same reason. Our approach is collaborative. Our approach is one in which we build together through multilateral organizations and partnerships.
It's okay, you can clap. We love claps. We love applause. Senator Murkowski, the foreign minister, laid out Russia's really growing opportunities, I guess, to get closer to the United States, to North America, to Canada, as times are evolving. What about the threat from China? How has that, is it a threat right now? Are you seeing that manifest in any way? And again, how is that one changing?
The short answer is yes. The short answer is yes in terms of what we're seeing with China. And it's not just with China. We've seen China up in the Arctic on doing research or mapping, whatever it is they may say they're doing. But the new factor here is what is happening together in cooperation with Russia, whether it is the joint bomber operations that we are seeing flying over the north, that we are sending up our fighters to intercept, whether it is the Coast Guard and naval vessels that are operating jointly. Used to be the Russians would lead. Now we're seeing actually the Chinese lead some of this. So what we're seeing is what is unusual. Now, you have mentioned the proximity to Russia, and I think particularly when we're sitting here in Munich, it's easy to just think about the eastern side and the threat from Russia from here. But for us in Alaska, it is very real. It is every day. It is 2 miles. 2 miles between Little Diomede, which is U.S., and Big Diomede, which is Russian. 57 miles from basically the shoreline of Alaska to the shoreline of Russia. So it is real. We see it. We feel it. And I think the geography hasn't changed. I'm fascinated, too, that we have such a full audience today, and I'm encouraged by it, but I'm just going to tell you, the map hasn't changed. Alaska was always sitting there. Canada occupies as much of the Arctic as it does. Greenland is massive. The geography hasn't changed, but the threats have changed, and the threats have changed because we have seen the warming temperatures due to climate change that are opening up these avenues of commerce. That we are seeing the threats to infrastructure that we had previously built up in the Arctic that are now challenged. We are seeing changes to this threat because of this combined operation or cooperation between Russia and China. And this is why we need the alliances that we have. This is why we need the NORAD cooperation, why we need a strong NATO alliance, why NORAD and NATO must be working in tandem with one another. Because the alliance that we're seeing with China and Russia right now, think about where else on the globe they're partnering. They're working together. It's in the Arctic. Mm-hmm. So that should send as much a message as we need about why the Arctic matters right now from a security perspective. So there is much that must be done, and I'll end my comment. Several of you have noted high north, low tension. It came to my attention yesterday that somebody said it should be high north, low attention. Oh. Because in fairness, we have not been paying attention to the Arctic as we need to from a security perspective. We've made investments in the past, and we've walked away. And now we want the opportunity to dust them off, to build them back up, at what cost? That's why we're here.
So I was very struck by the Munich Security Conference. When you go on their website, there's this highly produced video, and it's an elephant that's walking, and it says, we're going to address the elephant in the room. So I'm going to address the elephant in the room because, yes, there are these threats, but one of the major reasons I suspect that a lot of people are here tonight, in addition, obviously, to seeing everyone who's up on stage, is the fact that President Trump has been talking about the U.S. owning Greenland. So I just want to get that out. He spoke about it again yesterday. Madam Prime Minister, he said last night that the United States is in negotiations to take Greenland. You've said in the past that he should be taken seriously when he's talking about these things. Do you believe that President Trump still wants to own Greenland?
Unfortunately, I think the desire is the same. It's something we, of course, talk a lot about. And I would also add that I think the pressure on Greenland is totally unacceptable. We are talking about threats, but as you often say, Jens Frege, the people of Greenland have never been threatened before by anyone. So I think the pressure is unacceptable. I think we have been very clear from Greenland and Denmark, and by the way, from all of our allies, Canada and Europe, and good friends in the US, that there are, of course, things that you cannot compromise on. Our basic values, the cornerstone, of our democracy is, of course, the respect of other states' sovereignty and territorial integrity, and, by the way, a people's right for self-determination. There's a very proud people living in Greenland. So there are things that we cannot compromise on, and that, by the way, we will not compromise on. But there are other things we can do together, and we have already been talking a lot about it. We have as many of you probably know, a defense agreement. The Kingdom of Denmark and US, we have had it since 1951. It gives a very I mean, it's very easy for US to have a stronger footprint in Greenland. At some stage, they had 17 bases and 10,000 soldiers. Now there's one base and 200, 230, 40-something people there. And I mean, we have always been a very reliable, strong partner for US. So if it's a question about home defense, if it's a question about common security, we will always like to work together with the US. So that is possible, but no. Everybody asks us, do we think it's over? I mean, no, we don't think it's over. We now have a working group. It's good. We will try to see if we can find a solution, and you can rely on us. You can trust us. We will do whatever we can, but of course there are red lines that will not be crushed. And we will stick to our strategy.
Mr. Prime Minister?
Yeah, thanks. And I just want to add that I don't think it's an elephant in the room anymore. He's pretty transparent and has been for 14 months. And the pressure on the Greenlandic people, if I think about my people, we are so proud. We live in a harsh environment. We are resilient. We live in a land where nobody were able to live for many, many, many years. There's a reason why we are the ones left. And still, and there's a reason why it's us that has built that society up for many years. It's not an elephant in the room. But I also want to say, and I think this is very, very important, the pressure on us is unacceptable. We all know the story, but I don't think it's only about us. This is not only about Greenland. Imagine a NATO country acquiring, taking, threatening an ally. Where would the world stand if that happened? We would be a puzzle. We would be a puzzle in a big game, and what would prevent America, if they did that, USA and Russia and China, to split up the world in 3 big blocks, if this was allowed? It's outrageous. And I don't think we can lower shoulders either. I think we have taken some steps in the right direction. Dialogue, respectful and dialogue in a working group, so we don't communicate through the media, where we wake up to threats every morning and so what? Outrageous. But now we are speaking together more directly through the right channels. And now we have and I also want to state from the get-go, Mette said it a bit, in terms of the threats in our region and the threats from Russia and China, the paradox is the Greenlandic people has never felt threatened, and first time they felt unsafe for real when an ally talked about acquiring them, buying them, and so on. It's outrageous. But we are taking steps in the right direction, I think. I think the NATO Arctic insurance is Sentry is good, and I think the exercises in Arctic endurance were a step in the right direction too. And we all agree on we need to do more in our region in terms of security, and we have never disagreed on it. We also have a defense agreement from 1951 that's very good for both parties, right? If the argument is that there's not enough security, so yeah, that's where we stand. I needed to take that out. Thank you.
Just quickly, are you? Great. Like I said, we love the applause. Keep them coming. Just really quickly, do you feel confident that the negotiations actually can lead to an agreement, or is President Trump so set on owning Greenland or parts of Greenland? Do you have any indication?
As I said, I think we need to take the right steps. And I think the first right step is to have a dialogue between us. But as I also said, we cannot lower our shoulders. Mm-hmm. Look, the desire to control or to have Greenland is there, but I think we are taking the right steps, both in terms of of our dialogue, but also in terms of the big issue for them, the security. National security, international security. It has many names now because it's been mentioned so much. But I think we are aligned on that one. And I think we have to take those discussions. And there's been very good steps in the right direction in the NATO frame that we are happy for, because we are committed to be a part of the alliance that has kept the world somewhat safe in terms of NATO countries since the Second World War.
I've failed to mention that we will take some questions from the audience. Get your questions ready. I just want to do a few more while I have a moment. Minister Pistorius, you just came from NATO. Is there any recognition that NATO, I guess, dropped the ball with security in the Arctic? Or do you think that NATO has been enough of a presence there and that the threat is sort of outpacing?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we need to extend that, of course, because the threat increases in the last 2-3 years in a relevant measure. So it is about doing more as NATO. And if it is about security from the perspective of Washington, then it is NATO to address that problem and to solve it by joint activities, joint mission, joint operations, and a permanent presence in the High North, and in Greenland, if wanted by Denmark and Greenland. So it is about NATO, not about anybody else. And to repeat what I said this afternoon, to make that clear again, the biggest ally of an alliance threatens and questions the territorial sovereignty and integrity of another ally. This is incredible. And this damages an alliance like NATO, which has been the most successful alliance in the history of mankind. So we have to remain absolutely clear in what we are doing and saying, and therefore I was so grateful, Mette mentioned it earlier, when the European allies reacted in between days, not as everybody is supposed from them in the past, like in 2 or 3 months or weeks, whatever. In 2 or 3 days, they reacted, we-reacted, and sent a clear signal in any directions. Arctic has to be secure, with regard to Russia and China, but it is a sovereign country, Denmark and Greenland, and that has to be respected in any context too.
Minister Anand, you mentioned the huge proportion of Canada that is Arctic. Do you feel like there is more that Canada specifically can be doing? And if so, what? You mentioned the ambassador, the Arctic ambassador, the new consulates, but is there more that Canada specifically can be doing for security?
So we aren't relying on any one other country to help us through Arctic security. We are acknowledging that the threat environment has changed and that we will ourselves ramp up our spending on defense and dual-use infrastructure. We are putting $80 billion into defense spending. In this economic environment, that is remarkable. We will reach 5% by 2035. But more importantly, we really need to understand that the threat environment has changed, as I said, and to elaborate on that, it is a geostrategic issue in terms of Russian infrastructure moving further north towards the Arctic Circle. But let us make no mistake that there is an economic advantage to ensuring that you have play in the Arctic. In other words, this is not just about land acquisition. This is also about mineral exploration, energy, and economic advantage that can be gained by having propriety in the Arctic. And so, whereas historically, the threat environment could be siphoned off from military, strategic / military, and then economic, and then environmental. Now, all of these individual threats are converging, and they are converging in the Arctic. And we must be eyes wide open about the fact that there is economic advantages to be gained, and Canada believes in stabilizing the supply chains for critical minerals. We also believe that we have to respect territorial integrity and sovereignty in the discussion of ownership of these resources.
Minister, you want to say something?
I just would like to add something in terms of when did we realize that the Arctic needs more of our attention? I mean, we initiated together with Canada and Norway in 2024 the Maritime Security Agreement. Denmark joined 1 year later. This is a proof of that we have seen already earlier, we prepared that already in 23, that it needs to be watched more carefully what is going on and what can we do. And Iceland will join us in the near future, and we are open for other partners in that region, in that area, because in North Atlantic, the high north, the access to the North Atlantic and the Atlantic in between North America and Europe is essential for our security and for our prosperity. Therefore, it is so crucial to keep control about that and not let that fall to Russia and China.
Mm-hmm. Senator Murkowski, I want to ask one more question before we go to the audience. You traveled to Greenland this past week. What did you hear? What did you learn?
I learned, first and foremost, directly from the Greenlanders, that they are a very proud people, a very strong and resilient people, as the Prime Minister has noted. I knew that because I've been to Greenland multiple times, but it was reinforced to me in so many different ways. And it underscored, again, why we respect the self-determination of the people of Greenland, why we respect the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Denmark as you choose the decisions that are best for the people, and we respect that will and that choice. The conversation that has been had in this past year about somehow or other acquiring, buying, taking over military force, whatever the terminology may be, has distracted in ways that I don't think any of us could have anticipated, because we're talking about the security of a region. And we've been talking about it as Arctic nations for years, been taking steps. Maybe we needed to move quicker. I think we needed to move quicker. In fairness, I think the United States has actually been lagging in much of our own commitment to our U.S. Arctic. So we all have a shared responsibility in this. But when we're spending this much time talking about the situation with Greenland and whether or not the United States is going to acquire it, it takes the eye off the real issue, the real threat, which is Russia, and what Russia is doing with China. And it takes away our ability to build on these alliances that have been so strong, that are so important going forward. And it unfortunately focuses the issue of security solely on defense, when there is so much more that needs to be wrapped into the security discussion when we're talking about the Arctic. Remember, it is cold and dark much of the time. It is very isolated. In our Arctic, very small populations, we have shared challenges in terms of affordability of people to live there, how we are able to keep our young people in our Arctic communities. What are our economies? We can share so much with Greenland in terms of what it means to have a small community be overtaken by a cruise ship that comes to your town. You want the economy, but you want to have your own identity. We have so much to be working on. And we have been so distracted is a mild term right now. In my view, it has been offensive that this view that the United States can come in and say, we want this, to a sovereign territory. That's not how major powers should act. This is not the way the United States should lead when it comes to the Arctic. This is not how we should lead when we are trying to build our alliances in an area that is so very, very, very necessary now.
Thank you so much for your clarity.
I do want to take some questions. I have one very quick one for Prime Minister Nielsen. I'm just curious, how much of your time since President Trump has really started talking about, how much of this is of your time is this taking up? I mean, is this your primary focus right now?
It is, of course it is.
It is. Even still, even with the negotiations, has this become?
Yeah, as I said, this is very, very serious. And the situation is still serious. As I said, we have steps in the right direction. And that's okay. But does that mean that desire is gone and we can lower shoulders and so on? That we can do less now? No. So we are using all of our resources to protect I was about to call it friendship, but the alliance and the partnership and the respect for democracy, international law, and so on. We use a lot of resources on that.
Mm-hmm. I do want to take some questions. I saw your hand first over there.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Senator Kowski. I wanted to ask. Oh, very like this. Thank you. I'm a freelance journalist from Switzerland, and my question would be, how should we handle China's aspirations in the Arctic without creating new or more tensions? We have already tensions. From the other side, what could be like another working group, or what could we do? Thank you.
I think the answer is here. I think the answer is in greater alignment with shared Arctic interests to demonstrate that there is no separation. There is no separation. Think about the map right now. The map, the way those of us in the Arctic look at it from above. When Finland and Sweden joined NATO, you go all the way around from Finland, who shares that border with Russia. You go all the way around the top of the globe, all the way over here to Alaska. We're so far west, we're east, which is actually true. But we are flanking Russia, and we can isolate them as they have done because of their invasion of Ukraine. But it will be the strength of our shared commitment that I think makes the difference when it comes to China. But it's also going to take investment. It's going to take a focus on domain awareness, what we are able to do more cooperatively when it comes to enhanced communication. We're going to have to use the technologies that will allow us a more nimble platform in the Arctic when it comes to China.
Madam?
In Prime Minister Carney's Davos speech, he specifically called for cooperation and coordination globally on issues of mutual concern, and said that if you're not at the table to discuss these issues, then you're on the menu. And in particular, I would like, as foreign minister now, implementing the foreign policy that was outlined in Prime Minister Carney's speech, to say that this is a key example of the way in which middle powers can coordinate and cooperate so that our interests are not just voiced, but they are pragmatically actioned in terms of capability complementarity, in terms of support for issues that arise and threats that arise, as the EU came together and responded on the threat to Denmark and Greenland. These are examples of the way in which we can work together. And we cannot lose sight in this geopolitical environment of the importance, value, and necessity of working together cooperating and coordinating at every turn through existing multilateral alliances and alliances that arise as necessity causes alliances to be formed.
Sir? Sorry, I'm making you run through the crowd here.
I just want to talk about, a lot of this seems to be different sets of facts. Some people are saying there's loads of Chinese and Russian activity around Greenland, and other people are saying no, or at least not now. Can some of the differences of opinion politically be resolved by having a common picture of what the facts are?
It would be too easy.
That's a great.
I mean, that does seem like a pretty a fact, right? Whether there's ships or presence or not.
This is a good point.
And the facts are, madam, they're...
We have the facts. Of course we have.
Sir?
Thank you for this opportunity. I don't want to damage the environment here because I'm from China, indeed. I would like to say, I understand now, this time, some American and European, you try to repair the transatlantic relations. But I think it could be out of logic and reason to take China as a so-called threat and to help you get some more cooperation in Arctic. I think, yes, especially the Madam Senator, in your accusation against China, I think mostly because of you think that China and Russia, they are a kind of, close relations. And also some other, I think, based on the imagination. Even Prime Minister, you think, okay, you have fact. But I think it depends on how about the judgment from our Greenland people. I think that not only just cooperate with Russia. For a long time, China has been looking for any opportunity to cooperate with Nordic countries, including Denmark. So my question is, now if we try to touch the real point of the issue is, once there are some more militarization of Greenland, and then expand to Arctic region, I mean more and more militarization, what will happen? Also, American lady mentioned, okay, there will be some confrontation between NATO and Russia in Arctic region. What will happen, and especially what will happen for the whole world? Because as we know, more and more fragmentation of geopolitical tension or some other. Thank you.
Does anyone want to take that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think from a Greenlandic perspective, we are very, very clear on what we want. We want to be a part of the Transatlantic Alliance. We want to be a part of NATO, and we want to cooperate very closely with countries that shares our values. Values of international law, democracy, and so on. It's a very clear answer from a Greenlandic perspective. And we are ready to cooperate with anyone that we think shares our values. And in terms of the security aspect, in some of your question, it was like you mentioned that maybe China was a tool in the debate to ramp up in the Arctic region. And somebody also said today that it's not only security, there's much more in that. In Greenland, we agree on we need to do more on Arctic security. In Greenland, we also agree on that we have a responsibility with our geographical placement. Like you said, the map still looks the same, right, Lisa? We need to do more on security, surveillance. And we are perfectly aligned on that with our friends, and we also see examples now with the Arctic Century and so on. That's something we in Greenland agree on perfectly. But to state it clear, we cooperate with everyone we think shares our values. That's maybe the most important.
Right here, there's a thanks.
Oh, thank you. My name is Karsten Friis. I'm a research professor at the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. Thanks for your comments. My comment and a question, if I may, very quickly. First, a comment. I work on security and defense matters, and in a way, it's welcome that we get this focus on the Arctic. But at the same time, it takes away attention from Ukraine, which is unfortunate. So we need to be balanced here, right? It's an ongoing war, which is extremely important. So while we still have to address the Arctic, let's not forget about the real thing. My question is to Pistorius, and I think you will like my question, because I wanted to know what Germany is planning to do in defense side to engage more in the Arctic in the future. You like that one, right?
I like the answer, this question, and even more the answer. And I will give you the 20 euros later. But to be serious, well, it is about what I elaborated earlier. It is about joint security, and you mentioned Ukraine in the same context. And to make it absolutely clear, what I'm talking about, or I've been talking about, is we need in NATO a 360-degree view on the threats in the world. It is the eastern flank, of course. This is our priority one in Middle Europe, of course. It couldn't be different. Ukraine is showing us what's going to happen if we don't pay attention to what is going on. At the same time, we have the threats in southern Europe, like irregular migration, terrorism, Islamistic terror, and so on. And we have the high north, which is, I couldn't have described it better than you, of course. I mean, the map is the same, and the map is absolutely clear. So what we need to do is, we need to do jointly everything we can do to cover the protection we need on the NATO territory and in the neighborhood. This is our task. This is a huge task. Therefore, I'm quite convinced that 3.5% for defense in the years to come, for core defense, will never be enough, because the challenges are increasing at the moment. It is about deterrence, not defense in the first place, but deterrence. We need to be able to deter our adversaries. And to that Chinese colleague, is he still there?
I think he took off.
You need to go, okay. Well, China is not the first threat in the Arctic at the moment, but they are present, and they are moving ahead more strategically than the Russians in a totally different manner. But the Russian presence is impressive. And the northern fleet of the Russian Federation is impressive and is even growing in times like that while having a war against Ukraine. So this is what we have to be concerned about. And of course, Germany, Denmark, Spain, Italy, France, we are all challenged to take part in what is necessary to protect our territory.
Maybe just to add one thing, I totally agree, but this is a very tough message to all Europeans. I mean, we have to be able to tackle more crises at the same time, because the old world is not coming back. And I mean, and everything is interlinked. So the war in Ukraine has never been about Ukraine. Yeah, it's those who are suffering, but it's about Russia. And it's about Russia's imperial dreams, and the same goes for the Arctic region. This is not about the Arctic region, it's about Russia's imperial dreams. The hybrid war against Europe that is going on every day has to be tackled at the same time as the war in Ukraine and the Arctic. By the way, the door is totally open for Russia now in the Sahel region. Yeah. We are out of it. So our problems with terrorism, it's not on top of mind right now. I can promise you they are going to return, and probably they will return at the same time as something is going on the eastern flank. So it's a new, I mean, forget about tackling one crisis. Yeah. We have to be able to tackle all of them at the same time. And I'm sorry to say, I think it's a part of the strategy from different parts of the world right now to throw as many conflicts, as many discussions, as many tweets, as many messages as possible on the table at the same time, so everybody's running around like a chicken without head. And therefore, when you were asking, it's a very good question, how much time do we spend on responding? Too much? So there are two very important lessons learned. As Europeans, you cannot build your strategy on what other people are doing. So was there like a European moment this January? Yes, there was. And now our obligation is to transform that Greenlandic European moment into a European strategy. And I think this is extremely important. The other lesson learned is that when we stand together and when we are able to respond, as effectively as others, then the market reacts, and then changes will be seen in the political messages from US.
I'm so sorry. I know we have more questions, but we are out of time. You all are wonderful to come in here. It's Saturday night. It's been a long few days with a lot of information. Thank you all for being here. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mette.
There was a Joe leaning on the back door. A couple Jills that had their eyes on a couple bills, and the eyes were stating they was waiting to get their hands on some easy money. They flip a dime. One says, well, I'll take heads this time. One step up, one step back, one loosened her shoulder strap. She couldn't speak, her knees got weak. Oh, she could almost taste it. Easy money. There was this old black cow was sitting in an old black Cadillac, and Joe smelled sweet, so she curls up at her boyfriend's feet. She says, I got a plan. Listen, Sam, how'd you like to make some of that easy money? Oh, he said, yes. Oh, yeah. Just tell me what you want me to do. She says, baby, you can trust me. Oh, baby, but you must be hiding in my room with a quarter to two. told the boy, come on up to the room and play with my toys, honey. But the judge had set the bait and she wasn't gonna sit around and wait. But this guy was wise to all of the lies, and he flies out the door with easy money. Oh, because there ain't no man who got the money in his hand, who got any of that bread by being slow in the head. The easier it looks, the harder it hooks, and there ain't no such thing as easy money. We say yeah, oh yeah. Saturday night there was a terrible, terrible fight between two dames who was losing the same game. It wasn't clear, but I hear that somebody was looking for some easy money.
the careless years. They call these the careless years. They say that we have no fears, but I know they're wrong. We may be young and foolish, and sometimes pretend we're wise, but when you're young and foolish, only laughter should fill your eyes. The careless years, they say, will bring careless tears, that when young love disappears, how sad is the song. But as time goes by, darling, you and I will fool them, strange as it seems, and the careless years will turn into beautiful dreams. But as time goes by, darling, you and I will fool them, strange as it seems, and the careless years will turn into beautiful dreams.
Channel 1. 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 Channel 1.